Chapter 1047. All living beings in the pocket dimension were alarmed. The undead clan that had been hiding in this divine land also rushed out. They were Gu Fei's secret force. Cultivating in this divine land, the undead clan's strength increased rapidly. Once the three supreme sovereigns of the undead clan appeared, the entire world was filled with death chi and chilling winds. A terrifying aura spread throughout the world. Where did these inanimate beings come from? Yuan Hong immediately took out his golden spirit staff when he saw the three supreme sovereigns in the chilling wind and death chi. Brother Monkey, wait. Seeing that Yuan Hong was about to charge forward, He Tian couldn't help jumping out to stop him. He was Gu Fei's subordinate, and if he was killed by Yuan Hong, it would be a heavy loss for them. What? Yuan Hong glared at him with his golden fiery eyes. Being glared at by Yuan Hong, Erebus only felt a blinding golden light flashing in front of his eyes. He felt a tingling sensation on his face, as though he was being pricked by a needle. Brother Yuan, those people are my big brother's subordinates. Please don't take offense. Xiaoqing also walked up and said. The undead clan was a force under Gu Fei's control. They couldn't be lost. Once this power was released, it would be enough to destroy a large sect. Gu Fei didn't use this force when he was in the Tinglong continent. Otherwise, they would have killed their way to the Dongfang clan and the Beitang clan a long time ago. The three supreme sovereigns of the undead clan had already reached the mysterious transformation realm 300 years ago. They had stayed in this divine land for more than 300 years. This place was filled with spirit chi, and every flower and blade of grass had spirituality. Even the stupidest person would be able to cultivate and transform rocks. After 300 years, the three supreme sovereigns of the undead clan had reached the peak of the celestial being realm. Three powerful auras spread across the area, causing even Yuan Hong's expression to change. This was especially true for one of the white skeletons. The spirit flame within the skull was as resplendent as the sun. A heart-palpitating aura was emitted from the spirit flame. I sensed the aura of a sacred artifact. Yuan Hong's face sank once more. The skeleton was very extraordinary. It seemed to be wielding a sacred artifact. Additionally, there was not a hint of death energy coming from the skeleton. It looked just like an ordinary skeleton, unlike the sparkling and translucent godly bones. Even though it looked like an ordinary skeleton, it gave off a tremendous sense of oppression. Yuan Hong knew that this skeleton was the strongest among the three. Even if he were to face this skeleton, he wouldn't stand a chance against it. What is Master doing? He actually made such a big scene. Could it be that Master is forging again? It doesn't seem like he's forging a weapon. The three supreme emperors didn't approach. Instead, they stopped 1,000 miles away. They stood high up in the sky and communicated with their souls. The scene in front of them shocked the three supreme sovereigns of the undead race. At this time, Yuan Hong had already put away the golden spirit rod in his hand. He hadn't expected Gu Fei to have such power. If the three-peak celestial being realm undead sovereigns were released, the entire heavenly realm would be shaken. Among the three supreme sovereigns of the undead race, the white skeleton was the most terrifying. Yuan Hong even suspected that the skeleton had already taken that step and become a half-step sacred being. The three supreme sovereigns of the undead race had also discovered He Tian and Xiaoqing's group. However, the three supreme sovereigns only submitted to Gu Fei, not Xiaoqing's group. Sovereigns all had their own pride. Xiaoqing's group was just a mysterious transformation realm monarch. Why would the three supreme sovereigns care about Xiaoqing's group? The three peak sovereigns ignored He Tian and Xiaoqing's group. These fellows, He Tian and Xiaoqing's group, couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. However, they also knew that the cultivation world was a cruel world where the strong preyed on the weak. How could a celestial being realm monarch lower their head to a mysterious transformation realm monarch? Gu Fei was an exception. With the cultivation of the fourth layer of the mysterious transformation realm, he could already challenge a celestial being realm monarch. This was something that rarely happened. It was enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with the extreme Tao saint in his youth. The lightning tribulation continued as purple lightning wreaked havoc. Everything within a 100-mile radius was enveloped by the lightning tribulation. Other than the mountain where Gu Fei was, the other areas were not damaged at all. The mountain and river cauldron emitted a strand of divine might that suppressed the entire land. It dissolved the lightning tribulation that descended from the sky and protected the 100 li of land. This divine land was a land of immortal spirits. If it was destroyed by the lightning tribulation, then it wouldn't be worth it. Gu Fei wouldn't let such a thing happen. Thunder rumbled, but Gu Fei was like an ancient divine mountain. He sat cross-legged in the air above the cauldron, constantly attracting tribulation lightning to strike the cauldron. Bzzz. The cauldron shook again and again. The mysterious magical symbols on its body were faintly discernible. It attracted the essence energy of heaven and earth, transforming it into a 9-colored divine flame that tempered the divine pill within. The mountain-sized purple lightning constantly struck the cauldron until it was on the verge of collapsing. However, under Gu Fei's control, the cauldron didn't fall from the sky. Yen stood on the mountain peak below, staring nervously at the scene in the sky. Whether or not the heaven-defying divine pill could be concocted depended on this final step. Heaven-defying divine pills were the highest level of divine pills in the pill cauldron division. They were so difficult to concoct that they could be said to be impossible in the current world. That was because there was no heavenly tribulation on the Tinglong continent. Furthermore, immortal divine medicines were legendary items. It was practically impossible to harvest them. Fortunately, the ancient records of the Pill Cauldron Gate recorded the location of an immortal divine medicine. It was an immortal divine medicine of the immortal ancestral dragon. Yen got her wish of obtaining the blood essence of the immortal divine medicine of the immortal ancestral dragon. Then, she fused countless spiritual essences of heaven and earth with the blood essence of the ancestral dragon divine grass. Only then was she able to start refining the heaven-defying divine pill. Even Yen herself didn't have high hopes for this pill refinement. Yen had planned to carry out the final step of the pill refinement in the sky market. However, she hadn't expected that she would trigger the heavenly tribulation in Gu Fei's inner world. Gu Fei is a freak. Yen was dumbfounded when she saw Gu Fei sitting cross-legged in the midst of a myriad of tribulation lightning bolts. Gu Fei was still calm and composed despite the mountain-sized lightning bolts constantly brushing past him. Yen was terrified. If she had been in his shoes, she would have been flustered long ago. Then, she would have been struck by the tribulation lightning and turned to ashes. 2 hours passed. 4 hours passed. The heavenly thunder boomed and the small world shook. The tribulation clouds that covered a radius of 50 kilometers didn't show any signs of dispersing. The myriad of tribulation lightning bolts were drawn over by Gu Fei and bombarded the medicine cauldron. It had to be said that this medicine cauldron was indeed extraordinary. It could withstand the bombardment of tribulation lightning. This medicine cauldron was definitely a precious treasure of the Pill Cauldron Gate. The heavenly tribulation raged for 3 days and 3 nights. Following a deafening roar that sounded like a dragon's roar, the myriad of tribulation lightning bolts were swallowed by a treasured cauldron that emitted a medicinal fragrance. It's done. Yen was so excited that she almost fainted. The medicine cauldron floating in the sky suddenly produced a heaven-devouring force that swallowed the surrounding heaven and earth essence. Even the power of the heavenly tribulation was drawn over and gathered in the medicine cauldron. The medicine cauldron seemed to have turned into a black hole that could swallow everything. Chapter 1048. The tribulation lasted for 3 days and 3 nights before it finally dissipated. However, the sky above the mountain was still changing colors. The medicine cauldron seemed to have turned into a bottomless black hole, devouring the qi from all directions. Even the power of the tribulation that had not completely dissipated was devoured by the medicine cauldron. Buzz! The medicine cauldron vibrated in the sky, emitting the roars of tigers and dragons. After the roars disappeared, the sound of raging waves hitting the shore was heard. Rumble, there seemed to be monstrous waves surging in the medicine cauldron. Soon, the shocking sound disappeared, and the ancient runes on the body of the cauldron lit up. 7 colored auspicious clouds descended from the sky. Within the auspicious clouds, dragons and phoenixes were flying, and unknown divine beasts were roaring. It was as if a primordial world was being displayed. A rare phenomenon from the sky. Impressive. He Tian and Yuan Hong were utterly astonished upon seeing this. Their eyes widened and their mouths agape. 7 colored auspicious auras descended from the sky, together with a medicinal fragrance that filled the noses of the crowd. Everyone felt that the speed at which the essence chi flowed through their bodies had increased significantly, and they felt their blood boiling. Yuan Hong, in particular, had been sealed in the metal-type soul meridian for countless years. He had survived the Dark Age, and had tempered his flesh with the metal-type ancestral chi day and night. His cultivation had reached a bottleneck. When Yuan Hong smelled the medicinal fragrance, his cultivation bottleneck showed signs of loosening, as if he was about to make a breakthrough. Ha! It's done, it's finally done. At the top of the mountain, Yen cried tears of joy. She stared blankly at the medicine cauldron that was emitting a mystical glow in the sky. Around the medicine cauldron were illusions of dragons, phoenixes, and various divine beasts. Meanwhile, Gu Fei had stopped controlling the medicine cauldron. He flew down from the sky and landed on the top of the mountain. With a wave of his hand, he recalled the mountain and river cauldron that was suppressing the mountain. Ha! Gu Fei, we did it. Yen rushed forward and hugged Gu Fei. She cried and laughed like a little girl. Her tears soaked the clothes on Gu Fei's chest. Gu Fei was also extremely excited, because he knew that this cauldron of divine elixir was extraordinary. It was a peerless divine medicine imprinted with the great Tao of heaven and earth, containing great Tao fragments. Such a heaven-defying divine pill would greatly benefit all cultivators below the sage realm. Even the legendary half-sages would go crazy for it. Fragments of the Great Path could allow one to comprehend the Great Path of heaven and earth. This was an opportunity to become a saint. The heavenly path was heartless, and the Great Path was uncertain. Some people comprehended for countless years, but in the end, they obtained nothing. Anyone who could become a half-saint was a peerless genius, but it was difficult for the world to give birth to another supreme saint in the past millions of years. Some people were blocked by this insurmountable threshold on the path to becoming a saint for countless years. If people knew that someone had successfully refined a heaven-defying divine pill that contained fragments of the great Tao, then those super antiques in the heaven realm would probably jump out. No one believed that there were only 1 or 2 half-sages in the heaven realm. There were definitely other powerful existences. At this time, the sky above the mountain was filled with auspicious clouds. Auspicious chi descended from the sky, and a medicinal fragrance floated between the heaven and earth. Phantoms of dragons and phoenixes were circling around the cauldron. Inside the cauldron, all kinds of shocking sounds came out unceasingly. The spiritual energy from all directions crazily converged, and the spiritual energy in the entire small world was rapidly decreasing. Boom! 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 A few muffled sounds came from the depths of this world. A few majestic pillars of life energy rushed out, towering between the heaven and earth, replenishing the rapidly decreasing spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Fortunately, there were a few heavenly springs of life. Otherwise, the spiritual energy of this small world would have been completely devoured by this cauldron, turning it into a lifeless red land. Finally, a bright moon and a divine sun rose from the cauldron. Yin and yang intertwined, and water and fire supported each other. This scene of heaven and earth shocked everyone. Boom! Suddenly, an enormous explosion that shook the heavens and the earth startled everyone awake. The medicinal cauldron had actually exploded with a bang, and countless fragments shot out violently in all directions. Swoosh! Gu Fei hugged Yen and immediately used the desolate steps. With one step, he traveled 100 miles and dodged the attack. Rumble! The mountain that Gu Fei and Yen were on was hit by the fragments of the cauldron that fell from the sky. It collapsed in an instant, and the explosion of the cauldron formed a transparent circle of spatial ripples that spread outwards. At this time, all the heaven and earth phenomena disappeared. Even Yuan Hong, He Tian, Xiao Qing, and the others who were thousands of miles away felt the danger. Several fragments of the cauldron flew towards them, and each fragment was surrounded by mysterious and ancient runes. "Let's go!" Yuan Hong bellowed as he charged forward. He took out his golden spirit staff and swung it with both hands, smashing away a piece of debris. He Tian, Xiao Qing, and Balan hurriedly helped Xu Luqing and little Fatty Gu up, and dodged into the distance. Roar! Yuan Hong roared furiously. He was extremely ferocious as he smashed the second fragment with his cudgel. However, his hands that were holding onto the divine cudgel were oozing blood that flickered with a golden light. Even the rim of his bowl had cracked from the impact. At this moment, 9 balls of primal chaos divine light flew out from the destroyed cauldron. Each ball of primal chaos divine light was like a primal chaos divine sun, emitting the natural essence of primordial chaos. "The elixir is flying away, quick!" Yen was extremely nervous. The heaven-defying elixir contained fragments of Tao. When it was born, it had a trace of intelligence, and it wanted to fly away. "Don't worry." Gu Fei took a few steps forward and arrived at a nearby mountain. He put Yen down and soared into the sky, reaching his hand toward the sky. Whoosh! 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 The 9 chaotic divine lights immediately changed their trajectory and flew toward Gu Fei's palm, walking right into his trap. "This is my world. Trying to escape? Not so easy." Gu Fei was like an omnipotent god. He reached out and grabbed the 9 balls of chaotic divine light that were rushing towards him from all directions. He directly drew in the power of the world and used it to suppress the divine elixirs. The 9 elixir danced left and right in Gu Fei's palm, as if they were trying to escape, emitting a strong wave of spiritual qi. However, the waves of spiritual qi emitted from the elixir were quickly suppressed by the force of the world that Gu Fei had used. 9 chaotic divine pills appeared in Gu Fei's hand. Each of them was the size of a thumb, and they were densely covered in runes. The runes on the elixir were natural, as if they were created by the world, and there was a Taoist aura flowing around them. Chapter 1049. A heaven-defying divine pill was indeed heaven-defying. It was actually imprinted with countless natural Tao patterns, and every divine pill had Tao rhymes circulating on it. It was simply a carrier of the great Tao. It was hard to imagine what would happen if one consumed and refined such a divine pill. Would one's cultivation soar, or would one's body explode from the Tao energy contained in the divine pill? There was no perfect thing in the world. Even a heaven-defying divine pill had its flaws. The spiritual energy and Tao energy contained in a heaven-defying divine pill were simply too immense. One had to be very careful when refining it. If one was careless, one might end up with a broken body and soul. The fragments of the medicine cauldron fell everywhere in this small world. Like meteorites falling from the sky, loud noises could be heard everywhere in this small world. Many beautiful mountains were smashed by the fragments of the medicine cauldron. The mountains collapsed on the spot, turning into ruins. The fragments of the medicine cauldron contained the great Tao energy. Even Yuan Hong could only use the golden spirit cudgel in his hand to smash 2 such fragments before retreating. Yuan Hong's physical body was incomparably strong. His palms, which were holding the golden spirit cudgel, were split open by the impact. Golden divine blood seeped out. My medicine sovereign cauldron, Yen Er's heart ached. This medicine cauldron was the treasure of the Pill Cauldron Gate. It was a semi-sage artifact created by a semi-sage. The ancestors of the Pill Cauldron Gate had used this medicine cauldron to refine countless divine pills. With the destruction of the medicine sovereign cauldron, it would be impossible for Yen Er to refine more heaven-defying divine pills in the future because there was no second medicine sovereign cauldron in this world. However, at this time, Yen Er was thinking about the heaven-defying divine pill in Gu Fei's hands. Since he could refine a heaven-defying divine pill, even if she lost the medicine sovereign cauldron, it was worth it. The ancestors of the Pill Cauldron Gate had always aimed to refine a heaven-defying divine pill. However, in the past millions of years, not a single ancestor had been able to refine such a divine pill. Today, Yen Er and Gu Fei had joined hands to refine this legendary divine pill. No one could sit still. Yen Er was the first to charge forward, followed by Yuan Hong, He Tian, and Xiao Qing. They all charged toward Gu Fei. Chu Luqing did not lag behind. Even the little fatty Gu Xiaofeng flew up into the sky. Give them to me. Yen didn't stand on ceremony. She stretched out her hand, but Gu Fei dodged her hand. This made Yen Er angry, and her face turned red. Seeing Yen Er's adorable appearance, Gu Fei couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Yen Er took advantage of this opportunity and snatched the 9 heaven-defying divine pills from Gu Fei's hand. Her pretty face immediately bloomed with joy. Everyone's eyes lit up. In front of Yen Er, even 100 flowers paled in comparison. This is the legendary heaven-defying divine pill. Yen held the 9 divine pills in her hands. Her voice trembled with excitement. Even her hands were shaking. This divine pill actually triggered such a terrifying heavenly tribulation when it was being refined. It's really hard to imagine. Yuan Hong stared at the divine pills in Yen Er's hands. He was also extremely shocked. Even in the ancient times, no one has ever heard of a divine pill that could trigger a heavenly tribulation. He Tian murmured in shock. The birth of a divine pill was too shocking. Even the heavens and the earth produced strange phenomena. There were dragons and phoenixes circling around it. Everyone knew that this divine pill might really have a heaven-defying effect. It seems that I also contributed a lot. Do you want to share some with me? Gu Fei asked. This kind of divine pill was also very attractive to him. It could be said that he was the one who refined this divine pill. Of course, he knew the effect of this divine pill. A divine pill that contained fragments of the great Tao would make even a half-step saint go crazy. Yen thought for a while. Then, she took out 2 jade bottles and put 5 divine pills into one. She then plugged the bottle and passed it to Gu Fei. After Gu Fei took it, Yen Er put the remaining 4 divine pills into the second jade bottle and put it away carefully. You are really generous. You actually gave me 5 divine pills. Gu Fei said with a smile. Yen Er was very obsessed with the Tao of alchemy. Otherwise, she would not have thought of refining divine pills. This is what you deserve. Although Yen Er's heart ached, she knew very well that if it wasn't for Gu Fei who continued to refine the pill on her behalf, not only would she not be able to refine a heaven-defying pill, but she would also lose her life. The last step of refining the divine pills was absolutely impossible for Yen Er. She could not resist the terrifying heavenly tribulation. Boss, He Tian stared at the jade bottle in Gu Fei's hand, wishing that he could pounce forward and snatch it away. That was a heaven-defying divine pill. Just the smell of the medicinal fragrance was enough to make one's blood boil. If one were to consume such a divine pill, it would be difficult for their cultivation and strength to not soar immediately. It wasn't just Erebus, even little Qing and Baron were staring at Gu Fei eagerly. Alright, I am going to cultivate in seclusion. After obtaining the divine pills, Yen immediately found a place to cultivate in seclusion. She cultivated the Tao of alchemy. Although she needed pills to support her cultivation, she still needed them. On the pill cauldron path, if one had enough medicinal pills, one's cultivation could be described as advancing 1,000 miles in a day, and one's cultivation would rise very quickly. Yen wanted to use the heaven-defying divine pill to increase her cultivation. After she bid farewell, she found a valley in this small world and entered it. There's no need to rush. Gu Fei was speechless when he saw this. He knew Yen's personality. She was the kind of girl who would put her thoughts into action. Big brother, little Qing moved closer to Gu Fei. It would be a lie to say that he was not tempted by the heaven-defying divine pellet. No one could resist such a temptation. Gu Fei looked at Xiao Qing, then at He Tian and Balan. He then opened the bottle and poured out 3 divine pills. He gave one to Xiao Qing, He Tian, and Balan. Chu Luqing also wanted it, but before he could say anything, Erebus noticed him and sent him flying with a kick. Little Fatty looked at Gu Fei eagerly. There was no need to ask, he also wanted it. The divine pills were tempting. Only Yuan Hong regained his composure after the initial shock. Brother Monkey, just as Gu Fei was about to say something, Yuan Hong stretched out his hand to stop him. I appreciate your kind intentions. Although divine pills are good, I, Yuan Hong, do not need to rely on external items to improve my cultivation base. As the son of the sacred ape, who could stand shoulder to shoulder with a saint, Yuan Hong had his pride. Gu Fei wanted to take out another heaven-defying divine pill, but Yuan Hong didn't want it. Even Gu Fei couldn't help giving Yuan Hong a thumbs up. He was actually able to resist such a temptation. My father always said that if you want to reach the peak and become the strongest, you can only rely on your own efforts. Yuan Hong said. The sacred ape's words could not be wrong. Rely on yourself. Gu Fei sighed. He had never relied on anyone along the way. He had only achieved his current cultivation and strength through his own efforts. However, this divine pill contained fragments of the Great Path. This was an opportunity to comprehend the Tao. Consuming the divine elixir, refining it, and comprehending the fragments of the Great Path contained within the divine elixir, if he could comprehend the Tao rhythm, it would be of great significance to Gu Fei. He doesn't want it, but I want it. At this moment, Chu Luqing, who had been sent flying by Mahakala's kick, flew over again. However, he had only just gotten close when Mahakala's kick landed on his buttocks, sending him flying again like he was riding on a cloud. Ah! Hey Tian, I'm not done with you. Chu Luqing yelled in shock and anger. His body flailed uncontrollably as he fell from the sky. Chapter 1050. In the end, Yuan Hong did not ask for the heaven-defying divine pill. He wanted to walk his own path. He was the son of an old holy ape. Such an inheritance was no small matter. The golden holy ape was an existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the supreme sage. Even in the untainted land, it was an invincible expert that ruled the world. Chu Luqing did not ask for the heaven-defying divine pill from Gu Fei. Even Gu Xiaofeng, Gu Fei's grand disciple, was not given to Gu Fei. Gu Fei still had 2 heaven-defying elixirs in his hands. If he were to give such elixirs to little Fatty who was not even an immortal, it would only harm him. There was no way he could refine the spiritual power contained in the elixirs. The crowd gradually dispersed. Yen could not wait to find a place to cultivate in seclusion. Xiao Qing, He Tian, and Balan also occupied a spiritual land and went into seclusion. Gu Fei also wanted to cultivate in seclusion, but Yuan Hong was not in a hurry to go out. Instead, he walked into the depths of this small world and sat beside the largest divine spring of life in the depths of this small world. He breathed in and out the essence of life and began to cultivate. Even in the immemorial era, there were not many divine springs of life. Even the golden spiritual ape clan did not have any. However, there were a few in Gu Fei's inner world, which shocked Yuan Hong. Gu Fei did not go into seclusion in this small world. Instead, he entered the inner world that he had refined in the Naiwan Palace between his eyebrows. He controlled 3 great worlds. One of them was the small world that he had opened up when he refined the chaotic origin embryo. This small world gradually grew as Gu Fei's cultivation increased. Gu Fei entered this small world. This was a small world full of vitality. Although it was only a few hundred miles wide and had no sky or stars, there was a divine spring in the center of this small world that was spewing spiritual qi. This was the divine spring that Gu Fei had moved into his inner world. It was the existence of this divine spring that filled this small world with spiritual qi. This divine spring was gradually transforming into the ancestor vein of earth of this small world. The ancestor vein of earth was already in its embryonic form and was nurturing a dragon pearl. This would be the first connate divine beast to be born in this small world. Gu Fei stood in the void and looked down at this small world. He felt very satisfied. He could feel the pulse of this world. With a thought, a gust of wind suddenly appeared in this small world, wreaking havoc. With another thought, the gust of wind that was wreaking havoc in this small world suddenly disappeared. In this small world, Gu Fei was an omnipotent supreme god. When he wanted the wind to come, the wind would come. With a wave of his hand, heavenly thunder would rumble. With a stomp of his foot, the earth would tremble. Streams of earth qi would break out of the earth like dragons and rush into the sky. Gu Fei could control all kinds of heaven and earth power at will. He sensed the fluctuation of heaven and earth power in this small world and knew that the heaven and earth power in this small world could already trap and suppress a mighty. However, no mighty would be so stupid as to allow Gu Fei to take them into Gu Fei's inner world. Furthermore, the almighties of the current era possessed great strength and divine abilities. They had probably already opened their own inner worlds. Even if Gu Fei controlled the 3 great worlds, he still couldn't be compared to the almighties of the current era. Very soon, the various heaven and earth powers in this small world calmed down. Then, Gu Fei sat on the highest mountain in this small world and began to rest with his eyes closed. He wanted to adjust his body to its best state. Gu Fei didn't move and sat for 7 days and 7 nights. In this small world, there was no sky, no stars, and no sun. However, this small world had alternating nights and days. This small world would automatically adjust itself and pass time. Everything was growing in the direction of a perfect great world. On the 8th day, when this small world gradually brightened, Gu Fei let out a long breath of turbid air. Then, he woke up from his meditation and opened his eyes. It's time. Gu Fei's qi and blood were adjusted to their best state. His mind was clear and his state of mind was unprecedentedly calm. At this moment, Gu Fei's king martial body had reached a perfect level. He took out the jade bottle containing the heaven-defying divine pill and pulled out the stopper. A fragrant smell immediately floated out from the mouth of the bottle. The mouth of the bottle flickered with spiritual light and spiritual energy surged out. Gu Fei poured a divine pill onto his palm. The divine pill, which was covered in the patterns of the great Tao of the immortal Tao, emitted a layer of blurry divine light. The innate patterns of the great Tao on the divine pill seemed to be moving. The natural great Tao patterns were magnified infinitely under Gu Fei's martial path heavenly eye. It was as if they were imprinted in his eyes. The Tao patterns intertwined and the Tao rhymes circulated. Gu Fei stared at the heaven-defying divine pill in his hand in a daze. However, Gu Fei quickly regained his senses. Then, he plugged the mouth of the jade bottle and put it away. Then, he swallowed the heaven-defying divine pill in his hand. After Gu Fei swallowed the heaven-defying divine pill, he felt as if a divine fire was burning in his stomach. He didn't dare to be careless. He immediately used his mysterious art to refine the heaven-defying divine pill. Very quickly, a ball of 9-colored divine light appeared on Gu Fei's abdomen. Within the divine light, there seemed to be mysterious Tao patterns faintly appearing. Although they were blurry, there was a trace of Tao rhythm flowing within them. The spiritual energy and Tao rhymes contained in the heaven-defying divine pill gradually melted in Gu Fei's body. Gu Fei felt as if he had caught a trace of Tao rhymes. However, it was like the reflection of the moon in a mirror. Although he had sensed the great Tao, he couldn't grasp it or touch it. Gu Fei didn't expect to comprehend the Tao by relying on a heaven-defying divine pill. It wasn't realistic. After all, this wasn't the first time that a heaven-defying divine pill had appeared. The founding ancestor of the Pill Cauldron Gate had once refined a batch of heaven-defying divine pills. However, in the endless years, the Pill Cauldron Gate had never produced an extreme sage. There had only been one half-sage, and that half-sage was the founding ancestor of the Pill Cauldron Gate. If a heaven-defying divine pill could really help one comprehend their own great Tao, then someone from the Pill Cauldron Gate would definitely be able to conquer the world and become an invincible extreme sage. Although a heaven-defying divine pill could help one comprehend the great Tao, the probability of comprehending the great Tao was almost zero. The heaven-defying divine pill that Gu Fei had consumed was emitting a divine light. A divine sun seemed to appear in Gu Fei's abdomen, illuminating his entire body. Chapter 1051. Gu Fei's entire body was radiating divine light. Rays of divine light lingered around his body. Every bone and every strand of hair on his body was surging with essence. Bursts of explosive sounds came from within Gu Fei's body. All 365 acupuncture points on his body lit up. The vast medicinal power that surged out from his abdomen turned into a vast amount of psionic power that was drawn into all the acupuncture points in Gu Fei's body. However, very quickly, Gu Fei discovered that none of his 365 acupuncture points could contain such a huge amount of psionic power. Every acupuncture point was blossoming with a resplendent divine light. It was as if 365 suns had appeared on Gu Fei's body. The entire world was illuminated. The origin energy within his body was vast and mighty. His blood qi soared into the sky. The medicinal power is actually so powerful. Gu Fei was secretly alarmed. This heaven-defying divine pill was truly heaven-defying. Even his king martial body couldn't withstand it. His entire body felt as if it was about to explode. He felt pain all over his body. It was an intense pain. Every inch of his muscles felt like they were about to be torn apart. Every bone felt like it was about to shatter. Am I going to be reborn again? Gu Fei was in so much pain that he broke out in a cold sweat. His clothes were soaked in sweat. Every time his body couldn't contain more origin energy, his cultivation would reach a bottleneck. On the path of martial arts, one had to cultivate one's body. Only by transforming one's body could one accommodate more origin energy. This was a necessary step on the path of martial arts. Gu Fei clenched his teeth and endured. In the end, he couldn't help but groan in pain. His clothes turned to ash under the impact of the origin energy. Shocking cracks began to appear on his body. As the heaven-defying divine pill melted in Gu Fei's stomach, his body had reached its limit. His king martial body showed signs of collapsing. Moreover, this was just the beginning. Beams of divine light constantly rushed out from Gu Fei's body. They interweaved into a curtain of light around him, enveloping him within. This was the cocoon transformation technique of the martial way. Boundless divine power rippled out from Gu Fei's body. The mountain below him instantly collapsed, and the entire heaven and earth shook. Turning one's own essence qi into silk threads and interweaving them into a cocoon of light, wrapping one's body within it. This was the first step of the martial body's rebirth. At Gu Fei's level of cultivation, even if one's body suffered a devastating injury, one could still completely recover. The cocoon of light gradually grew larger and soon enveloped Gu Fei completely. The sound of wind and thunder rang out from within, breaking the peace of this small world. This was a divine cocoon, as if it was nurturing an unmatched deity. The powerful aura it released shook this entire small world. It was extremely terrifying. Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the divine cocoon, was experiencing another transformation of his martial body. He was already mentally prepared and did not panic. He circulated his supreme mystic art, guiding the medicinal power of the heaven-defying divine pill to flow throughout his body. He wanted to refine the psionic power contained in the divine pill before he could comprehend the Tao. Soon, Gu Fei's flesh and bones began to disintegrate. However, as his flesh and bones were disintegrating, new flesh and bones were reconstructed. This was a true rebirth. The flesh and bones of his entire body were reborn. Only those who had embarked on the martial path would use such a method. The new blood, flesh, tendons, and bones were stronger and could contain more essence energy. The process of rebirth was a long one. Time passed. Within Gu Fei's little world, his blood qi and essence qi were vast and mighty. The entire world paled in comparison. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days passed. There were still no changes to the divine cocoon. Gu Fei was still transforming. As time passed, the divine cocoon began to emit the aura of the great Tao. There were Tao runes circulating within. Could it be that Gu Fei had already begun to comprehend the Tao? No one knew. Even Gu Fei himself was a little dazed. He used the miraculous effects of the heaven-defying divine pill to temper his body. The heaven-defying divine pill contained a fragment of the great Tao. Although it was insignificant, it was an opportunity to comprehend the Tao. To Gu Fei, this was an opportunity that could only be chanced upon. 3 months passed. There were still no other movements from Gu Fei. 3 years passed. In this small world, there was still a mass of divine light floating. It was a divine cocoon. Gu Fei sat cross-legged for a full 10 years. In these 10 years, his body was constantly transforming. The heaven-defying divine pill could be said to be heaven-defying. The massive psionic power could change anyone's physique. In the last year, Gu Fei spent day and night comprehending the great Tao fragments contained in the heaven-defying divine pill. He wanted to comprehend the Tao that belonged to him. This was easier said than done. Even if there was a complete great Tao in front of him, Gu Fei would not be able to comprehend it. It would even be difficult for him to capture a trace of the great Tao. The great Tao of heaven and earth was illusory. It could not be seen or touched. It gave Gu Fei a feeling of helplessness. It was like a person facing a treasure but could not find the key to enter it. Right now, Gu Fei was in such a situation. The great Tao circulated around his body. However, no matter how calmly he tried to comprehend it, he could not grasp a trace of it. It was too difficult. Even so, Gu Fei's cultivation had soared to a level that people could only look up to in these 10 years. After the king martial body had transformed and reorganized countless times, he finally broke through to the celestial being realm. Right now, Gu Fei was a celestial being martial emperor. After the transformation, his martial body was the king martial body. His entire body contained endless explosive power. At this time, Gu Fei was listening to the great Tao heavenly voice. Traces of the great Tao appeared on his body. These were the natural Tao patterns that were originally imprinted on the heaven-defying divine pill. Each natural Tao pattern contained the power of the great Tao and emitted the aura of the great Tao. When the divine pill was refined, these natural Tao patterns were also refined. Gu Fei wanted to imprint these Tao patterns on the king martial body, but he failed. After the natural Tao patterns fell off the heaven-defying divine pill, they would quickly return to the world. It was difficult to retain them. Apart from his cultivation breaking through to the celestial being realm, he did not have any comprehension. He was unable to imprint the natural Tao patterns. This was undoubtedly a great loss. It was difficult to comprehend. Even if there was an opportunity to comprehend the great Tao, it was only an opportunity. An almost impossible opportunity to comprehend the great Tao. In the end, the divine cocoon wrapped around Gu Fei cracked. In the void of the 365 acupoints on Gu Fei's body, there was a clear figure sitting cross-legged. That was Gu Fei's life god. At this time, each life god was emitting a brilliant divine light, illuminating the world. Each life god gradually began to fade, and then disappeared, as if they had melted into the void. The life god disappeared, and the void of the acupoints also collapsed. An earth-shaking change occurred in Gu Fei's body. This change shocked even Gu Fei. He felt that the life god he had cultivated did not disappear, but had melted into every part of his body. The void of the acupoints did not disappear either, but connected together and melted into his body. At this moment, Gu Fei's Emperor Martial body was like a bottomless black hole that was constantly devouring the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The life god and the king martial body were perfectly integrated. At this time, Gu Fei could be considered to have refined his life into his body. Every inch of his flesh and blood, even every drop of blood, contained life. Even if Gu Fei was blasted into pieces, as long as there was a drop of blood, he could be reborn. He, who was at the first celestial being realm, had the strongest life force in the world. It's time to go out. After the transformation of Gu Fei's body was completely completed, he found a set of clean clothes and put them on. Then, he opened his inner world and walked out. Chapter 1052. As soon as Gu Fei walked out of his small world, He Tian, Shaoqing, Balan, Chu Luqing, and little fatty Gu Xiaofeng immediately sensed Gu Fei's presence and rushed out from all directions. Swish! A golden figure sitting cross-legged beside the largest heavenly spring of life in the depths of this divine land suddenly opened its eyes. Two rays of golden light shot out from its golden essence fiery eyes like rainbows. Are you out? Yuan Hong, the golden spirit ape, stood up from the ground. Golden light rippled all over his body like water waves, and golden runes circled around his body. Soon, the golden runes disappeared into Yuan Hong's body, and the surging golden essence qi also disappeared. His golden hair fluttered in the wind. It's been 10 years, Yuan Hong was a little reluctant to leave this place. Absorbing the life essence qi day and night had great benefits for him. Although it had only been 10 years, Yuan Hong's life aura was extremely powerful. 10 years of cultivation was comparable to hundreds of years of cultivation in the outside world. It's time to go out. Yuan Hong knew that he couldn't stay here forever. The cultivation method of the Golden Spirit Ape clan was somewhat similar to the path of martial arts. After 10 years of meditation, Yuan Hong's cultivation had reached a bottleneck. If he wanted to improve further, he would have to comprehend and break through in battle. Everyone rushed towards where Gu Fei was, but Yuan Hong was the last to arrive. Unbelievable. You actually broke through to the celestial being realm and became a martial monarch. Yuan Hong couldn't help but be shocked the moment he saw Gu Fei. Was the heaven-defying divine pill really that heaven-defying? Even Yuan Hong, the son of a sacred ape, couldn't help but be moved. It should be known that Gu Fei was only a mysterious change realm monarch 10 years ago. In just 10 short years, Gu Fei's cultivation had made such a shocking breakthrough. This was simply unimaginable. From the mysterious transformation realm to the celestial being realm, it only took 10 years. If this news were to spread, the entire heaven realm would be in an uproar. Even the most heaven-defying figure in the heavenly realm couldn't break through from the profound transformation realm to the emperor realm in 10 years. In fact, Gu Fei didn't expect this either. The cultivation of the martial path was incomparably difficult. Every time one's cultivation and strength increased by a realm, one would have to pay an unimaginable amount of effort and sweat. According to Gu Fei's estimation, it would take him at least 1,000 years to reach the celestial being realm from the fourth heaven of the mysterious transformation realm. But now, he only used 10 years. Boss, you're a heaven realm martial artist. After He Tian rushed over, he kept staring at Gu Fei. Yin-yang divine light flickered in his eyes. He was using the yin-yang divine eyes to examine Gu Fei. However, he was shocked to find that Gu Fei's body was like a boundless universe. Even the yin-yang divine eyes couldn't see through it. This made He Tian inexplicably shocked. How could this be? The yin-yang divine eyes could see through all illusions and point directly to the origin of all things in the world. But now, it failed. You guys, when Gu Fei sensed the auras of He Tian, Shaoqing, and Balan, he was equally shocked. Shaoqing and the others' cultivation had also broken through. Moreover, their cultivation had broken through the celestial being realm and became half-step almighties. And what shocked Gu Fei the most was that Yen was still in seclusion. He could sense a hidden power at Yen location. That power made Gu Fei's heart palpitate. Could it be that Yen was breaking through to the almighty realm? Thinking of this, Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved. The Tao of Alchemy Cauldron was really mysterious. Before Yen went into seclusion, her cultivation was only at the 9th heaven of immortal realm. But now, Yen-er's cultivation was definitely above his. Gu Fei couldn't help but be interested in the Tao of Alchemy Cauldron. Of course, he didn't want to cultivate the Alchemy Cauldron Gate, nor did he want to spend time on alchemy. There were 3,000 great Taos, and all of them could become saints. This saying couldn't be wrong. The Tao of Alchemy Cauldron also had the potential to become a saint. When Yen came out of seclusion, this world would give birth to a new empress. In the heaven realm, the current almighties were known as emperor-level experts. After Yen became an almighty, she would be an empress in the heaven realm. She could stand on the same level as the 5 directions Emperor Xian and the 4 great celestial emperors. She would stand at the peak of the cultivation world. Is the heaven-defying divine pill really so miraculous? Gu Fei looked at He Tian, Shaoqing, and Balan one by one. This couldn't be wrong. He Tian and the others' cultivation had not only broken through from the mysterious transformation realm to the celestial being realm, but they had also surpassed the celestial being realm. They were only one step away from becoming almighties. Now, He Tian, Shaoqing, and Balan all had the cultivation and strength of the quasi-emperor realm. Quasi-emperor experts who had surpassed the celestial being realm were targets that all the forces in the heaven realm wanted to rope in. People like them might become real emperors one day. Gu Fei and the others came to the front of the hall that stored all kinds of treasures. They took out the immortal wine that was stored in the cellar of the hall and drank to their heart's content. They exchanged cultivation experiences with each other. During the conversation, Gu Fei found out that he had been in seclusion for a long time. However, for cultivators, this period of time passed in the blink of an eye. At their level of cultivation, time was the most worthless thing. As long as there were no accidents, they could live as long as heaven and earth and could live forever. Immortals and gods were immortal, but this was not absolute. This kind of immortality was only used to describe the endless lifespan of immortals and gods. In the heaven realm, which was a world full of experts, immortals and gods were not rare. There were many people who could kill immortals and gods. Even an emperor could not guarantee that he would not encounter an invincible existence one day. Even invincible existences like the Supreme Almighties had disappeared in the dark ages of the late prehistoric era. It seemed that there was nothing in the world that could exist forever. Gu Fei had gained a lot of enlightenment. Although he did not gain enlightenment, his state of mind had undergone a leap. The improvement of his state of mind allowed him to control the new power within his body and adapt to the changes within. In the end, everyone got drunk. Even the little fatty Gu Xiaofeng was hugging a jar of immortal wine and collapsed under the table. He Tian, Shaoqing, and Balan were swaying left and right, on the verge of collapsing. The immortal wine that was stored in the treasury hall was, of course, not something ordinary immortal wine could compare to. This was an immortal treasure obtained by Li Xuandao, the old ancestor of the god race. If Li Xuandao was still alive, he would have been angered to death by Gu Fei and the others. Even he himself was reluctant to drink this immortal wine, but it was wasted by Gu Fei and the others. With the cultivation of Gu Fei and the others, it was impossible for them to get drunk. However, everyone was very clear that they were only temporarily indulging themselves. Once they left this divine land, what awaited them would inevitably be a cruel world. In this great era where the strong rose together, there would definitely be a series of battles. The road to sainthood was built with the flesh and blood of the opponent. Even the most outstanding geniuses could not guarantee that they would not fall. Gu Fei and the others were really drunk. It was not their bodies that were drunk, but their hearts. This was a rare moment of peace, and for them, it was extremely precious. Chapter 1053. As the sun rose from the east, Gu Fei's miniature world, which had already taken shape, began to flourish with life again. The cries of various birds and beasts could be heard from time to time in the forest, and there were immortal birds flying in the mountains. This miniature world had already given birth to a sun star. This sun star operated just like the sun star in the outside world. A day in the miniature world was the same as a day in the outside world. There wasn't much difference. A day in the miniature world was a day in the outside world. With Gu Fei's current strength, he could already control the time and space of this world. He could draw upon this world and create a space-time field. He could speed up or slow down the flow of time in the field. If Gu Fei was strong enough, he could flick a finger for 1,000 years or stop time. In the outside world, even legendary extreme Dao saints would find it difficult to do this. But in this miniature world, Gu Fei could control everything. He was the supreme god of this miniature world. We're going out. Everyone stood at the peak of a large mountain. Under the reflection of the morning sun, their shadows were elongated. Everyone had a different expression on their faces. 10 years had passed. Everyone was a bit nervous. They didn't know what the current situation was in the heavenly realm. They had entered this miniature world to avoid the eyes and ears of the major powers. After the battle between Little Pink Emperor and Violet Emperor, Yuan Hong realized that they were being watched. Therefore, he entered Gu Fei's miniature world to temporarily hide. At that time, the lost palace of the moon deities had appeared. The situation in the Eastern Earth was very complicated. Even Yuan Hong had to be careful. Some old antiques wouldn't be lenient just because he was the son of a holy ape. Are you ready? Gu Fei asked. Ready. He Tian and the others nodded. Apart from Yen, who was still in seclusion, everyone was present. The undying race was on standby in this miniature world. Even the little fatty was clamoring to go to the heaven realm to experience it. Of course, Gu Fei did not object. This little fatty was even more cunning than his father. Although Gu Fei didn't give little fatty the only heaven-defying divine pill he had, he did give little fatty one of the 9 transformations immortal pills he had refined before. Right now, the little fatty's cultivation had also reached a bottleneck. He was only one step away from becoming an immortal god. After his father, Gu Zhong, he would become the 3rd person in the world to become an immortal through martial arts. To little fatty, the 9th transformation immortal realm was the step that he could successfully take. When Gu Fei saw that everyone was ready, he began to draw upon the power of heaven and earth. The void in front of him trembled, and transparent ripples spread out like water. Swoosh! A void door appeared in the void in front of them. The aura of the outside world surged in from behind the door. It was the aura of the heaven realm. Ha! Heaven realm, old He, am back. He Tian laughed heartily. He rushed up from behind Gu Fei and directly passed through the void door in front of him. However, just as He Tian's figure disappeared behind the door, a terrifying destructive force suddenly exploded outside the void door without any warning. Roar! He Tian's scream came from outside. Everyone was inexplicably shocked. They didn't know what had happened. Could it be that He Tian was so unlucky that he encountered a strong enemy as soon as he went out? Was that even possible? No. This is the aura of the heavenly tribulation. Yuan Hong suddenly said with a grave expression. Swoosh. At this moment, a figure flashed in front of the void door. A black figure rushed in from outside. Behind the black figure was a sea of lightning that emitted a terrifying destructive aura. There was no sound of thunder, only resplendent lightning. Moreover, this lightning was in 5 colors. Rumble, 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 the entire world began to shake. Endless 5-colored lightning surged in from the outside world. The destructive power directly shook this part of the godly land. Gu Fei hurriedly moved to close the void door in front of him. However, he found that he couldn't close the door that connected to the outside world. Gu Fei couldn't help but turn pale. The void door in front of him collapsed under the silent 5-colored lightning. The void was collapsing, and the cracks were spreading rapidly. The vast might of the heavens and earth surged into this divine land from the shattered void. At this moment, everyone felt a terrifying pressure and threat that came from the heavens and earth. Damn, that damned He Tian. Everyone's expression changed. The heavenly tribulation that He Tian brought in seemed to be attracting their own heavenly tribulations. Everyone was implicated by He Tian. Their spiritual energy was vast and mighty. Rays of divine light rushed out of their bodies as if they were going to pass the tribulation together. Roar! Use the mountain and river cauldron to seal the void. Yuan Hong roared. His golden hair danced wildly in the wind. A golden spirit staff appeared in his hand as he charged forward. Bam! Yuan Hong's body surged with golden light as if he had turned into a god cast from gold. He smashed his staff forward, wanting to cut off the surging power of the heavenly tribulation. But the power of the heavenly tribulation was boundless and difficult to resist. Yuan Hong was directly sent flying. Countless 5-colored lightning wreaked havoc and chased after He Tian. Everywhere He Tian passed, mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. The 5-colored lightning silently destroyed everything. Gu Fei didn't dare to hesitate. He directly took out the mountain and river cauldron. An ancient cauldron rushed out from above his head. The power of heaven and earth surged in all directions as it suppressed the heavenly tribulation. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron hummed. The constantly collapsing void was immediately stabilized. The endless 5-colored lightning dissipated under the divine might of the mountain and river cauldron, turning into nothingness. The moment the sacred cauldron appeared, it immediately stabilized the world. The shattered void was rapidly mended. The 5-colored lightning was suppressed and the power of the heavenly tribulation was suppressed. As the void was constantly mended, the world was completely isolated from the outside world. The power of the heavenly tribulation could not enter this small world. Gu Fei heaved a sigh of relief. He extended his hand to wipe away the cold sweat that had seeped out of his forehead. The surging yuan qi in his body gradually calmed down as the pressure from the outside world disappeared. His heavenly tribulation had also been triggered. If he were to undergo the tribulation in this divine land, this small world would probably be destroyed by the heavenly tribulation. He Tian! Gu Fei roared angrily. This fellow was really asking for a beating. It would have been fine if he had undergone the tribulation himself, but he had nearly implicated everyone else. It had nearly destroyed this small world. Gu Fei had an urge to tear He Tian apart. However, this fellow had already rushed into the depths of this small world. He had jumped into a divine spring of life. More than a dozen five-colored lightning bolts were chasing after him. Boom! A large star rose from the divine spring of life. The vast and boundless power of the stars scattered the dozen five-colored lightning bolts that were bombarding down from the sky. Erebus had placed his almighty saint weapon in the divine spring of life, nourishing it with the endless life essence of the spring day and night. After 10 years, Erebus had actually refined this almighty saint weapon to an even greater level than before. Tian rushed out of the divine spring of life and arrived in front of Gu Fei and the others. His hair was disheveled and his face was pitch black. His clothes were tattered, and his skin was charred black. How unlucky! I didn't expect it to be the 5-elemental 5-sound tribulation lightning. Unlucky my ass. Gu Fei raised his leg and kicked this guy away. Everyone was almost killed by this guy. If not for Gu Fei having an extreme sacred tool like the mountain and river cauldron in his hands, everyone would have been finished. Everyone glared at him. Tian also knew that he had provoked everyone's anger. He had no choice but to swallow his anger and silently flew back from afar. Yuan Hong walked over and said, "We can't just go out like this." He had just collided with the power of the 5-tone tribulation lightning. This kind of tribulation lightning was impossible to shake because it was the might of the heaven and earth. What should we do? Everyone did not know what to do. They had overlooked a fatal problem. Outside was not the Tinglong continent, but the heaven realm. Although countless years had passed and the Great Desolation era was no more, the heaven realm had not been greatly affected by the dark turbulence. The laws of the heaven and earth had not changed much. Gu Fei and the others had used the power of the heaven-defying divine pill to increase their cultivation and strength by leaps and bounds. If it was outside, the heaven and earth would send heavenly tribulations when their cultivation broke through. However, everyone had broken through the shackles of cultivation in Gu Fei's inner world. This small world had not matured to the point where it could send heavenly tribulations for everyone. After discussing for a while, they decided to seal themselves. Gu Fei had the 9 secret words of martial Dao, which could seal his emperor martial body. Yuan Hong had the 9 secret words of martial Dao, which could also seal himself. Tian's origin was mysterious. Gu Fei and the others still could not figure out his background. However, they had gone through fire and water together, so they had developed a deep bond. Of course, this fellow knew how powerful it was, so he also used a secret technique to seal his cultivation. Xiaoqing and Balan had both been defeated by the old turtle. Who was the old turtle? He was the son of the supreme emperor of the dragon tribe, one of the 9 sacred dragons. The secret technique of the dragon tribe was not inferior to the sacred arts created by any supreme sage. Xiaoqing and Balan also used the sealing technique of the dragon tribe to seal their cultivation. As for the little fatty, Gu Xiaofeng, he was much more relaxed. That was because he simply did not need to fear the heavenly tribulation descending upon him. Unless his cultivation had already broken through to the immortal celestial realm. The problem was that the little fatty's cultivation had not even broken through to the supreme sacred realm. He was still at the peak demigod realm. This made Gu Fei speechless. 10 years was not a short period of time, but the little fatty's cultivation was still stuck at the demigod realm. Even Chu Liuqing's cultivation had broken through to the first layer in the past 10 years. It seemed like he had no idea how long it would take for him to reach the immortal celestial realm on his own. The 9 transformation immortal that Gu Fei had given him would be very useful. Chapter 1054. What's going on? How could this be? After everyone came out of Gu Fei's small world, they were immediately shocked by the scene in front of them. The sky was dark, and the whole world was covered in a gloomy fog. The valley no longer existed, and not even a blade of grass grew. A heart-palpitating aura of death shrouded this part of the world. There were many white bones scattered everywhere, and there was not a trace of vitality in the whole land. Look! Xiaoqing suddenly pointed to the distance and said. Everyone quickly looked in the direction that Xiao Qing was pointing. They saw that 1,000 miles ahead, the death chi soared into the sky, and there was a terrible evil aura lingering. The deathly gray chi of death mixed with black chi condensed into grayish-black clouds in the sky in front of them. Below the clouds, a huge city floated. That is, rays of blood-red light loomed above the dark ancient city. All the evil and death chi originated from the terrible city in the sky in front of them. It was a demon city full of death. The palace of the moon deities. How did it become like this? Everyone recognized the demon city floating in the sky. That demon city was the legendary palace of the moon deities that Gu Fei and the others had once broken into. What happened in the past 10 years? Gu Fei and the others could not help but be inexplicably shocked. When they entered the inner world, the palace of the moon deities was still sealed in the super divine array derived from the extreme divine array by the primordial emperor Xian. At this time, Gu Fei and the others could not feel any fluctuations of the power of the array. Someone had actually broken the super divine array laid down by the primordial emperor Xian. Below the giant city, the death chi was vast and mighty, and there was a blood-red demonic light flashing. There, the death chi soared to the sky, and white bones were piled up. There was actually a mountain of bones. Roar! While everyone was in shock, suddenly a roar sounded from below the giant city, and a terrible figure surrounded by death chi rushed out. It's the evil corpses of the city. How did these evil creatures come out? He Tian opened his yin-yang divine eyes and saw clearly that it was an ancient corpse wearing ancient clothes without a trace of life. When they broke into the palace of the moon deities, they were attacked by these ancient evil corpses. Gu Fei and the others were startled. They were well aware of how terrifying these evil corpses were. Among these evil corpses, there were experts who had fallen after the semi-sage realm. When a half-step saint fell and turned into an evil corpse, it was definitely the most terrifying evil creature in the world. The body of a half-step saint was comparable to a half-step saint tool. Even if it couldn't use all the divine abilities it had when it was alive, it could still kill an emperor-level expert. Although it was thousands of miles away, the ancient corpse seemed to have sensed the presence of Gu Fei's group. Roar! A terrifying demonic roar resounded. The ancient evil corpse released a monstrous death chi and pounced towards Gu Fei's group. Its murderous aura filled the air. A few roars could be vaguely heard from within the demon city. Humph! Yuan Hong coldly harumphed and rushed forward with the golden spirit rod in his hand. A golden divine light emitted from his body, illuminating the dark sky. The power of the metal element surged. The two clashed in an instant. Yuan Hong directly swung his rod towards the ancient evil corpse, but the ancient evil corpse didn't dodge and continued to pounce forward. Bam! The golden spirit cudgel swept across the ancient fiend corpse's waist and sent it flying. However, Yuan Hong was surprised to find that his cudgel didn't split the ancient fiend corpse into two. What a powerful body! Yuan Hong was secretly shocked. The golden spirit ape tribe's body was nourished by the metal element's energy day and night. It was as strong as a metal essence and had endless divine power. This ancient evil corpse was unharmed after taking a strike from Yuan Hong. Even Gu Fei and the others who knew Yuan Hong's strength were shocked. This ancient evil corpse was extremely terrifying. Take another strike from me. Yuan Hong quickly dodged the ancient evil corpse's attack and leaped up high. He swung the golden spirit rod with both hands and smashed it down on the ancient evil corpse's head. Boom! The golden spirit cudgel released a monstrous wave of the power of the 5 elements, and the entire void below was crushed. Rays of golden light shot out from the cudgel like divine rainbows. Even an ancient divine mountain would be smashed to pieces by this strike. They're all at the same level. They're only at the 3rd sky of Sky Realm, but their strength is already comparable to a supreme expert. He Tian's eyes were filled with yin and yang qi. He was extremely shocked. Bam! Yuan Hong's rod fiercely smashed onto the ancient fiend corpse's head. A series of bone-cracking sounds resounded as the ancient fiend corpse's head caved in from the strike. Black liquid splattered out. Swoosh! Just as Yuan Hong smashed into the ancient fiend corpse, one of the ancient fiend corpse's sharp claws also slashed Yuan Hong's body, tearing a large hole in the clothes on his chest. Yuan Hong flew backward and dodged the attack. He felt a burning pain in his chest and couldn't help but change his expression. The ancient evil corpse's poison was not to be underestimated. He looked down and saw 3 scratches on his abdomen, but there was no blood seeping out. He secretly let out a sigh of relief. Although the ancient evil corpse's body was strong, it couldn't break through Yuan Hong's defense. The ancient evil corpse was smashed into the ground by Yuan Hong's rod, creating a large pit. However, the ancient evil corpse still walked out from the pit. Its entire head was deformed by Yuan Hong's golden spirit rod, but it still didn't lose its ability to move. It once again soared up into the sky. The ancient evil corpse seemed to have locked onto Yuan Hong and directly pounced on him. Death Qi shrouded the entire area, causing the surrounding area to darken as if it had turned into a ghost realm. Boom! The golden divine flame engulfed the heavens and earth. Yuan Hong waited until the ancient evil corpse arrived before him before spitting out a stream of divine flame that instantly enveloped the ancient evil corpse. Roar! The ancient evil corpse roared as if it was extremely afraid of this divine flame. Endless death Qi spread out, but it was all refined by the divine flame. In just an instant, the ancient evil corpse was burned to ashes by the golden divine flame. Gu Fei's group was dumbfounded at this scene. No one had expected such an outcome. Yuan Hong's divine flame was too powerful. This was the metal divine flame that could refine all metals in this world. This was a secret technique of the Golden Spirit Ape tribe that could even burn the void. When Yuan Hong's divine flame burned the ancient fiend corpse into ashes, a series of roars came from the ancient city that was floating in the sky. Not good. The expressions of Gu Fei and the others immediately changed. Terrifying figures appeared in the ancient city ahead of them. The terrifying existences in the city were alarmed. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei's group retreated. Chapter 1055. The aura of death engulfed the land for thousands of miles. Gu Fei's group flew for a long distance, but they still couldn't escape from this lifeless area. After flying for thousands of miles, they landed on a barren mountain. There were dead trees everywhere on the mountain, and the ground was bare without any vegetation. What's going on? What's going on? Everyone was shocked. How could the ancient demonic corpses in the moon deity's palace leave the moon deity's palace? What had changed inside? No one knew, and they needed to find someone to ask. However, there was no sign of life in this dead area, not even a shadow could be seen. From the city of death, several powerful and terrifying figures rushed out, chasing after Gu Fei's group. However, after 1,000 miles, these terrifying creatures stopped. Although the ancient evil corpses could walk out of the city, they couldn't go too far. Gu Fei's group saw many skeletons along the way, along with many broken artifacts. Obviously, these bones belonged to cultivators. A great battle had taken place in this area, causing the mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. Many people died. Among the bones scattered on the ground, some were sparkling like jade, with immortal aura lingering around them. Some were black and shiny, with strands of demonic aura flowing around them. A great battle between immortals and demons took place here. He Tian asked. I can't believe there are demonic bones here. Yuan Hong frowned. Demons were the public enemy of the world, and they seemed to have missed a great battle. Suddenly, Gu Fei seemed to have sensed something. He soared into the sky from the peak of the mountain and flew forward. Everyone hurriedly followed. Yuan Hong seemed to have sensed something as well, and his expression became slightly strange. Boom! After flying for tens of miles, a muffled sound came from the depths of the mountain, causing the earth to tremble. Then, a black aura rushed out from the mountain. Swoosh! 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 A few dazzling rays of light chased after it. Each ray was tens of miles long, emitting a terrifying sword aura. Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved when he saw these sword lights that even the heavens and the earth lost their color. This kind of sword light seemed to come from the same source as the sword light of the Guangqing Celestial Sect, one of the three great Dao sects of the Tinglong continent. It's the people from the Heaven Realm Dao sect. He Tian said. The sword light soared into the sky, breaking through the layers of devil qi, directly towards a devil shadow in the middle of the devil qi. The sword light was like a dragon, twisting and dispersing the devil qi in the sky. Roar! The devil shadow in the devil qi let out an earth-shattering howl, and pitch-black devil fire surged out of the devil qi, instantly drowning the three sword lights. This great demon is not simple. Yuan Hong's battle intent was like a rainbow. He stopped in the air and his eyes of fire and gold shone brightly. His gaze pierced through the demonic flames. The demonic flames soared into the sky, causing the void to distort. No one dared to get close, so they stopped in the distance. The terrifying demonic energy surged out, and the three streaks of sword light danced left and right in the demonic flames. The light gradually dimmed. Humph! A mere sword immortal dares to provoke me. Die! The tall devil shadow strode in the demonic flames, and directly punched out, blasting away a sword light. The sword light was already showing signs of weakness under the burning of the demonic flames. Now that it was punched by the devil shadow, the old Taoist wrapped in the sword light was almost blasted out, and blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Once the unity of man and sword was broken, this old Taoist would also meet his end. Even a sword king in the mystic transformation realm is not a match for him. Gu Fei couldn't help but be surprised when he saw this scene. This devil shadow was indeed powerful, and even the three sword kings were at a disadvantage. Yuan Qian, die! An old Taoist priest shouted. The sword light vibrated, and endless sword qi shot out from the sword light. It pierced through the void, swept away the demonic fire, and rushed towards the demonic shadow in the demonic fire from all directions. Transforming the body into a sword, myriad swords returned to the origin. The other Taoist priests shouted as well. Boundless waves of sword energy erupted from his body. His entire body became transparent, before turning into a beam of sword light. Buzz! The sword light vibrated, and the entire heaven and earth trembled. The old Taoist turned into a sword, drawing on the power of the heaven and earth. The sword light directly shattered the void, pierced through the heaven and earth, and in an instant, arrived in front of the devil shadow. Whoosh! Where the sword light passed, an arm fell off. The devil shadow roared and flew backward. Drops of demonic blood fell from the sky. This demonic blood was difficult to evaporate even with the burning sky demonic flames. The people of the Heaven Realm Dao sects really have some skills. Seeing this scene, He Tian couldn't help but admire. The Heaven Realm Dao sects were said to be the orthodoxy passed down by ancestor Wu Dao. They were the orthodox celestial way of the three realms. The three great Dao sects of the Tinglong continent were actually not passed down by ancestor Wu Dao himself. The ancestors of the three great Dao sects had only obtained the Dao sect's methods by chance, and then founded the Guangqing Celestial Sect, the Qing Sect, and the Taishan Sect. One of the ancient powers of the Tinglong continent, the archaic Dao sect, originated from the Heaven Realm Dao sects. The roots of the ancient powers of the mortal world were in the Heaven Realm, so they did everything possible to find the path to heaven and return to the Heaven Realm. Demonic blood transformation technique. The devil shadow's arm was cut off, and he was instantly enraged. He immediately used the forbidden technique of the devil path. The demonic blood spurting out from the severed arm was immediately sent flying back. Every drop of demonic blood was emitting a black demonic light, and a terrifying demonic power was rapidly condensing. Boom! Endless demonic fire surged and condensed. A 10,000 feet tall demonic shadow appeared between the heavens and the earth. The entire world was shaken by the terrifying power of the demonic shadow. The three sword lights were sealed in the abdomen of the demonic shadow. Using the demonic shadow as a cauldron, the devil shadow wanted to obliterate the three mysterious transformation realm sword kings of the heaven realm Tao sects. Endless demonic fire burned, and the three sword lights gradually dimmed. If we don't make a move, those three guys are going to die. Hey Tian said. Cute ancestor Hey, then make a move. The little fatty looked at Hey Tian and said with a faint smile. Ancestor Hey is still cute. When Hey Tian heard this, a few black lines appeared on the top of his head. Actually, he was not black, but the little fatty did not want to call Hey Tian martial uncle. The name Ancestor Hey was given by the little fatty. Hey Tian was speechless. He could not really argue with the little fatty. As a senior, how could he lower himself to the same level as a junior? When Chu Luqing saw that Hey Tian was defeated, he would definitely laugh out loud. However, he did not dare to laugh now, because Hey Tian was already a half-step almighty, and he was still an immortal king of the mysterious transformation realm. Chapter 1056. Little fatty Gu Xiaofeng was really despicable. He actually gave Tianhe such a unique nickname. Ancestor Tianhe, the ancestor of the underhanded methods. Even though he knew he was being insulted, he still couldn't bring himself to do it. Hey Tian had nowhere to vent his anger, so when he saw the towering demonic figure in front of him that caused the weather to change color, he was immediately filled with anger, and directly rushed forward. I'll let you be arrogant. Hey Tian stretched out his hand. His right hand turned into a hand that covered the sky, enveloping the entire heaven and earth. Like 100,000 ancient divine mountains, it slammed down on the head of the demonic shadow. Who is it? A voice filled with both shock and anger rang out. The great demon who had transformed into a 10,000 feet tall shadow didn't expect that someone could be hiding nearby. There were only two possibilities. One was that these people had cultivated a secret skill that could conceal their aura. The second was that these people's cultivation was higher than his. Bam! Hey Tian did not say anything. He directly slammed his hand down. The vast power of yin and yang surged down from his hand. Yin and yang intertwined, and the great Tao seemed to appear under the hand. The 100,000-foot demonic shadow instantly became shorter. The 10,000-meter-tall demonic shadow, which looked like an unparalleled great demon, collapsed under my Tian's palm. The great demon's figure appeared in the void, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Swoosh! 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 The demonic shadow collapsed. The three sword lights that were sealed in the abdomen of the demonic shadow immediately rushed out. Sword chi rushed out and the dazzling sword lights dispersed the demonic chi that filled the sky. The three rays of sword light were like shooting stars chasing after the moon. In an instant, they arrived before the great demon, and then they sliced through him. Demonic blood splattered. The demonic body of the great demon was actually cut into three parts by the sword lights. Its head flew high into the sky, and demonic blood spewed out from its chest. The blood pillar was dozens of feet high. Humph! Still trying to escape? Hey Tian sneered. The great demon's head emitted a ball of bloody light. The bloody light wrapped around the great demon's head and shot up into the sky, trying to escape. However, Hey Tian stretched out his hand again and grabbed forward. The power of yin and yang intertwined in his palm. Lines of yin and yang essence qi intertwined in his palm. A heaven-devouring power immediately surged out of my Tian's palm and pulled back the demon's head, which was wrapped in the bloody light. Pooh! Hei Tian directly shattered the great demon's skull and extracted its soul. Then, he opened his mouth and swallowed the great demon's soul into his stomach. Hei Tian was truly unscrupulous to refine souls and turn them into his own strength. He even dared to do so in the presence of outsiders. Devouring other cultivators' divine souls was also a taboo in the heavenly realm. If there was a person who devoured other people's divine souls to increase his own cultivation, that person would definitely be the target of all cultivators. Devouring other people's divine souls to increase one's own cultivation made all cultivators feel threatened. Only people of the Devil Dao would do such a thing. After the Heaven Realm Dao Gate's 3 Sword Kings killed the demon's body, they no longer maintained the human sword unity state and appeared from the sword lights. These 3 people from the Heaven Realm Dao Gate were all old men wearing Daoist robes. The 3 Sword Kings all came from a branch of the Heaven Realm Dao Gate. Thank you for saving us, Senior. An old Daoist with sparse hair and a ruddy face walked forward and saluted Hei Tian. Hei Tian's cultivation was far above theirs, so they were very respectful. The hard fist is the hard truth. Xiaoqing couldn't help but sigh when he saw this scene. The reason why the 3 mysterious transformation realm Sword Kings were so respectful to Hei Tian was because Hei Tian's cultivation was higher than theirs. If Hei Tian's cultivation was lower than the 3 Sword Kings, then the 3 Sword Kings would probably pursue the crime of Hei Tian's divine souls. How could they be so polite? Hei Tian nodded carelessly with an arrogant look on his face. He didn't put these 3 Sword Kings in his eyes at all. Even though he had sealed his cultivation, these 3 Sword Kings were still not enough to deal with him. Cultivators who cultivated the Sword Dao were synonymous with strength. The path of Sword Dao focused on life and death. It was the life and death technique of Dao techniques. A successful sword cultivator with a sword in hand could break all kinds of divine abilities. Among cultivators of the same level, they were absolutely in existence of Emperor and rarely met a match. At this time, Gu Fei's group also came over. The 3 Sword Kings couldn't help but be startled when they saw Gu Fei's group. Aside from 2 of them, they couldn't see through the cultivation of the others. There was only one possibility, and that was that the other party's cultivation was much higher than theirs. When the 3 Sword Kings from the Heaven Realm Dao sect saw Gu Fei and the others, all of them were moved. There were actually so many experts appearing here, it really made them feel incomparably surprised. No one dared to go deep into the forbidden death zone. Even the legendary half-saints weren't willing to set foot inside. This was because there was a city of death with terrifying existences inside. Greetings, seniors. The 3 Sword Kings didn't dare to be negligent and promptly saluted everyone. I want to ask you a few things. Gu Fei directly asked the 3 mysterious transformation realm Sword Kings. He didn't like to beat around the bush. He couldn't wait to know what happened in the heavenly realm during these 10 years. Senior, please ask. We will tell you everything we know. The red-faced old Taoist priest replied. Gu Fei directly asked about the things he wanted to know. The 3 Sword Kings didn't dare to hide anything in front of everyone. They told Gu Fei everything he wanted to know in detail. Gu Fei and the others suddenly understood after listening. It turned out that 10 years ago, when Gu Fei and the others had just entered the inner world to hide from the eyes of the major forces, the old half-saint had invited 2 of his best friends, who were also half-saints, to come and find the primordial Emperor Xian. Their reason for looking for the primordial Emperor Xian was very simple. They wanted to take a look at the legendary palace of the moon deities. Of course, the primordial Emperor Xian was well aware that these old fellows wouldn't just take a look. They would probably break into the city and occupy it for themselves. The half-saints that the old man had invited were extremely powerful. One of them had a cultivation and strength above the old man's. This was an invincible existence among the half-saints. When these three people came together, they would be able to move unhindered throughout the heavenly realm and destroy a large sect. How could the primordial Emperor Xian have the ability to fight against these three people? These three legendary half-sages had even brought along a damaged supreme sacred weapon of the Great Path. Even the supreme grand array set up by immortal Emperor Yuan-gu with a corner of the supreme sacred array couldn't stop the three of them. Under the power of the incomplete extreme path sacred weapon, the primordial Emperor Xian only lasted for half an hour before it was broken. The primordial Emperor Xian had no choice but to compromise. However, just as the primordial Emperor Xian compromised with the three half-saints and entered the palace of the moon deities with them, a terrible thing happened. Ancient evil corpses with soaring death auras came out from all over the city. Chapter 1057. After the destruction of the Yuan ancient Emperor Xian's divine formation, the powerful figures who had been watching from the sidelines jumped out. 5 or 6 of the extinct half-sages came, and some of them were legendary existences who had already fallen. However, the evil spirits in the holy city were extremely terrifying. Even when the Emperor Xian and 3 other half-sages entered the holy city, they were almost completely annihilated. Only the 4 half-sages, including Yuan ancient Emperor Xian, managed to rush out of the holy city. One of the half-sages was even seriously injured. If it wasn't for the fact that the half-sage was holding a damaged extreme path sacred weapon, the 4 of them would have died inside. After this battle, the Yuan ancient Emperor Xian suffered heavy losses. Even his trusted general, Divine General Tian Xiong, was possessed by the evil spirits and fell in the holy city, becoming a puppet corpse general of the city. The major forces of the heaven realm didn't give up. Countless people attacked the holy city, but they all ended up with a tragic ending of corpses piling up like a mountain. The corpses piled up like a mountain below the holy city. Countless cultivators fell. During the last attack, even the demon emperor of the 100,000 Devil Mountains came. However, there was no suspense. Almost all the people who attacked the city died. Even the demon emperor of the 100,000 Devil Mountains was ambushed by the extreme path sacred evil spirit in the city. The evil spirit pounced on him and took his physical body, destroying both his body and soul. A human half-sage had his physical body smashed by a terrifying ancient corpse king that came out of the city. Only his primordial spirit managed to escape. In the end, everyone understood that unless an extreme path sacred evil spirit personally came, no one would be able to break into the holy city and obtain anything from it. Some cultivators who survived the holy city said that they saw a sacred mountain floating in the sky in the city. Above the sacred mountain, there was an extreme path sacred might lingering. There was a world inside the sacred city, but there was no sign that this sacred city was the legendary palace of the moon deities. Some people suspected that this was not the palace of the moon deities, but the city of a ruthless person in the primitive age. When the sage fell, his undying resentment turned into an evil spirit. After slaughtering countless cultivators, the evil spirit began to transform. The evil spirit used the body of the demon emperor to transform itself into a demon spirit. On the day that the devil spirit was born, the death chi soared to the sky. A holy city turned into a ghost city. Countless terrifying roars came from the ghost city, and could be heard from thousands of miles away. That day, the eastern lands were shaken, and the billions of living beings sensed an evil and dangerous aura. All of the cultivators of the eastern lands were restless, and even the primordial Emperor Xian had to activate a mountain-protecting grand formation. The entire eastern lands were on guard against a formidable enemy. With the ghost city as the center, endless death chi surged out in all directions. The entire heaven and earth darkened as the death chi enveloped everything within a radius of thousands of miles. In just a single day, the entire area turned into a land of death. Within a single day, all the flowers and trees that were enveloped by the death chi withered, and all the birds, beasts, insects, and fish died. This was the origin of this land of death. Ever since this land of death was formed, very few cultivators entered this area. However, the Devil Dao often appeared in this area. The Heaven Realm Dao Sect's 3 mysterious transformation realm Sword Kings were ambushing a demon named Yuan Qian here, but they didn't expect that this demon's cultivation had already broken through to the peak of the mysterious transformation realm. If it wasn't for the arrival of Gu Fei's group, the Heaven Realm Dao Sect's 3 Sword Kings would have fallen in this land of death and become one of the millions of bones. In the end, the Heaven Realm Dao Sect's 3 mysterious transformation realm Sword Kings bid farewell and left. From the 3 Sword Kings, Gu Fei learned about the major events that happened in the Heaven Realm in the past 10 years. In the Heaven Realm, experts from both the demon race and the human race had returned. The demon race in the Heaven Realm even spread the shocking news of the return of the Supreme Sovereign's son. The unparalleled Grand Emperor was the most powerful existence in the world. The Grand Emperor had 9 sons, who were known as the 9 Saint Dragons. Each Saint Dragon was comparable to a saint. Once one comprehended the Tao, one would become a saint. A saint who had comprehended the Tao to the great perfection realm was called an extreme Tao saint. Such an existence's Tao had already reached the end of the Tao. Hearing this news, Gu Fei's group was very happy. He asked Yuan Hong about the location of the demon race and planned to meet up with the old turtle first before making other plans. After walking out of the death region, Yuan Hong bid farewell and left. He wanted to return to the ancestral Emperor Mountain to recuperate his essence Qi and prepare for the heavenly tribulation. Although the heavenly tribulation of the third heavenly tribulation was only one of the 9 minor heavenly tribulations, it couldn't be neglected. Gu Fei's group also wanted to undergo the heavenly tribulation, but now was not the time. They still had to seal their bodies to prevent the aura after breaking through from leaking out of their bodies. The laws of heaven and earth in the Heaven Realm had not changed much compared to the Great Desolate Era. If Gu Fei's group unsealed their bodies, the heavenly tribulation would come at any time. "Boss, are we going to find the old turtle now?" He Tian asked. They stood on the peak of a mountain and looked at the southern sky. According to Yuan Hong, the dragon domain of the Heaven Realm was at the end of the southern sky. The distance from the eastern earth to the southern border was too far. Without the teleportation formation, it would take Gu Fei's group several years to reach the southern border from the eastern earth. The Heaven Realm was much larger than the human realm. Some people said that the Heaven Realm had no end. "It's too far," Xiao Qing said. "Yes. We have to go to the primordial Emperor Xian to borrow the teleportation formation," Gu Fei said. Without the interdomain teleportation formation, flying from the eastern earth to the southern border was a bit impractical. "You're crazy," Chu Luqing immediately cried out in alarm. The primordial Emperor Xian was a semi-sage who had already stepped on the path to sainthood. Going to borrow the teleportation formation from the primordial Emperor Xian? Don't even think about it. People of unknown origin simply couldn't get close to the celestial city of the primordial Emperor Xian. Although entering the celestial city is a bit risky, it's not impossible. He Tian muttered. He seemed to be very familiar with the Heaven Realm as he said such words. He. Once Ancestor He takes action, he will surely succeed. The little fatty came to be a bystander again. He Tian wrinkled his brows as soon as he heard the little fatty's voice. What a headache. If this hateful little fatty wasn't Gu Fei's grand disciple, He Tian would have already twisted his head off. Among us, you are the most familiar with the situation in the Eastern Earth. You lead the way, Gu Fei said to Chu Luqing. This, Chu Luqing couldn't help but hesitate. He didn't dare to refuse, but it wasn't that he didn't want to go to the celestial city. Chu Luqing didn't have a good impression of the primordial Emperor Xian. The primordial Emperor Xian compared himself to the legendary Supreme Heavenly Emperor. Even his divine city was changed to the celestial city. The ambition of the primordial Emperor Xian could be said to be very big. He wanted to rule the world. Even a sage would find it difficult to unify the heavenly realm. The primordial Emperor Xian could only settle in the Eastern Earth. If he wanted to rule the world, he would have to become an extreme sage first. What? He Tian's complexion immediately sank after seeing Chu Luqing's hesitation. A murderous aura surged from his body. He. Since you guys want to go to the Celestial City, then I have no other choice. In that case, I'll take you there. Chu Luqing hastily said after seeing that He Tian was going to kill him if he didn't agree. The situation was stronger than the person. Chu Luqing knew that he knew too many secrets of the opposite party. The opposite party absolutely wouldn't let him go that easily. Although going to the Celestial City was dangerous, it was also an opportunity for him to get rid of these people. Chu Luqing thought for a while and came up with an idea. Chapter 1058. Celestial City was located in a land of immortals. The mountains here were filled with lingering spiritual energy. A peerless dragon's vein was being nurtured under the ground. Even during the day, one could sometimes see the dragon's aura rushing out from the ground. It was as if there were many huge dragons hovering above the mountains. Such an area was only slightly inferior to the ancestral vein of the Eastern Land. In the entire Eastern Land, there was absolutely no other area like this. The peerless dragon's vein meandered for thousands of miles. It was the source of all the dragon's veins in this area. Celestial City was located on top of the dragon's vein. This was a huge city. Legend has it that when the ancient Emperor Xian underwent nirvana, he used his own inexhaustible spiritual energy to build this divine city. Emperor Xian had obviously succeeded in his nirvana. Thus, there was one more Emperor Xian in the world. Otherwise, there would be no Emperor Xian of the Eastern Land. Yuan Gu had achieved nirvana and become an emperor. This was an emperor city, not an immortal sacred city. Chu Luqing had stayed in the Eastern Land for more than 300 years. Naturally, he was very familiar with the Eastern Land. He had basically been to every place. Even if he hadn't been there before, he knew how to get there. Chu Luqing had never been to Celestial City before, but he knew where it was located. It wasn't difficult to find such a famous divine city in the Eastern Land. When the Eastern Land became the emperor of the primordial era, the human sects of the Eastern Land naturally submitted. These sects had to pay tribute to the Emperor Xian of the primordial era every year. Many important figures of the sects had come to Celestial City to pay homage to the Emperor Xian of the primordial era. Celestial City wasn't a place that just anyone could enter. This was the base camp of the Emperor Xian of the primordial era. The area with a radius of 10,000 miles was enveloped by a supreme divine formation. This divine formation was even more frightening than the one that had been laid down by the primordial era. This was because it could draw upon the power of the peerless dragon's vein. The power contained in the peerless dragon's vein was hard to estimate. If this kind of power were to explode, even the saints would have a change of expression. Gu Fei and the others appeared on top of a huge mountain. In front of them was the region enveloped by the divine formation. Judging from the current situation, it was basically impossible for them to enter the Celestial City without being noticed. He Tian opened his yin-yang divine eyes and observed the general trend of heaven and earth. His expression became extremely solemn. This was a place where true dragons could be born. Yuan Gu had actually found such a good place to build a divine city. The god city was placed on top of the dragon vein. Day and night, the power of the dragon vein was used to nourish the god city. This god city was even more terrifying than ordinary emperor city. The teleportation portal is in the city. Let's see what you guys can do about it. Chu Luqing thought to himself. He didn't want to come here, but he had to. The forces behind Chu Luqing had many grievances with the forces of the primordial Emperor Xian. Gosh! Monkey should also have an interdomain teleportation formation. Hei Tian suddenly came to a realization, and it was too late for regrets. They were giving up the easy part for the difficult part. Why didn't you say so earlier? Gu Fei had the urge to beat up Hei Tian again. This guy was really unreliable. He also knew how to observe the terrain. This kind of terrain was indescribably expensive. Any hole dug here would be a dragon's den. If an emperor of the mortal world was buried here, the dynasty would definitely be able to continue for thousands of generations and rule over a region. This was a treasure land that geomancers of the mortal world could only find once in their entire lives. It was no wonder that the primordial Emperor Xian dared to compare himself to the Heaven Emperor. What should we do now? Even Ancestor Hei is at a loss. The little fatty looked at Hei Tian and said with an innocent expression. He was a junior after all, so he didn't dare to be too excessive. I wonder who was the one who said that we can enter the celestial city at will. Chu Luqing muttered as he looked elsewhere. He was very proud of himself. It was rare to see Hei Tian suffer a setback. Why don't we go back and look for Monkey? Xiao Qing said. It was better to look for Yuan Hong than to take the risk of breaking through the divine formation in front. The divine formation was connected to the Earth's draconic chi. Even a semi-sage would lose his life if he broke through. Let's go to the nearby city first. I need to make some preparations. Hei Tian said after pondering for a long time. He really didn't have the confidence to break through such a divine formation. It was already impossible to go back and look for Yuan Hong now. Yuan Hong must have already closed the Ancestor King realm and was preparing to cross the heavenly tribulation. At this time, no one could contact Yuan Hong. Chu Luqing wanted to say something, but his lips moved a little. In the end, he didn't say anything and just led everyone to the nearby city. There was another city 1,000 miles away. This city was very old. Gu Fei and the others felt an incomparably ancient and vicissitude aura when they approached the city. The city walls had traces of erosion left behind by the passage of time. Overall, it could be considered as an intact city. Drift Cloud City was an ancient city in the Drift Cloud mountain range. No one knew when this ancient city came into being. The past of Drift Cloud City was a complete blank. The reason why this ancient city was called Drift Cloud City was because there would be colorful clouds floating above the city every night. At this time, it was evening. Gu Fei could already see the colorful clouds drifting across the sky above floating Cloud City from afar. The clouds were like immortal light, setting off a fairy-like atmosphere in the sky. The clouds are gathering. Could this ancient city be a divine city? Hei Tian couldn't help but murmur when he saw the phenomenon in the sky. Gu Fei and the others descended from the sky and walked towards the ancient city. When they arrived near the city gates, they were surprised to see that there were silver-armored immortal soldiers holding immortal weapons guarding the gates. Why would such a city be heavily guarded? There were many people going in and out of the city gates. It was obvious that they were the residents of the city. The silver-armored immortal soldiers didn't question them. However, the people in the city were very curious about the two silver-armored immortal soldiers guarding the city gate. From time to time, they would glance at the two silver-armored immortal soldiers standing on either side of the city gate. Gu Fei's group didn't have any misgivings and directly walked forward. As Gu Fei and the others gradually approached, the two motionless silver-armored immortal soldiers, who were like two statues, suddenly opened their eyes. For sharp gazes swept over Gu Fei and the others. Swoosh! When Gu Fei's group wanted to enter the city, the two silver-armored immortal soldiers by the city gate moved at the same time. With a flash, the two silver-armored immortal soldiers instantly blocked Gu Fei's group. Runes and immortal Tao energy were circulating around the immortal weapons in the hands of the silver-armored immortal soldiers. Go back to where you came from. Drift Cloud City is sealed. One of the silver-armored immortal soldiers said coldly and arrogantly. Humph. Gu Fei sneered. A puny immortal soldier actually dared to be so rude. He didn't stop and continued forward. With a single step, the expressions of the two immortal soldiers who blocked his path changed drastically. They cried out in shock as they were sent flying back into the city. Chapter 1059. In the eyes of the people in the Eastern Land, the silver-armored immortal soldiers were absolutely godlike existences. It was absolutely rare to see them. When the immortal soldiers arrived at Floating Cloud City, the whole city was in an uproar. However, as time went by, the silver-armored immortal soldiers had been stationed in the ancient city for 5 or 6 years, and the people in the city were already used to it. The practice of cultivation in the heavenly realm was very flourishing. The common people would think of ways to let their children enter the local cultivation sections. This was because once a person achieved the Tao, their chickens and dogs would ascend to the heavens. If a successful cultivator appeared in the family, the whole family would receive great benefits. Even if the cultivator couldn't become a cultivator, with the help of the family members who had already become cultivators, they could take medicinal pills to prolong their lives and live far longer than ordinary people. However, today, the god in people's eyes was sent flying by someone. He spat out blood and rolled on the ground, unable to stand up for a while. The people around the city gate who witnessed this scene were shocked. Someone actually dared to attack a god. Moreover, it seemed that even the two gods were no match for this young man. How could this be possible? Gu Fei ignored the gazes around him and strode into the city. The two silver-armored immortal soldiers on the ground wanted to stop him, but they found it impossible to use their celestial force. The silver-armored immortal soldiers suffered a great impact and were almost shattered. Their spirit was shaken, but their origin was not injured. Gu Fei was merciful. Otherwise, the two silver-armored immortal soldiers would have been killed. How could the silver-armored immortal soldiers offend a celestial being realm martial emperor? Just the aura that came out from Gu Fei was enough to send the silver-armored immortal soldiers flying. When one of the silver-armored immortal soldiers saw that he couldn't stop Gu Fei, he quickly took out a jade talisman and crushed it. A divine light suddenly soared into the sky and instantly flew into the ancient city. Oh! Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. Do you want to call for help? He Tian said with a disdainful smile. What kind of expert could there be in a small ancient city? Suddenly, He Tian's expression turned solemn. At this time, an obscure aura came from the depths of the ancient city. This aura made him feel danger. Yuangu Emperor Xian actually sent troops to guard this ancient city. Could there be something important in the city? Xiao Qing said. He also sensed the dangerous aura that was like a terrifying beast lurking in the city. Who's causing trouble? A calm voice came from the depths of the ancient city. Then, from the direction of the city lord's mansion, a purple aura rushed out. A purple figure stepped in the void, heading towards Gu Fei and the others. The entire sky was shrouded in purple qi. It's him. When Gu Fei saw this person, his pupils involuntarily shrank. This person was the son of the primordial Emperor Xian, the Violet Emperor, who had fought endlessly with the golden-winged Little Ping Emperor of the Tianping clan 10 years ago. What exactly was in this ancient city that even the son of the primordial Emperor Xian had to oversee it? It's you guys. Under the shroud of purple qi, the Violet Emperor looked like a true immortal from the 9th heaven who had descended to the mortal world. When the residents of the city saw this scene, many of them knelt on the spot and kowtowed to the Violet Emperor in the sky. An immortal aura spread out from the Violet Emperor's body. In the eyes of mortals, he was a supreme deity, causing the mortals in the city to feel uneasy. The might of an immortal god had awed the mortals in the entire ancient city. However, this immortal aura of the Violet Emperor was nothing in the eyes of Gu Fei and the others. You recognize us? Gu Fei stood on the street in the city, looking up at the Violet Emperor, the son of the primordial Emperor Xian, with a calm expression. I still remember the few people who were with the golden-winged little pink emperor 10 years ago. The violet emperor's gaze swept across Gu Fei and the others. Hee hee. He Tian chuckled and walked over. He looked up at the violet emperor and said, "What happened to the golden-winged little pink emperor in the end? I really want to know." In that battle, the golden-winged little pink emperor was unparalleled and insufferably arrogant. However, he was defeated by the violet emperor and chased after by the violet emperor. It was unknown whether the violet emperor had caught up to the little pink emperor or not. Humph. He has the speed of a sky ping. What can he do? The violet emperor's expression was unsightly. He had mastered 2 heaven-defying secret arts, but the little pink emperor had escaped. It was not a good feeling. Hee hee. So that's how it is. He Tian said. The golden-winged little pink emperor was extremely arrogant. Back then, He Tian had been very unhappy with this big bird. It was rare for the bird to be beaten up so badly by the violet emperor. What? Do you want to stand up for the golden-winged little pink emperor? The violet emperor didn't dare to be negligent. These people's cultivation was very frightening. 3 of them seemed to have broken through the celestial being realm and become half-step almighty. Stand up for that birdman. Don't joke around. He Tian said disdainfully. He already didn't like the little pink emperor the moment he saw him. He wouldn't stand up for the golden-winged little pink emperor no matter who he stood up for. Then you guys. The violet emperor was still on guard. Purple chi curled up around his body. Immortal energy was circulating rapidly in his body. An unconcealable battle intent seeped out from his body. Those who come from afar are guests. Is this how you treat your guests? At this time, Gu Fei spoke. So what if the Emperor Xian was the son of the primordial era's Emperor Xian? He didn't care. The violet emperor pondered for a moment and then said, "It was my negligence." "Everyone, please," he said as he led the way. Gu Fei and the others immediately soared into the sky and followed behind the violet emperor towards the depths of the ancient city. The ancient city wasn't that big. Compared to the celestial city of the primordial era's Emperor Xian, the difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. However, even though the ancient city wasn't that big, Gu Fei could still feel the exuberant human presence. There were at least 90,000 mortals in the city, if not 100,000. This made Gu Fei a little surprised. Floating Cloud City was located in the middle of a mountain, far away from other cities. There were very few people in the vicinity, but there were so many people hidden in the mountains. The ancient city's lord's residence was very simple and crude. There weren't many furnishings. After Gu Fei and the others sat down, someone served tea. A fragrant scent lingered in the main hall of the city's lord's residence. The Violet Emperor sat on the throne in the middle of the main hall. "May I know why everyone has come to Floating Cloud City?" The Violet Emperor didn't beat around the bush and directly asked about the purpose of Gu Fei's group. "Brother Yuan, to tell you the truth, we have come to see if there is a transmission array in this city." Gu Fei also didn't hide anything. The son of the primordial era's Emperor Xian was named Yuan Gu. Chapter 1060. Although the Eastern Earth was vast, it was just a corner of the endless heaven realm. Mortals would never be able to leave the Eastern Earth. Even immortals would need a lot of time to leave the Eastern Earth. Gu Fei wanted to find a teleportation array, which meant that he had to leave the Eastern Earth. How could the shrewd Purple Emperor Yuange not understand Gu Fei's intentions? Hee. We want to leave. Please make things convenient for us, Brother Yuan. He Tian said with a smile. Where do you want to go? Purple Emperor Yuange thought for a moment and said. He was secretly relieved when he saw that Gu Fei and the others didn't have any hostility. Something had happened in the ancient city, and the Purple Emperor didn't want to cause trouble at this time. We want to visit a good friend in the southern region. Gu Fei said. He wasn't lying. He had gone through life and death with Old Tortoise. Not only were they good friends, but they were also good brothers. The southern region. The Purple Emperor was startled. The southern region was the territory of the Southern Mountains God Emperor. Could these people be related to the Southern Mountains God Emperor Zhangshao? The Southern Mountains God Emperor Zhangshao had once descended to the Eastern Earth and fought with the Eastern Earth Emperor Xian, Yuangu. As the son of Yuangu Emperor Xian, the Purple Emperor naturally knew about the battle. The battle between Yuangu and Zhangshao had shocked all directions. The battle lasted for 10 days and 10 nights, and the area within 1,000,000 miles was turned into ruins. The battle between Emperor-level experts had destroyed a region. In the end, the Southern Mountains God Emperor Zhangshao was defeated by the Eastern Earth Emperor Xian and was driven away by the Eastern Earth Emperor Yuangu. It could be said that the Southern Mountains God Emperor and the Eastern Earth Emperor Xian were like fire and water. The Southern Mountains God Emperor even said that if the people of Yuangu Emperor Xian dared to take a step into the Southern Mountains, they would be killed without mercy. Emperor Xian was also very afraid of the Southern Mountains God Emperor Zhangshao because there was a terrifying force behind Zhangshao. Zhangzhao's family might even have a half-sage. The 5 Emperor Xian and the 4 great God Emperors all had their own huge forces and were heroes of their own regions. This was especially true for the Southern Mountains. The situation in that vast region was even more complicated. The endless mountain range of the Southern Mountains was occupied by the 100,000 demon mountains by the demons. At the end of the southern sky was the dragon domain of the heaven realm. In the vast south, there were 3 superpowers. Thus, the Southern Mountains was the most chaotic region in the heaven realm. The devils of the 100,000 devil mountains would come out from the 100,000 devil mountains from time to time. Although the Southern Mountains God Emperor was guarding the Southern Mountains, there was also the existence of the Demon Emperor in the 100,000 devil mountains. Only when the Southern Mountains God Emperor joined forces with the heaven realms long did they manage to intimidate the devils in the 100,000 devil mountains. The devils of the 100,000 devil mountains did not dare to walk out of the 100,000 devil mountains. Demons, humans, and dragons fought against each other for eternity in the Nanling Mountains. As they often fought against the demons, the Nanling Mountains cultivators had far more combat experience than the cultivators of other regions. The Southern Mountains God Emperor had gathered a group of valiant battle maniacs. Could it be that Brother Gu wants to pay a visit to the dragon race? The Violet Emperor asked as he glanced at Xiaoqing, who was sitting beside Gu Fei. Xiaoqing's body was shrouded in dragon energy. The aura of a true dragon couldn't be faked. The Violet Emperor was even more certain of his guess. Yes. You can say that. Gu Fei nodded and said, I hope that Brother Yuan can help me with this small favor. I will definitely repay you generously in the future. He Tian, Xiaoqing, and the others looked at the Violet Emperor, who was sitting on the throne. The Violet Emperor fell into deep thought. After a while, he said, I really want to help you, but I can't leave this city right now. What's going on? Gu Fei was a little stunned. Could there really be some unknown secret hidden in this ancient city? Otherwise, why would the Violet Emperor, the son of Yuangu, be overseeing this ancient city? This is our internal matter. Please forgive me for not being able to comment. The Violet Emperor Yuangu said. Gu Fei and the others didn't pursue the matter. After all, this was someone else's matter. Moreover, the Violet Emperor didn't have much of a relationship with them. How about this? You can take my token and go to a city called Starfall City 3,000 miles away. There is a teleportation array there that can send you out of the Eastern Earth. This, everyone couldn't help but look at each other in surprise. They didn't expect the Violet Emperor to be willing to help them. This way, they wouldn't have to go to the Celestial City. Then, the Violet Emperor handed a white jade token to Gu Fei. This was a token refined from a goat-fat jade. There was the word "order" on the front and an image of auspicious clouds on the back. The word "order" was written in iron and silver, and there seemed to be an indescribable aura circulating around it. As soon as the token was in his hand, Gu Fei knew that this token was definitely not made by the Violet Emperor. The Violet Emperor didn't have the ability to refine such a token. Obviously, this token was personally refined by the Primordial Emperor Xian. It was used to transmit orders. Once the token arrived, apart from the Primordial Emperor Xian and his son, everyone else had to obey the orders. "Thank you, Brother Yuan." Gu Fei put away the token, stood up from his seat, and cupped his hands towards the Violet Emperor Yuan Gu. "You're welcome." The Violet Emperor didn't seem to want to talk much with Gu Fei and the others. Gu Fei had already noticed that the Violet Emperor Yuan Gu wanted them to leave as soon as possible. Although he didn't say it out loud, his tone and expression showed that he wanted them to leave. "We'll take our leave." Gu Fei immediately bid farewell to the Violet Emperor. It seemed that something had really happened in this ancient city, so much so that the Violet Emperor was a little impatient. "I still have something to do, so I won't see you off," the Violet Emperor said as he stood up from his seat. "See you again." The crowd cupped their hands towards the Violet Emperor. "See you again." The Violet Emperor also cupped his hands towards the crowd. Gu Fei and the others immediately walked out of the City Lord Palace, flew out of Floating Cloud City, and disappeared into the void at the end of the horizon. The Violet Emperor sat back on his throne after seeing that Gu Fei and the others had left. He secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He couldn't afford to make any mistakes at this time. Bam! Not long after Gu Fei and the others had left, a muffled sound suddenly came from the area where the ancient city was sitting. Everyone within a radius of 10,000 miles could feel the vibration coming from under their feet. "Report!" A loud shout came from outside the main hall as an immortal stood outside. "Speak," the Violet Emperor said. "Your Highness, the seal has loosened." The immortal outside the main hall seemed to be a little frightened. "What?" When the Purple Emperor Yuanga heard this, his expression immediately changed. He suddenly stood up from his seat and rushed out. Bam! Just as the Violet Emperor rushed out of the City Lord Palace, another muffled sound came from the ground. The residents of the entire ancient city were alarmed. They all walked out of their houses and gathered in the spacious area. Chapter 1061. Something is about to happen in Floating Cloud City. Gu Fei and the others did not really leave. They once again sensed the fierce and evil aura. This aura could not have been emitted by the Purple Emperor Yuanga. This ancient city seems to have some secret. He Tian stood high in the sky and opened his yin-yang godly eyes. The power of yin lingered in his left eye, like a black moon floating and sinking, while his right eye was as bright as the sun, emitting streams of true yang qi. The power of yin and yang intertwined in He Tian's eyes. In his eyes, faint and illusory Tao patterns were faintly discernible. His gaze pierced through the void, saw through the nothingness, and saw the entire ancient city in his eyes. "I can't see through it, I actually can't see through it." Soon, He Tian's expression changed. His yin-yang godly eyes, which was said to be able to see through everything in the world and point directly to the origin of everything in the world, actually lost its effect at this time. This was already the second time that He Tian encountered such a thing. What's going on? Everyone looked at Mahakala in shock. Could it be that there was an existence comparable to an extreme-grade saint hiding in the city? Or was there a saint hiding in the city to conceal everything? In the untainted land, thousands of races flourished. Among some powerful races, there were generally existences comparable to sages presiding over their own race to deter all other races. Among the untainted land's human race, there were also many sages. There were even a few sages with perfect great ways, and there were even more sages with incomplete great ways. In the untainted land, the human race showed great potential, faintly suppressing the tens of thousands of races in the untainted land. That was the most prosperous period of the human race, when no other race could compare. However, with the arrival of the Dark Ages in the later period of the untainted land, the tens of thousands of races in the untainted land gradually declined. In the end, even the untainted land collapsed. No one knew what happened at the last moment of the untainted land. They only knew that at that time, there was a rain of blood. That was the blood of immortals and gods. The untainted land was devastated, and the corpses of various races were piled up like mountains. Some of the lucky survivors of the later period of the primordial world didn't want to think about what had happened. It was too terrifying. Immortals and gods died constantly, and even saints were bathed in blood. The matters of the great desolate world were too distant for Gu Fei. There was no need for them to deliberately pursue the matters of the desolate era. They only needed to grasp the present. This ancient city is most likely a city from the antiquity era. Gu Fei suddenly said. Even his martial Dao heavenly eye couldn't see through the ancient city in front of him. However, Gu Fei had seen many ancient cities. The architectural layout of this ancient city was similar to some of the ancient cities he had seen, but Gu Fei couldn't be sure. This type of city is most likely inauspicious omens. How could there be people living here? He Tian said. This really was too strange. The city was bustling with activity, tens of thousands of residents living here. Hearing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but shiver inwardly. He Tian's words were not wrong. He had seen many ancient cities, and almost all of them were ominous cities. You could only enter, but you couldn't leave. Rushing in would only be courting death. Back then, Gu Fei also encountered an ancient city in the virtual sky world. It was an ancient and ominous city. Not only was it extremely dangerous, but it was also guarded by corpse soldiers and corpse generals. If it weren't for the old tortoise, he would have died in that ancient and ominous city in the virtual sky world. Even now, Gu Fei's heart still palpitated when he thought about what had happened in that ominous city. That time, it could be said that he had narrowly escaped death. Many people from the three great Taoist sects had perished in that ominous city. The current holy city in the Eastern Earth was a very good example. There were terrifying ancient evil corpses in the city, as well as evil spirits formed from the undying resentment of fallen saints. After massacring tens of thousands of creatures, the evil spirits in the holy city also transformed into a devil spirit that even half-saints had to retreat from. No one dared to have any ideas about that dead city anymore. The ancient city in front of him had definitely existed for countless years, but it was abnormal. There were no ominous omens, and instead, it was bustling with activity. This itself made Gu Fei feel very strange. It's too strange. Gu Fei also couldn't make sense of it, but he faintly felt that something was about to happen. Something seemed to be reviving in the city, which made him a little uneasy. This is the matter of Zi Huang and the others. Let's not get involved. Chu Luqing said. He didn't want to complicate matters. Right now, it seemed that a great storm was brewing in the Eastern Earth. Moreover, the forces that Chu Luqing belonged to and the forces of Yuangu Emperor Xian originally had grievances. Chu Luqing was happy that Zi Huang and the others were in trouble, so how could he stay and help Zi Huang? However, Chu Luqing was very depressed because no one was listening to him, and no one cared about his views. Everyone treated him as if he was invisible, even that little fatty didn't pay attention to him. What do you say? Gu Fei asked Shaoqing. Big brother, you decide. Shaoqing said. Although he really wanted to see his cheat master, he also knew that it couldn't be rushed. The distance between the Eastern Earth and the southern region was too far. If they didn't use the teleportation formation, even a celestial being realm emperor would have to fly non-stop for several years to get there. Let's wait and see. Gu Fei thought for a moment and felt that it was best to say so. He didn't want to leave just like that. On the path of cultivation, one had to experience all kinds of things to temper themselves. Since something had happened, then he would wait and see what it was. Gu Fei and the others found a valley nearby and temporarily settled down there. It was evening, the time when all kinds of creatures should be returning to their nests. However, the mountains were very quiet, and not a single creature could be seen, not even a bird returning to its nest. The sky and earth began to darken, and the night gradually arrived. The insects that were often heard at night were no longer chirping. All the creatures in the area seemed to have run away or gone into hiding. It was an absolutely silent night, and the air seemed to have frozen. Not a single breath of wind blew into the valley. Gu Fei stood on a mountain peak next to the valley, looking at the ancient city in front of him. He found that as soon as night fell, the city quickly quieted down. All the doors and windows were closed, and there wasn't even a shadow of a person on the streets. In the sky above the ancient city, silver-armored immortal soldiers flew by from time to time, as if patrolling. At this time, Xiaoqing, Balan, He Tian, Chu Luqing, and Fatty were sitting cross-legged in the valley, absorbing the spirit qi of heaven and earth and cultivating. Gu Fei was about to return to the valley when he was shocked to find that the two silver-armored immortal soldiers who were patrolling the ancient city had suddenly disappeared. What's going on? The silver-armored immortal soldiers were the most eye-catching in the dark night. Even with Gu Fei's eyesight, he couldn't see how the two silver-armored immortal soldiers disappeared. Roar! At this time, an angry roar came from the city lord's mansion in the ancient city. A purple chi rushed out of the mansion, and a purple figure suddenly pounced toward a corner of the city. Swoosh! A monster shrouded in black chi rushed out of that dark corner of the city. The monster was still holding the corpse of the silver-armored immortal soldier, and it was chewing on it. Gu Fei was shocked to see this scene from the mountain peak. The monster was covered in black hair, and its blood-red eyes were emitting an ominous glint. Blood was flowing out of its bloody mouth. The monster was chewing on the silver-armored immortal soldier. To be able to silently kill the two silver-armored immortal soldiers and chew on their corpses, this monster was definitely stronger than an ordinary immortal. Gu Fei could also sense a demonic energy from the monster. This monster seemed to be a demonic creature that had been demonized. It was ferocious and terrifying. Die, evil creature! The purple emperor Yuanga roared and raised his hand to shoot out 10 beams of purple divine light, which tore through the void and rushed toward the monster that rushed out of the darkness. Swoosh! The monster seemed to know how powerful the purple emperor was, so it didn't face the emperor head-on. Instead, it retreated into the darkness. With a bang, it broke through the wall and rushed out of the city. The residents of the city were alarmed by the commotion. Still want to escape? The purple emperor strode through the void. He had mastered one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the anti-void secret art. It was as if he had merged with the void of heaven and earth. His speed wasn't inferior to Gu Fei's 8 steps extreme speed. Refine the mind to return to the void, merging the body with the void. Such a secret art could indeed increase one's speed to the limit. The 10 divine lights caught up to the monster in the blink of an eye and pierced through its body, instantly slicing it into a dozen pieces. The purple emperor's cultivation seems to be even stronger than 10 years ago. Gu Fei couldn't help but shiver when he saw this scene. 10 years ago, the purple emperor was able to defeat the little golden ping emperor of the sky ping race. 10 years later, what level had his cultivation reached? With the arrival of the Great Era, such a character was very likely to become his opponent. Gu Fei felt an unprecedented pressure from the purple emperor. The path of Tao confirmation wouldn't be lonely. There would be a mountain of corpses on the path of Tao confirmation. Whoever survived would have a chance at Tao confirmation. Gu Fei was filled with anticipation. Thinking of this made his battle blood boil. In the city, the purple emperor, who had just killed the monster, suddenly sensed something. He turned around and looked at a mountain 1,000 miles away from the city. There was no one on the mountain. What's going on? Why did I feel like I was being watched? The Purple Emperor Yuenga muttered to himself. In that instant, he had felt a trace of energy. Did someone discover the secret of this place? The Purple Emperor's eyes flickered with purple light. He rushed up into the sky, his eyes scanning the surroundings. However, he couldn't find anything. That trace of extremely weak energy only appeared for a moment before disappearing completely. At this time, more than a dozen silver-armored immortal soldiers rushed out from all over the city. They arrived at the place where the Purple Emperor killed the monster and began to clean up the scene. Chapter 1062. Under the moonlight, the ancient city quickly calmed down as if nothing had happened. The Violet Emperor also returned to the mansion and the silver-armored immortal soldiers also dispersed. At this time, Gu Fei also returned to the valley. He retracted his aura so that even the Violet Emperor couldn't sense his existence. There is indeed something strange in the city. A demonic creature actually appeared. Could it be? Gu Fei's expression changed when he thought of a possibility. That shouldn't have happened, right? At this time, he felt uneasy. Anything related to demonic creatures was not a good thing. The night passed peacefully. When the first light of dawn appeared, the ancient city gradually became noisy. The residents of the city came out of their residences. The ancient city that had been silent for a night became lively again. Gu Fei stood on the peak of the mountain. He couldn't help but be a bit surprised to see that there was no commotion in the city. Moreover, it seemed that no one mentioned what happened last night. One had to know that when the monster escaped, it crashed into many houses. Many people were killed on the spot by the collapsed houses while they were sleeping, and many people were injured. Such a big change alarmed many people. They rushed out and saw the terrifying scene. Some even saw the monster. However, it was very strange. The people in the city seemed to have forgotten what happened last night. This surprised Gu Fei. How could this be? He remembered what happened in Fallen Moon City. The Heaven Realm's Fallen Moon City was the first city that Gu Fei entered after entering the Heaven Realm. This city was also very strange. When night fell, all the residents in the city would fall into a deep sleep, and no matter how much he called them, they would not wake up. Even the cultivators in Luoyue City were affected. The ancient city bathed in the morning light was also very strange. The Violet Emperor who was overseeing the ancient city definitely knew something. However, Gu Fei didn't want to alarm the Violet Emperor. He was waiting to see what would happen. He had a premonition that this strange thing would happen again. The gate of the ancient city was still guarded by silver-armored immortal soldiers. The Violet Emperor was still overseeing the city. Gu Fei walked around the area surrounding the ancient city. He felt that with the ancient city as the center, within a radius of 3,000 miles, there was not a single living creature, not even an ant. Mountain ridges snaked across the ground like earthworms. This kind of terrain made Gu Fei a little apprehensive. He realized that all of the mountain ridges were surrounding the ancient city. This seemed to be an ancient sealing art that had been lost to time. It was said that this sealing art could change mountains and rivers, lay down the power of heaven and earth, and condense the power of heaven and earth to suppress the opponent. Gu Fei walked through this region, opening his martial Dao heavenly eye to observe the power of heaven and earth. From time to time, he would even soar high into the sky to look down at the mountain range below. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. The terrain was definitely not formed naturally. Someone had used an ancient sealing technique to change the terrain of the land and form a sealing formation. The mountain ridges that looked like earthworms were actually a kind of divine rune from the ancient era. Someone had used a powerful technique to suppress the ancient city. Gu Fei came to such a conclusion, and even he himself was shocked. It seemed that this was a sealing technique that had been laid down by someone countless years ago. After a long time, the sealing technique seemed to have loosened a little. This was because Gu Fei discovered that a few of the mountain ridges had collapsed, causing the sealing formation to be damaged. It was no longer complete, and the power of the formation was affected. The power of the heaven and earth attracted endless power of the heaven and earth. It could even attract the energy of the stars in the sky, and the essence of the earth. Sealing someone and then slowly killing them. Such a method was truly shocking. Even if a sage was sealed, he would probably be exhausted to death. Gu Fei returned to the valley and told the crowd what he had seen and his speculation. They did not hide anything. After hearing that, Erebus' eyes lit up. Then, he eagerly soared into the sky and flew high up into the sky, carefully observing the terrain of this land. Xiaoqing and the others were shocked after hearing Gu Fei's words. The ancient city in front of them was indeed not simple. It was most likely sealing an unimaginable existence. We should leave this place as soon as possible. Chu Luqing said. At this time, Xiaoqing and Balan did not say anything. Although the formation is damaged, it has not collapsed. We don't have to worry about anything in the short term. Gu Fei said. He also knew a bit about the sky observation technique. It is indeed the long-lost earthworm script. At this time, He Tian flew down from the sky and said with a shocked expression. Even he was shocked by such a method. To change the terrain of the land within a radius of 3,000 miles, the person who did this is definitely a saint. Gu Fei said. It was impossible for a celestial being realm emperor, or even a powerful being, to use such a great technique. This was an unparalleled great technique that could change the sky and the earth. Only sages who had comprehended the Tao could do such a thing. Anyone below the sage level could not use such a great technique. The sage technique is indeed mysterious. Erebus had only taken a look at the surrounding terrain, and he was already very shocked. It was impossible for him to understand the profound mysteries behind changing the heavens and earth. Grand Master, will we be in danger? Little Fatty rolled his eyes and asked Gu Fei. What? You want to leave too? Erebus glanced at the little Fatty and said disdainfully, don't embarrass the adults in your family. Ancestor He, your mouth stinks. Little Fatty glared at He Tian. Alright, everyone, what do you think? I'm afraid there are unimaginable existences sealed in the ancient city. If we don't leave, we will definitely be in danger, Gu Fei said. Boss, it's better if we stay. Who knows, we might even be able to obtain a long-lost supreme sacred technique. Erebus hurriedly said. Ha! Gu Fei could not help but be stunned when he heard this. He then said, what do you mean? When everyone heard He Tian's words, they turned to look at him as well. An unparalleled saint art was extremely attractive to everyone. Even Chu Luqing was pricking up his ears to listen to it. To set up such a great technique that can change the sky and the earth, there must be something that can suppress the law. As long as we obtain this item, we can know the secret of this secret technique. He Tian seemed to know a lot, and his expression became somewhat excited. In the face of a sage technique, no one could remain calm. Where is the divine item that can suppress the law? Can you find it? Gu Fei was also moved. A sage technique created by a sage derived from the Great Path was something that even demi-saints would covet. If people knew that there was a sage technique here, the entire eastern land would probably be shaken. Chapter 1063. No one was willing to leave after discovering a sage technique. Even Chu Luqing, who had been clamoring to leave, chose to remain silent at this time. The ancient sage used a heaven-defying technique to change the terrain of the land within a radius of 3,000 miles, condensing the power of heaven and earth to suppress the opponent. This was using the power of heaven and earth to destroy everything. If they could obtain this sage technique, the strength of Gu Fei's group would definitely soar. This kind of secret technique might not be inferior to the 9 secrets of immortal Tao. Hey, didn't you say you wanted to leave? Then please go ahead. He Tian glanced at Chu Luqing, curled his lips, and said expressionlessly. Chu Luqing couldn't help but be startled when he heard this. Could it be that these guys wanted to leave him behind? How could that be? If he followed these people, he might be able to obtain some benefits. Hee hee. Chu Luqing laughed dryly, then looked up at the sky, pretending not to hear He Tian's words. Humph. Seeing this, He Tian knew that this guy wouldn't leave even if he wanted to. How could He Tian not know what Chu Luqing was thinking? However, he didn't care. His cultivation was a whole realm higher than Chu Luqing's. Under his eyes, Chu Luqing absolutely couldn't do anything. He Tian then no longer paid attention to Chu Luqing. Where is the law-suppressing divine object? Can you find it? Gu Fei said. He was also tempted by the sage technique, especially this kind of life-killing technique that could borrow the power of heaven and earth. He Tian lowered his head and pondered for a while, then said, if my guess is correct, the law-suppressing divine object should be in this ancient city. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but suddenly understand why a small floating cloud city was guarded by silver-armored immortal soldiers and the son of the ancient Emperor Xian, Zi Huang. It seems that the primordial Emperor Xian also wants this sacred technique. Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. All of them felt extremely pressured because they were fighting for something with an immortal emperor. Moreover, it was a half-saint immortal emperor that had stepped onto the path of becoming a saint. Even if Gu Fei's cultivation had broken through to the celestial being realm, he would not be able to fight against such an existence. The gap between them was just too big. One was a semi-sage, and the other was a celestial being martial emperor. Even if Gu Fei's physique was stronger and his vitality was stronger, he was definitely not a match for him. This is a serious problem. If we don't handle it well, we will be in danger. He Tian said. This was not an alarmish statement. It was absolutely impossible to snatch something from the hands of Emperor Xian. In the valley, everyone fell into deep thought. They had already seen the power of the primordial Emperor Xian 10 years ago. He was a terrifying existence that could compete with a semi-sage. Everyone felt that this matter was impossible. At a critical moment, the primordial Emperor Xian might appear. If I can draw the power of this world for my use. After pondering for a long time, He Tian's eyes gradually lit up. He was a formation grandmaster, so his mind flashed. Draw the power of the world. Hearing this, Gu Fei's eyes also lit up. He knew a little about the Tao of formations and could also observe the power of the world. It was just that he was not as proficient as He Tian. While everyone was puzzled, He Tian had already taken action. He was a guy who would not take any treasure. How could he just watch as a sacred technique was taken by someone else? He Tian took out a large number of fire phoenix divine jades and the dragon crystals. These were the divine objects that they had obtained when they ventured into the untainted ancient world. Using rare divine objects like the fire phoenix divine jades and the dragon crystals to set up the formation, He Tian had really put in a lot of effort this time. It was obvious that he was determined to win. Within a radius of 3,000 miles, there were 81 earthworm-like mountain ridges surrounding the ancient city. These were the 81 earth veins. When the earth veins gathered the essence energy of the earth and fused it with the land, it could draw on boundless earth energy. Over the countless years, these 99 earth veins had automatically gathered earth energy, and had already formed a trace of dragon vein energy. These were 81 earth veins that had given birth to dragon chi. If they continued to evolve, given enough time, these 81 earth veins could possibly give birth to a real dragon. However, a few of the 81 earth veins had already been cut off, causing the formation to be incomplete. Otherwise, no matter how high He Tian's attainments in formations were, he would not have stood a chance. In the next few days, He Tian walked through the surrounding 3,000 miles and inserted pieces of Fire Phoenix Divine Jades with formation runes into the 81 earth veins. The Fire Phoenix Divine Jades and Dragon Crystals that He Tian had obtained were quickly used up. He had no choice but to ask for more from Gu Fei. This guy was really thick-skinned. He actually pestered Gu Fei to take all the Fire Phoenix Divine Jades and Dragon Crystals. This was definitely a shocking divine treasury. Chu Luqing had finally seen what it meant to have a mountain of divine materials. When Gu Fei handed over a small mountain of Fire Phoenix Divine Jades and Dragon Crystals to He Tian, Chu Luqing was completely stunned. A fist-sized dragon crystal was also very rare in the heaven realm. It required a sky-high price of immortal crystals to exchange for it. Moreover, it was priceless. Yet, Gu Fei took out so many Fire Phoenix Divine Jades and Dragon Crystals at once. How could Chu Luqing not be shocked? However, no one paid attention to Chu Luqing. With Gu Fei's support, He Tian worked even harder to set up the formation. Pieces of Fire Phoenix Divine Jades were buried into the ground. Dragon crystals surrounded by dragon chi were directly inserted into the earth veins. The sage who set up this kind of heaven and earth grand influence was to seal the ancient city. The heaven and earth grand influence was gathered on the ancient city. The residents of the city, as well as the creatures in the mountains outside the city, were not affected. The sage's technique was mysterious and unpredictable. It only targeted the ancient city. Therefore, it was not a dangerous place. Otherwise, no one would be able to live in the city. In the past few days, Gu Fei and the others were very careful and did not give themselves away. However, they knew that the Z Emperor in the city should already know that they had not left. The nearby cities were also guarded by the people of the Yuan-Gu Emperor Xian. If Gu Fei and the others wanted to use the transportation formation in the city, they would have to use the token that the Z Emperor had given them. At this time, the Z Emperor should be regretting his decision. This was because the token was a spirit tablet that his father, the Yuan-Gu Emperor Xian, had personally refined. No matter where this spirit tablet was, as long as the Yuan-Gu Emperor Xian thought about it, he could retrieve it. However, Gu Fei had directly thrown this spirit tablet into the mountain and river cauldron and used the Extreme Dao sacred artifact to suppress the spirit tablet. Even the Yuan-Gu Emperor Xian would not be able to sense the location of this spirit tablet, let alone the Z Emperor. He Tian had seen the spirit tablet and knew that there was a very powerful divine array on it. This was why he had asked Gu Fei to use the mountain and river cauldron to suppress this spirit tablet. The Z Emperor was also up to no good. The Z Emperor had given this spirit tablet to Gu Fei and the others. On the surface, this was a token of the Yuan-Gu Emperor Xian. However, this spirit tablet was also a killing intent. Carrying the spirit tablet on one's body was undoubtedly a lethal weapon that could explode at any time. This person's location and even life were in the hands of the Yuan-Gu Emperor Xian and his son. One evening, Gu Fei discovered that the dozen silver-armored immortal soldiers who had left the city the day before had returned. "Have you found anything?" In the city lord's mansion, the Z Emperor sat in the middle of the main hall and looked down at the dozen silver-armored immortal soldiers kneeling below him. He had been in a bad mood for the past few days. Someone had actually cut off his connection with the spirit tablet. He had underestimated those people. Since they could associate with the insufferably arrogant Golden Wing Little Ping Emperor, how could they be ordinary people? Gu Fei's guess was right. The Z Emperor was really regretting losing the token given to him by the Yuan-Gu Emperor Xian. "Your Highness, those people did not go to the nearby cities. It was as if they disappeared into thin air. We did not find any traces of them," an immortal soldier kneeling in front of him said. "Disappeared into thin air. Could it be that they used a void-shifting technique to leave this region?" the Z Emperor muttered to himself. He was faintly uneasy. The whereabouts of Gu Fei and the others made him feel that something was amiss. That matter has reached the most crucial moment. We cannot afford to make any mistakes now. The Z Emperor calculated in his heart. As long as these 10 days passed, there would be a result. Go back to Celestial City and pass on my command. Bring the Heavenly Emperor's combat troops here. After pondering for a long time, the Z Emperor seemed to have made up his mind and issued such an order. What? The immortal soldier couldn't help but be startled. The Z Emperor actually wanted to mobilize the Emperor Xian's combat troops. Could it be that this matter had reached the point where Emperor Xian's strongest combat troops would be mobilized? The Heavenly Emperor's combat troops were the strongest immortal soldiers under the command of the Yuan-Gu Emperor Xian. This immortal soldier was different from the other immortal soldiers. It was cultivated by the Yuan-Gu Emperor Xian using an ancient secret technique. The Heavenly Emperor's combat troops under the command of the Yuan-Gu Emperor Xian numbered no more than 500, but they were more powerful than a magnificent army. Each of them was a terrifying god of death. 500 combat troops together could fight against a semi-sage. What are you waiting for? Seeing that the immortal soldier was somewhat hesitant, the Z Emperor's expression immediately sank. In the entire Eastern Earth, only he and the Yuan-Gu Emperor Xian could mobilize the Heavenly Emperor's combat troops. The Heavenly Emperor's combat troops had conquered the Eastern Earth for the sake of the Yuan-Gu Emperor Xian. They were the killing swords of the Yuan-Gu Emperor Xian. Wherever they went, rivers of blood would flow. They wouldn't be mobilized easily. Yes. The immortal soldier left to carry out the order. All of you, get up. Yes. The dozens of immortal soldiers who were kneeling on the ground stood up. In fact, they couldn't be considered as real immortals. They were just a group of well-trained immortal god-level fighters. Such immortal soldiers were weaker than those who had relied on their own efforts to become immortals. However, when thousands of immortal soldiers swarmed forward, even a real immortal god would be stunned. Who are those people? The Z Emperor muttered to himself. The dozens of immortal soldiers stood on both sides, not even daring to breathe loudly. Half an hour later, a monstrous murderous aura came from the direction of the Heavenly Emperor City. A group of terrifying figures appeared at the end of the horizon, each of them emitting a sky-piercing murderous aura. Although there were only a few hundred of them, they were like a magnificent army marching towards the floating cloud city. Terrifying energy fluctuations shook the heaven and earth, causing the whole area to tremble. What's going on? Soaring murderous aura, could it be? The arrival of this group of gods of death immediately alarmed Gu Fei and the others in the valley. Everyone was indescribably shocked, while Chu Luqing was so scared that he sat paralyzed on the ground. Chapter 1064. Celestial Emperor's Combat Weapon. It's a Celestial Emperor's combat weapon. Chu Luqing collapsed to the ground with a pale face, murmuring to himself. The vast murderous aura coming from the sky caused the temperature of the whole area to drop rapidly. Everyone felt a chill run down their spine, including Gu Fei. Celestial Emperor's combat weapon. What is that? Look at your face, it's so embarrassing. He Tian was shocked to see that Chu Luqing was so frightened, but he did not forget to insult Chu Luqing. Chu Luqing seemed to be stunned, his mind was blank, and he could not hear what He Tian said. The whole valley had been erased by the formation set up by He Tian, so the people outside could not sense that there was a group of people hiding in the mountains. Celestial Emperor's combat weapon. Gu Fei soared into the sky, using the internal world power to seal his body, concealing all his aura. He hid in the clouds and looked into the distance. In the distant sky, he saw a group of burly soldiers wearing black iron armor, holding divine spears, flying towards floating cloud city. This group of soldiers was filled with murderous aura. There were not many of them, only 500 of them, but they were incomparably powerful, like a magnificent army of thousands of horses. The 100 soldiers in front of them were riding strange beasts. These strange beasts were 3 zhang long, with a pair of sharp black horns on their heads, and their bodies were covered with a layer of green scales. What are these things? Gu Fei had never seen such ferocious mounts. They had big bloody mouths and were incomparably ferocious. This was a kind of ferocious beast, with blood-red eyes and white smoke coming out of its nostrils from time to time. Someone had actually tamed such a ferocious beast and made it a mount. It was really a big deal. Gu Fei could sense that the strength of these 100 ferocious beasts was no less than an ordinary immortal. When they ran, clouds emerged under their feet, and wherever their iron hooves went, the void would tremble. This is... He Tian came to Gu Fei's side, and was shocked to see the 500 warriors. It's the green scale beasts. My goodness, he actually used 100 green scale beasts as mounts. This primordial Emperor Xian is really amazing. He Tian sighed. Hearing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. Is this a very rare fierce beast? It's not just rare. This kind of fierce beast contains the blood of the green qilin. If this blood is awakened, there is a high chance that it will transform into a green qilin. Divine Beast Green Qilin. Hearing this, Gu Fei's eyes couldn't help but light up. He didn't expect this kind of vicious beast to have the bloodline of a divine beast. It was truly rare. This kind of vicious beast's potential couldn't be underestimated. The green qilin's bloodline in the green scale beast is already very thin. It's very difficult to produce such a thin bloodline. He Tian analyzed. Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. But after thinking about it, he understood why the primordial Emperor Xian would use the green scale beasts that contained the bloodline of a divine beast as mounts for these warriors. It seemed that even the primordial Emperor Xian couldn't produce the bloodline of a divine beast in these green scale beasts. Just as they were talking, the 500 celestial Emperor warriors came crashing down from the sky. In the blink of an eye, they arrived above floating Cloud City and landed in the city. However, the murderous aura emanating from the bodies of the 500 warriors could not be concealed, and it spread out from the city. At this moment, all the citizens in the city were trembling with fear. Some people wanted to leave the city, but they found that the entire city had been sealed. Around the ancient city, there were 49 big flags that were inserted. Each of the big flags was emitting an endless amount of immortal force. The 49 big flags formed a big formation that sealed the entire ancient city. The commoners in the city couldn't rush out unless the Violet Emperor opened the big formation. However, no one knew what the Violet Emperor was planning. He actually used the big formation to seal the city, not allowing the commoners to leave. Soon, the commoners in the city knew that they were trapped in the city. Gradually, there was chaos in the city. Everyone rushed towards the direction of the city gate. The silver armor immortal soldiers in the city didn't come out to maintain order. What the hell is the Violet Emperor doing? He Tian was deep in thought. Could it be that the Violet Emperor didn't care about the lives of the commoners in the city and left them to fend for themselves? Let's just wait and see, Gu Fei said. Then, Gu Fei flew down from the sky and entered the valley. He Tian, on the other hand, was making the final preparations. The other side had such powerful soldiers, they must ensure that their plan was foolproof. The Fire Phoenix Divine Jade and Dragon Crystal that Gu Fei gave him were almost used up by him. Even if there were some left, he would never return them to Gu Fei. No matter what it was, as long as it was in the hands of He Tian, it would be very difficult to take it back. To others, the Fire Phoenix Divine Jade and Dragon Crystal might be rare divine materials, but to Gu Fei, they were nothing because he had divine materials that were thousands of times better than the Fire Phoenix Divine Jade and Dragon Crystal. He Tian came back at night. He brought back a piece of news that shocked everyone. The silver armor immortal soldiers in the city were actually massacring tens of thousands of commoners in the city. When they heard this news, everyone was stunned. The Violet Emperor's methods were truly too ruthless. He actually wanted to slaughter all the commoners in the city. That was tens of thousands of humans. Boom! A shocking battle intent rushed out of Gu Fei's body. The whole valley was shaken by the mighty pressure of the celestial being emperor that came out of Gu Fei's body. Chu Luqing and the little fatty were immediately thrown out. Xiaoqing stretched out his big hand and pulled the little fatty back in the air. As for Chu Luqing, no one grabbed him, and he was thrown out of control. Why didn't you come back earlier to tell me? Gu Fei stared at He Tian and said in a deep voice. The mighty aura that came out of Gu Fei's body made everyone almost breathless. It should be known that He Tian and the others were all half-step almighties. They were only half a step away from the almighty realm. Everyone was shocked. Gu Fei was only at the first heaven of the celestial being realm, but he had the strength to suppress the half-step almighties. The battle strength of the celestial being emperor was really frightening. I also just found out that the city has become a river of blood. Not only the silver armor immortal soldiers are attacking, but the soldiers who came before are also attacking. He Tian hurriedly said. Gu Fei knew that even if he rushed out now, he would not be able to save the tens of thousands of commoners in the city. He couldn't help but be angry. They were both humans, but the Violet Emperor actually did such a thing. In the end, he did not attack. His aura also gradually retracted. However, he took out the mountain and river cauldron and hit it with his palm. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron shook. Chaotic primordial chi was vast. The sound of something breaking came out of the mountain and river cauldron. Then, Gu Fei put away the mountain and river cauldron. While Gu Fei was shaking the mountain and river cauldron, the Violet Emperor, who was sitting high up in the main hall of Floating Cloud City, almost fell from his seat. His face became bloodless in an instant. It was as pale as a piece of paper. Good, Gu Fei. The Violet Emperor said to himself. As the Violet Emperor muttered to himself, his eyes shot out two beams of purple light, illuminating the entire hall. Between his eyebrows, a trace of blood seeped out. That trace of blood condensed and formed a glittering blood bead. It flowed down from the center of the Z Emperor's eyebrows. Wherever the blood bead passed, it left a shocking bloody mark on the Z Emperor's face. Just now, one of his avatars was killed. It was attached to the spirit tablet. It was usually in a deep slumber. When it was time to use the spirit tablet, it would wake up from the tablet. They were actually able to destroy the spirit tablet refined by my father. Who exactly are they? The Violet Emperor's eyes flickered. However, he could not figure out where these people came from. At this time, the city was filled with blood. All the people in the city were slaughtered by the Celestial Emperor's combat weapons and the silver-armored immortal soldiers. Even Zi Huang, who was in the main hall of the city lord's mansion, could smell the smell of blood. It's time. The Violet Emperor stood up from his seat and walked out of the main hall. 49 banners were planted around the ancient city, sealing it. Tens of thousands of people in the city were killed. The blood that flowed out dyed the entire ancient city red. The blood was glowing and emitting a demonic light. It did not solidify. The Violet Emperor's formation made it difficult for the blood and qi in the city to dissipate. The spiritual energy of tens of thousands of people was also trapped in the city, unable to return to heaven and earth. As night fell, the ancient city gradually changed. The pitch-black ancient city gradually emitted a faint blood-red light. This is... Far in the sky, He Tian, who had been paying attention to the movements in the city, was shocked. It was as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. Gu Fei, Xiaoqing, Balan, and the others arrived in the sky above the valley. Under the night sky, the black ancient city in front of them was emitting a blood-red light. It was really creepy. This is evil. Gu Fei could feel an evil aura condensing. The Violet Emperor was using the spiritual energy of tens of thousands of people in the city to activate an evil formation. Waves of Yin wind blew in the city, blood light soared to the sky, as if there were countless ferocious ghosts howling, as if there were thousands of souls struggling. A towering resentment surged out from the city. This was formed by the resentment of tens of thousands of people killed by the Silver Armor Immortal Soldier and the Celestial Emperor Soldier. Rumble, the world was shaking. The spiritual energy, resentment, and blood-red light gathered in the sky above the ancient city, gradually forming a terrifying vortex. The ancient city also shook, as if it was going to be uprooted and fly towards the vortex in the sky. I can't believe I can see this kind of evil art. The evil ancestors' blood sacrifice of 10,000 spirits has appeared again. He Tian muttered to himself, his voice was trembling. Boom! At this moment, an earth-shattering sound was heard. The whole world started to move. 81 dragon-shaped divine lights rushed out from the ground and wrapped around the ancient city. Chapter 1065. Celestial Emperor's Combat Weapon. It's a Celestial Emperor's combat weapon. Chu Luqing collapsed to the ground with a pale face, murmuring to himself. The vast murderous aura coming from the sky caused the temperature of the whole area to drop rapidly. Everyone felt a chill run down their spine, including Gu Fei. Celestial Emperor's combat weapon. What is that? Look at your face, it's so embarrassing. He Tian was shocked to see that Chu Luqing was so frightened, but he did not forget to insult Chu Luqing. Chu Luqing seemed to be stunned, his mind was blank, and he could not hear what He Tian said. The whole valley had been erased by the formation set up by He Tian, so the people outside could not sense that there was a group of people hiding in the mountains. Celestial Emperor's combat weapon. Gu Fei soared into the sky, using the internal world power to seal his body, concealing all his aura. He hid in the clouds and looked into the distance. In the distant sky, he saw a group of burly soldiers wearing black iron armor, holding divine spears, flying towards floating Cloud City. This group of soldiers was filled with murderous aura. There were not many of them, only 500 of them, but they were incomparably powerful, like a magnificent army of thousands of horses. The 100 soldiers in front of them were riding strange beasts. These strange beasts were 3 zhang long, with a pair of sharp black horns on their heads, and their bodies were covered with a layer of green scales. What are these things? Gu Fei had never seen such ferocious mounts. They had big bloody mouths and were incomparably ferocious. This was a kind of ferocious beast, with blood-red eyes and white smoke coming out of its nostrils from time to time. Someone had actually tamed such a ferocious beast and made it a mount. It was really a big deal. Gu Fei could sense that the strength of these 100 ferocious beasts was no less than an ordinary immortal. When they ran, clouds emerged under their feet, and wherever their iron hooves went, the void would tremble. This is... He Tian came to Gu Fei's side, and was shocked to see the 500 warriors. It's the green scale beasts. My goodness, he actually used 100 green scale beasts as mounts. This primordial Emperor Xian is really amazing. He Tian sighed. Hearing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. Is this a very rare fierce beast? It's not just rare. This kind of fierce beast contains the blood of the green qilin. If this blood is awakened, there is a high chance that it will transform into a green qilin. Divine Beast Green Qilin. Hearing this, Gu Fei's eyes couldn't help but light up. He didn't expect this kind of vicious beast to have the bloodline of a divine beast. It was truly rare. This kind of vicious beast's potential couldn't be underestimated. The green qilin's bloodline in the green scale beast is already very thin. It's very difficult to produce such a thin bloodline. He Tian analyzed. Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. But after thinking about it, he understood why the primordial Emperor Xian would use the green scale beasts that contained the bloodline of a divine beast as mounts for these warriors. It seemed that even the primordial Emperor Xian couldn't produce the bloodline of a divine beast in these green scale beasts. Just as they were talking, the 500 celestial Emperor warriors came crashing down from the sky. In the blink of an eye, they arrived above Floating Cloud City and landed in the city. However, the murderous aura emanating from the bodies of the 500 warriors could not be concealed, and it spread out from the city. At this moment, all the citizens in the city were trembling with fear. Some people wanted to leave the city, but they found that the entire city had been sealed. Around the ancient city, there were 49 big flags that had been inserted. Each of the big flags was emitting an endless amount of immortal force. The 49 big flags formed a big formation that sealed the entire ancient city. The commoners in the city couldn't rush out unless the Violet Emperor opened the big formation. However, no one knew what the Violet Emperor was planning. He actually sealed the city with a big formation, not allowing the commoners in the city to leave. Soon, the commoners in the city knew that they were trapped in the city. Gradually, there was chaos in the city. Everyone rushed towards the direction of the city gate. The silver armor immortal soldiers in the city didn't come out to maintain order. What the hell is the Violet Emperor doing? He Tian was deep in thought. Could it be that the Violet Emperor didn't care about the lives of the commoners in the city and left them to fend for themselves? Let's just wait and see, Gu Fei said. Then, Gu Fei flew down from the sky and entered the valley. As for He Tian, he was making his final preparations. The other side had such powerful soldiers, they must ensure that their plan was foolproof. The Fire Phoenix Divine Jade and Dragon Crystal that Gu Fei had given him were almost used up by him. Even if there were some left, he would never return them to Gu Fei. No matter what it was, as long as it was in the hands of He Tian, it would be difficult to take it back. To others, the Fire Phoenix Divine Jade and Dragon Crystal might be rare divine materials, but to Gu Fei, they were nothing because he had divine materials that were thousands of times better than the Fire Phoenix Divine Jade and Dragon Crystal. He Tian came back at night. He brought back a piece of news that shocked everyone. The silver armor immortal soldiers in the city were actually massacring tens of thousands of commoners in the city. When they heard this news, everyone was stunned. The Violet Emperor's methods were truly too ruthless. He actually wanted to slaughter all the commoners in the city. That was tens of thousands of humans. Boom! A shocking battle intent rushed out of Gu Fei's body. The whole valley was shaken by the mighty pressure of the celestial being emperor that came out of Gu Fei's body. Chu Luqing and the little fatty were immediately thrown out. Xiaoqing stretched out his big hand and pulled the little fatty back in the air. As for Chu Luqing, no one grabbed him, and he was thrown out of control. Why didn't you come back earlier to tell me? Gu Fei stared at He Tian and said in a deep voice. The mighty aura that came out of Gu Fei's body almost made everyone breathless. It should be known that He Tian and the others were all half-step almighties. They were only half a step away from the almighty realm. Everyone was shocked. Gu Fei was only at the first sky of the celestial being realm, but he had the strength to suppress the half-step almighties. The battle strength of the celestial being emperor was really terrifying. I also just found out that the city is already flowing with blood. Not only the silver armor immortal soldiers are attacking, but the soldiers who came before are also attacking. He Tian said quickly. Gu Fei knew that even if he rushed out now, he would not be able to save the tens of thousands of commoners in the city. He couldn't help but be angry. They were both humans, but the Violet Emperor actually did such a thing. In the end, he did not attack. His aura also gradually retracted. However, he took out the mountain and river cauldron and hit it with his palm. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron shook. Chaotic primordial chi was vast. The sound of something breaking came out of the mountain and river cauldron. Then, Gu Fei put away the mountain and river cauldron. While Gu Fei was shaking the mountain and river cauldron, the Violet Emperor, who was sitting high up in the main hall of Floating Cloud City, almost fell from his seat. His face became bloodless in an instant. It was as pale as a piece of paper. "You, Gu Fei," the Violet Emperor muttered to himself. As the Violet Emperor muttered to himself, his eyes shot out two beams of purple light, illuminating the entire hall. Between his eyebrows, a trace of blood seeped out. That trace of blood condensed and formed a glittering blood bead. It flowed down from the center of the Z Emperor's eyebrows. Wherever the blood bead passed, it left a shocking bloody mark on the Z Emperor's face. Just now, one of his avatars was killed. It was attached to the spirit tablet. Normally, it would be in deep sleep. When it was time to use the spirit tablet, it would wake up. They were actually able to destroy the spirit tablet refined by my father. Who exactly are they? The Violet Emperor's eyes flickered. However, he could not figure out where these people came from. At this time, the city was filled with blood. All the people in the city were slaughtered by the Celestial Emperor's combat weapons and the silver-armored immortal soldiers. Even Zi Huang, who was in the main hall of the city lord's mansion, could smell the smell of blood. "It's time." The Violet Emperor stood up from his seat and walked out of the main hall. 49 flags were planted around the ancient city, sealing it. Tens of thousands of people in the city were slaughtered. The blood that flowed out dyed the entire city red. The blood was glowing and emitting a demonic light. It did not solidify. The Violet Emperor's formation made it difficult for the blood and qi in the city to dissipate. The spiritual energy of tens of thousands of people was also trapped in the city, unable to return to heaven and earth. As night fell, the ancient city gradually changed. The dark ancient city gradually emitted a faint blood-red light. "This is..." Far in the sky, He Tian, who had been paying attention to the movements in the city, was shocked. It was as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. Gu Fei, Shaoqing, Balan and the others arrived above the valley. Under the curtain of night, the dark ancient city in front of them was emitting a blood-red light. It was really creepy. "This is evil." Gu Fei felt an evil aura condensing. The Violet Emperor was using the spiritual energy of tens of thousands of people in the city to activate an evil formation. Waves of Yin wind blew in the city, blood light shot up to the sky, as if there were countless ferocious ghosts howling, as if there were thousands of souls struggling. A towering resentment surged out from the city. This was formed by the resentment of tens of thousands of people killed by the silver armor immortal soldier and the celestial emperor soldier. Rumble, the heaven and earth were shaking. The spiritual energy, resentment, and blood-red light gathered in the sky above the ancient city and gradually formed a terrifying vortex. The ancient city also shook, as if it was going to be uprooted and fly towards the vortex in the sky. I didn't expect to see this kind of evil art. The evil ancestors' 10,000 spirits blood sacrifice great art has appeared again. He Tian muttered to himself, his voice was trembling. Boom! At this moment, an earth-shattering sound was heard. The whole heaven and earth started to move. 81 dragon-shaped divine lights rushed out from the ground and wrapped around the ancient city. Chapter 1066. The means of the ancient sages were truly terrifying. The power of the world turned into 81 dragons and bound the ancient city that was about to be swallowed by the terrifying whirlpool in the sky to the ground. Rumble, evil chi soared into the sky. The bloody vortex above the ancient city was still expanding, covering the entire sky and earth. The 10,000 spirits blood sacrifice technique was extremely terrifying. This is the supreme evil technique created by the ancient evil ancestor. This is a battle between two saints. He Tian was shocked to the extreme. The evil ancestor was a name that could cause even ancient creatures to tremble. He moved unhindered throughout the desolate land, and few could rival him. Legend has it that there was once a saint who tried to kill him, but he failed. The 10,000 spirits blood sacrifice technique was a supreme evil technique that used the soul energy of tens of thousands of living beings. It could devour the heavens and the earth. The Violet Emperor's methods were too ruthless. He actually massacred the entire city, using the soul energy of humans to break the saint's great technique. Is the Violet Emperor also thinking about the divine object that protected the city? Gu Fei's eyes flickered, but his face was calm. The Violet Emperor slaughtered tens of thousands of people, which made him furious. As a fellow human, how could he do such a thing? Do you still need to ask? He Tian said. The Violet Emperor slaughtered tens of thousands of people for the sake of obtaining the saint's technique. The Violet Emperor was a very powerful person, and He Tian had already regarded him as a formidable opponent. The blood-red vortex in the sky descended with boundless evil energy, causing the void to collapse and shatter as it was swallowed by the blood-red vortex. This was a mighty force that could devour the heavens and earth. The 10,000 spirits blood sacrifice technique of the evil ancestor was truly terrifying. However, the ancient saint who set up the great technique to suppress the ancient city was also very powerful. The power of the world transformed into 81 dragons, forcibly binding the ancient city to the ground. The 81 earth veins trembled, and endless earth chi surged out from the veins, providing endless power to the 81 dragons. The sage technique against the sage technique, the 10,000 spirit blood sacrifice technique against the nameless sage technique. The entire world was enveloped by the sage laws, and the world seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. The aura of the great path was vast and mighty. Gu Fei and the others did not dare to get close at all. They had already retreated 3,000 miles away. Everyone was using their Dharma eyes to observe everything that was happening inside. Gu Fei had the martial Tao heavenly eye, while He Tian had the yin-yang god eye. Their gazes could pierce through the void, looking into the depths ahead and capturing the minute changes within. As for Shaoqing and Balan, they could not see so clearly. The aura of the great path pervaded the air, blocking their vision. The central region of the sacred technique showdown was a blur. Chu Luqing and Little Fatty couldn't see anything at all. All they could see was a blinding light, so bright that they could barely open their eyes. To be able to fight against a saint's technique, that fellow Zi Huang is quite something. The power of yin and yang intertwined in He Tian's eyes, and Tao rhymes circulated. He saw the sage laws in his eyes, and the sage technique was being displayed in his eyes. A purple light flashed between Gu Fei's eyebrows. The martial Tao heavenly eye could see through the source of all things. The sage laws intertwined between his eyebrows, and he was also displaying the two sage techniques. Only Gu Fei and He Tian could understand the Tao rhymes contained in these two sage techniques. There were 81 dragons, and every one of them was a great path divine rule. They drew in the power of the great path of heaven and earth and firmly bound the ancient city. The terrifying blood-colored vortex that descended from the sky was also formed by the interweaving great path divine rule. The power of the laws could only be used by sages. This was the Tao that sages had comprehended. Even the most powerful figures in the world would find it difficult to use such a technique. It is indeed amazing. Although Gu Fei and He Tian had not truly grasped these two kinds of Tao rhymes, they had also gained a lot. These were the appearance of two great paths. Of course, these two great paths were not flawless great paths. The great path God laws contained in the sage techniques of the ancient sages were not perfect, and the great path God laws of the evil ancestors' 10,000 spirits blood sacrifice technique were not flawless either. Gu Fei and He Tian both had this feeling, but they did not know where the flaws were. These two sage techniques were not extreme path God techniques. Gu Fei had obtained the martial ancestors' inheritance, but until now, he still could not understand the martial ancestors' flawless Great Path God technique. To him, the flawless Great Path God technique was still very far away. If he could understand the flawless perfect Great Path God technique, he would be an extreme path martial saint. For countless years, there had only been one extreme path martial saint in the world, and that was the martial ancestor. After the martial ancestor, there were many people who walked the path of martial arts, and some even cultivated the indestructible martial body. However, not a single person had managed to comprehend a flawless martial path. "We can't let this Zi Huang get the treasure of the city," He Tian said. This kind of sage technique contained Taoist rhymes, and comprehending it well would definitely be of great benefit. Will the backup plan you laid out really succeed? Gu Fei was still staring ahead, watching the changes in front of him. The Taoist rhymes of the sage technique circulated between his brows. He was imitating the two sage god laws. Gu Fei realized that the more he tried to comprehend it, the further he felt he was from the two Tao laws. It was impossible to grasp, as if he had not grasped anything. This was someone else's Tao, not his. Someone else's Tao could only be used to verify and compare, but it could not be used to replace his own Tao. Gu Fei did not worry about gains and losses, and his mind was calm. It was the same for He Tian. He only needed to comprehend the Taoist rhymes, and did not need to truly grasp the two Taos. Even so, the benefits he obtained were unimaginable. However, at this time, there was not much time for Gu Fei and He Tian to comprehend the two sage Tao, because the battle between the two sage Tao laws was about to end. The Nameless Saint's great technique was clearly superior to the evil ancestors' 10,000 spirits blood sacrifice grand technique. 81 dragons not only firmly bound the ancient city to the ground, but endless earth essence chi also soared into the sky, resisting the terrifying blood vortex that descended from the sky. Rumble, it was as if two large worlds were colliding, and the area within a radius of 10,000 miles seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. The destructive aura caused everything in the world to tremble. Two types of great Tao laws collided, causing the void to constantly shatter and the power of destruction to surge out, forcing Gu Fei and the others to retreat even further. Above the sky, the terrifying power that descended from the blood vortex gradually weakened. The Nameless Sage's sacred technique changed the power of the world and sealed the void. The 10,000 spirits blood sacrifice grand technique could not draw upon the power of the world. On the other hand, the 81 dragons were able to absorb the dragon chi of the earth veins endlessly. Their power was practically endless. Under such circumstances, the 10,000 spirit blood sacrifice art was unable to continue and was gradually suppressed. Roar! Suddenly, a terrifying roar came from the ancient city, and an extremely evil aura exploded in the city. The entire ancient city immediately shone with endless blood light. Endless blood light gathered, and a 10,000 zhang tall blood figure stood up from the ancient city. This is, He Tian and Gu Fei's expressions changed immediately. In the ancient city, there seemed to be a terrifying demon awakening, and a terrifying aura spread out, causing the entire area to shake violently. 81 earth veins were almost destroyed. Boom! Endless divine light shone out from the ground, and the 81 earth veins seemed to have come to life, and ancient divine runes rushed out. The power of the world in the entire area was activated, and a terrifying wave spread out. Endless spiritual chi of the world gathered from all directions in 100,000 li radius. The 81 dragons coiling around the ancient city suddenly emitted boundless divine light and turned into 81 dragons. Terrifying energy fluctuations surged out from them, drawing the power of the world and suppressing in all directions. This sacred technique was simply stealing the power of the world for one's own use. In this world, only the saints of the extreme path could fight against the world. Even the saints could not fight against the world, because the Tao that the saints comprehended was not the perfect great path, how could it fight against the perfect great path laws of the world? How is this possible? Tian was shocked to the extreme. The thousand Zhang blood shadow in the city emitted an unparalleled evil power, as if the evil ancestor had come back to life. It was extremely terrifying. As soon as the evil shadow appeared, the wind and clouds changed, and the blood vortex once again emitted a towering evil power, descending from the sky once again. Rays of blood light shattered the power of the earth, and actually showed signs of suppressing the 81 giant dragons. The power of the 10,000 spirits blood sacrifice technique was unleashed to the limit, and a wisp of the saint's power spread out in all directions, causing Gu Fei and the others to feel their hearts palpitate. How can this be? Could it be that that person is not dead? Tian muttered to himself. He was really scared. The origin of that blood shadow seemed to be very powerful, and even his expression changed. The saint's power was emitted from that blood shadow. Boom! At this moment, the gate of the ancient city was suddenly opened from the inside, and a monstrous evil aura surged out from the gate, accompanied by the roars of wild beasts. One after another, terrifying figures rushed out of the city gate. Heavenly Emperor's battle soldiers. Gu Fei and Tian were shocked again. At this time, an ancient cauldron shadow appeared on Gu Fei's body, and a vast divine power enveloped everyone. The saint's power was too terrifying. If they did not use the mountain and river cauldron to resist this kind of power, Gu Fei and the others would not be able to stand in the void. Even if they used the mountain and river cauldron, Gu Fei and the others still felt a great pressure, as if their hearts were being pressed by an ancient divine mountain, and they almost couldn't breathe. It was the 500 Heavenly Emperor's battle soldiers that rushed out from the city, with 100 cavalry riding green scale beasts at the front, followed by 400 infantry carrying divine spears. The 500 Heavenly Emperor's battle soldiers together could fight against a half-step saint. The 500 Heavenly Emperor's battle soldiers rushed out from the city, like a huge army charging. The whole world shook, and wherever the iron hooves went, nothing could stop them. Boom! The 500 Heavenly Emperor's battle soldiers rushed past, and immediately smashed a giant dragon that was condensed from the endless earth essence chi, like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, like a hot knife through butter. This. Chapter 1067. 500 Celestial Emperor soldiers rushed out of the ancient city, each of them surging with murderous aura, causing the temperature of the whole area to drop. Each soldier was like a god of death, wearing black armor and holding a divine spear. Each of them had the battle strength of a peak mysterious transformation realm expert, some even had the battle strength of a quasi-emperor. When 500 of these soldiers gathered together, it was just too horrifying. Wherever the tip of their weapons pointed, they pressed forward courageously, unexpectedly breaking apart a giant dragon as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The nameless saint used a supreme saint art to set up a sealing heaven power, gathering endless earthly chi and turning it into 81 giant dragons, each of which definitely had the power of a half-step saint. Each giant dragon was a divine law, but they were broken by the 500 Celestial Emperor soldiers. No wonder the primordial Emperor Xian could dominate the eastern land and call himself the ancient Celestial Emperor. With such power in his hands, the primordial Emperor Xian could indeed challenge any super sect in the heavenly realm. Boom! The 500 Celestial Emperor soldiers were like a heavenly blade, fiercely piercing through the remaining 80 giant dragons, shattering an earth vein in an instant. The momentum of the entire heaven and earth was shaken. The originally incomplete momentum of heaven and earth actually showed signs of collapsing. When the 500 Celestial Emperor soldiers shattered the earth vein, they were blasted away by the earthly chi that erupted from the earth vein. They all coughed up blood, and their momentum quickly weakened. Roar! At this time, another roar came from the ancient city, and a figure slowly rose from the city, then fused with the 1,000-meter-tall blood-colored figure standing in the ancient city. Boom! The 1,000-meter-tall blood-colored figure suddenly seemed to come to life. Endless blood-colored light shot out from the evil shadow, piercing through the void, and the entire ancient city almost collapsed, cracks appearing on the surface of the city. This purple emperor, 3 or 4,000 miles away, Gu Fei and He Tian were shocked to see this scene in the city. That purple emperor Yuanga actually cultivated such a peerless evil art. He obtained the inheritance of the evil ancestor? He Tian said in shock. Cultivating both good and evil, this person is extremely terrifying. Gu Fei's eyes flickered with light, his body was surrounded by battle intent. This was a good opponent. For some reason, Gu Fei suddenly thought of Dongfang Qin, who he had already killed. Dongfang Qin was an immortal and demon dual cultivator, and the current Violet Emperor was somewhat similar to Dongfang Qin. This type of dual cultivation great technique possessed all types of immeasurable power, already breaking through everyone's cultivation methods, opening up a different path. It was the most difficult to fathom. At this moment, the Violet Emperor, who was covered in violet qi for 3,000 miles, seemed to have transformed into an evil emperor. It fused with the evil blood-colored shadow, and the evil qi in the ancient city soared into the heavens and earth. Rumble, the blood-colored whirlpool above the blood shadow's head began to descend. The vast evil energy that spread out shook heaven and earth, as if it could collapse the heavens. The tables started to turn. The 10,000 spirits blood sacrifice art was supposed to be at a disadvantage. The evil power was being suppressed, and it looked like it was about to collapse. However, the 500 celestial the arch battle soldiers had destroyed one of the earth veins. At this time, the Violet Emperor also transformed into an evil emperor and attacked with all his strength. Endless evil power spread out from the 1,000 feet of the evil shadow, and it actually showed signs of breaking free from the entanglement of the 80 giant dragons. The power of the earth veins was gradually suppressed. Roar! The 1,000 feet of the evil shadow roared to the sky, and a pair of giant hands stretched out, grabbed a giant dragon, and then tore it in two. Endless divine light disappeared. The evil power of the Violet Emperor was unparalleled, even the heavens paled, and the great Tao and divine laws collapsed. This kind of combat power had already exceeded the combat power that the Violet Emperor should have. This was no longer the power that a celestial being realm emperor should have. You still don't make a move at this time. When Gu Fei saw this scene, he could not help but say to He Tian. With this momentum, it was only a matter of time before the Violet Emperor broke the heavenly power that the Nameless Saint had set up. No hurry. He Tian's expression was extremely solemn. Although he said that he was not in a hurry, he was extremely nervous. A pair of yin-yang divine eyes stared at the battlefield. At this time, the 500 celestial emperor soldiers outside the city gathered together again and launched an attack. This time, the 500 celestial emperor soldiers did not rush outside, but rushed into the city. Although they were still filled with murderous aura, their power and momentum were not as strong as before. It was obvious that the 500 celestial emperor soldiers had been seriously injured, and their combat power had been greatly reduced. Even so, the 500 soldiers still rushed into the city. What a pity! Gu Fei and He Tian were somewhat disappointed. If the 500 soldiers were to fall outside the city, it would be a great loss for the ancient Emperor Xian. To cultivate such a group of killing formations, the time and energy spent was incalculable. Because of this, these 500 soldiers were equipped with imperial divine weapons and wore imperial battle armor that was branded with divine patterns of the Great Path. Creating such a group of soldiers had taken a lot of effort from the ancient Emperor Xian. If the 500 celestial emperor soldiers were to fall here, even the ancient Emperor Xian would be heartbroken. Boom! Along with a thunderous boom, countless beams of divine light darted out in all directions like shooting stars. Another giant dragon condensed from the earth essence was torn into pieces by the 1,000-meter-tall blood shadow. The Violet Emperor and the evil shadow combined as one, as if they had merged with the great Tao of the evil ancestor. They displayed supreme combat power and a trace of the mighty power of a saint. 3 giant dragons had been slain, and only 78 giant dragons were left. The vast and boundless earth essence chi was still binding the ancient city to the ground, but it was already showing signs of being unable to hold on. Still not making a move. Gu Fei saw that He Tian was still staring at the battlefield, but he did not make a move. Was it not time yet? He could not help but feel puzzled. He Tian did not say anything. He stared at the blood shadow standing in the ancient city. He still had no intention of making a move. He was waiting for an opportunity to kill it in one blow. The Violet Emperor had obtained the inheritance of the evil ancestor, and he was simply the second evil ancestor. He Tian did not dare to take such a strong opponent lightly. Roar! The Violet Emperor combined with the Great Tao and let out a roar that shook the heavens. It could be heard within a radius of 100,000 miles, and it startled many cultivators in the vicinity. There were figures flashing in the distance. Someone was secretly watching. The Violet Emperor was extremely fierce. He used all his strength to tear apart another dragon. The dragon collapsed and turned into specks of divine light, which were devoured by the blood whirlpool that descended from the sky. Rumble! The blood whirlpool descended as if a blood world was pressing down from the sky, shattering the void and devouring everything. The dragon collapsed, and the essence of the earth was instantly devoured. The blood whirlpool increased in size, and a terrifying wave that could destroy the world came down. Is this the power of a saint? Chapter 1068. Rumble! It was as if the whole world was collapsing. The blood vortex in the sky finally descended on the head of the blood shadow standing in the city. The power of tens of thousands of living beings condensed into this power was too strong. It actually had a trace of saintly might that could shock the world. The true power of the blood sacrifice of 10,000 spirits was finally revealed. Within the blood vortex, thousands of spirits were faintly discernible. Then, the 1,000 feet blood shadow opened its mouth and swallowed the boundless spirit energy that was pouring down from the blood vortex. A pillar of blood shot out from the blood vortex and was swallowed by the blood shadow. The illusory evil shadow actually showed signs of turning from illusory to solid. Bang! A corner of the ancient city collapsed. Of the remaining 79 dragons, more than a dozen were instantly destroyed. The endless earth essence was scattered and then all gathered towards the blood shadow in the city. Humph! There is still a backup plan. He Tian muttered to himself. He seemed to have expected this to happen. The blood sacrifice of 10,000 spirits was a blood sacrifice to use the spirit power for one's own use. This was the supreme evil technique created by the first-generation evil ancestor. The blood vortex in the sky was providing endless spirit power to the blood shadow. Moreover, the Purple Emperor was personally controlling this unparalleled evil technique, and the power of this evil technique was maximized. The holy technique that the Nameless Saint had set up was already damaged, and there was no one controlling it. The Nameless Saint's great formation was starting to be suppressed. The ancient city was collapsing. Rays of blood evil light shot out from the ancient city, piercing through the void. At this moment, the Purple Emperor seemed to have become the incarnation of the evil saint in the ancient times. Streams of earth essence chi condensed into a huge dragon, still coiling around the ancient city, releasing a vast power, sealing the ancient city. The cracked ancient city did not collapse. Still not making a move. Gu Fei was extremely nervous. The great technique that the Nameless Saint had set up was being gradually disintegrated by the Purple Emperor's unparalleled evil power. It looked like the ancient city was about to collapse. The inheritance of the evil ancestor is indeed powerful. It can be said to be heaven-defying. Even if a real saint came, he would probably have a headache. Unfortunately, he met me. At this moment, He Tian finally made his move. With a flip of his right hand, a 7-colored formation plate immediately appeared in his hand. It was a formation plate refined from 7-colored divine jade. Although the formation plate was only a foot in diameter, it displayed the terrain of the surrounding 10,000 kilometers. Ancient runes were faintly discernible on the formation plate. 81 rays of divine light represented 81 earth veins. This, Gu Fei couldn't help being startled when he saw this. More than 10 of the 81 earth veins in front of him had already collapsed, so why was He Tian's formation plate still showing 81 earth veins? Humph. I will let the Violet Emperor experience what is called a formation within a formation, a technique within a technique. He Tian sat down cross-legged, and the 7-colored array plate flew up from his hand and floated in front of him. A formation within a formation, a technique within a technique. Hearing this, Gu Fei was also looking forward to it. He Tian was definitely a formation grandmaster. He wanted to see what kind of technique He Tian would use to break the evil ancestor's Dharma form of the Violet Emperor. The Violet Emperor had not stopped slaughtering the people in the city and used the blood sacrifice of 10,000 spirits in order to use the power of the blood sacrifice to condense the evil ancestor's Dharma form and display its supreme evil power to break the Nameless Saint's great technique. Roar! The 1,000-foot-long evil shadow roared, and a pair of bloody eyes pierced through the heavens and the earth, shooting up into the sky. The bloody vortex in the sky rapidly shrank, and in the end, it was completely swallowed by the evil shadow. Bang! It was like a supreme evil god from the primordial era had broken through the barriers of the void and came to this world. With just one step, half of the ancient city immediately collapsed. Dozens of huge dragons collapsed, and the endless earth essence was swallowed by the bloody shadow. After swallowing the earth essence, the evil shadow's evil power grew stronger. Boom! The evil shadow directly punched out, creating a huge hole in the sky, breaking the void that was covered by the Nameless Saint's godly law. After that, the 500 Heavenly Emperor's combat soldiers and the silver armor immortal soldiers in the city were transported out. Under the protection of the Violet Emperor, the 500 Heavenly Emperor's combat soldiers and the silver armor immortal soldiers under him did not suffer any casualties. These were the strength of the Violet Emperor's subordinates. Of course, the Violet Emperor would not ignore the safety of his subordinates. After the 500 Heavenly Emperor's combat soldiers and the silver armor immortal soldiers were sent out, the Violet Emperor no longer had any scruples, and the bloody evil light gathered. Boom! A terrifying sage's power erupted from the 1,000-foot-long evil shadow, and the remaining half of the ancient city immediately collapsed. The entire ancient city was completely destroyed. The 81 huge dragons also collapsed in an instant, turning into thick earth essence that was continuously swallowed by the evil shadow. The earth veins on the ground also collapsed, and the godly law collapsed and was erased. The power of the entire heaven and earth was broken by the terrifying power of the Violet Emperor. At the moment when the ancient city collapsed, a 9-grade divine crystal flew out from the bottom of the ancient city. This divine crystal was only about a foot long, but there were ancient Tao patterns on it, and the aura of the great Tao immediately spread out in the world. A divine artifact. Gu Fei's pupils shrank when he saw the 9-grade divine crystal. There was a Tao power lingering on the divine crystal, and it was imprinted with the sage technique. Humph! There is nothing that I, the Violet Emperor, can't get what I want. The Violet Emperor's confident and arrogant words came out from the bloody evil shadow. Is that really the case? Hearing the Violet Emperor's words, Gu Fei could not help but smile coldly. You stay here and play with the Violet Emperor, I will go and destroy his so-called Celestial Emperor soldier. Gu Fei said to He Tian, and then he rushed into the sky, rushing into the distance. The combat strength of the 500 Celestial Emperor soldiers was really shocking. Taking advantage of the fact that the 500 Celestial Emperor soldiers were seriously injured by the Nameless Sage's great technique, it was a good opportunity to destroy this Celestial Emperor soldier that could fight against a half-step sage. Xiaoqing and Balan both rushed in the direction where Gu Fei disappeared. They were already half-step almighties, and as long as the 500 Celestial Emperor soldiers did not gather together, even if Shao Qing and Balan joined hands, they could still destroy the Celestial Emperor soldiers. Chu Luqing and Little Fatty stood behind He Tian, and they looked at each other, but did not chase after him. At this moment, the heaven and earth law formed by the Violet Emperor stretched out a huge hand, and directly grabbed the 9-grade divine crystal that rushed out of the ground. At this moment, He Tian also made a move. The 7-colored formation plate floating in front of him was hit by him, and then the 81 earth veins that had collapsed actually reformed in an instant. Boom! Chapter 1069. What's going on? The Violet Emperor roared, his voice shaking the heavens and the earth. He was both shocked and angry. The momentum of the world that he had already broken was quickly condensing, and a terrible wave suddenly enveloped the entire world. Roar! Dragon roars sounded, and the 81 earth veins turned into the shape of a giant dragon, rushing up from the ground. It was as if 81 real dragons had awoken, and an endless dragon aura surged out. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws, pouncing on the blood shadow that was standing in the sky. Dragon aura, how is this possible? The Violet Emperor was shocked. He had fused with the evil ancestor's Dharma idol, and he had some of the evil ancestor's power, so he could feel the true dragon aura. It was too unbelievable. Could it be that the 81 earth veins had already transformed into earth dragon veins? Absolutely impossible. Boom! The heavens and the earth shook, and the 81 dragons rushed towards the blood shadow together. The entire void froze, and the true dragon aura surged between the heavens and the earth, suppressing all directions. The momentum of the world was many times stronger than before. The 81 dragons that the Violet Emperor had broken with his supreme evil technique were just shadows condensed from the essence of the earth veins, and they did not have a physical body. Now, although the 81 dragons were not real dragons, they had a physical body, and they were formed by the 81 earth veins. Every single dragon exuded a boundless draconic aura, and in the middle of their heads, there was a resplendent crystal, and on top of the crystal, there were many tiny dragon shadows. Dragon crystals. Seeing this, the Violet Emperor was even more shocked. The ancient saint who had set up such a great technique was really generous. He had actually used 81 dragon crystals to gather the essence of the earth. However, he did not know that this was not the ancient saint who had set up such a great technique. It was He Tian who had spent a few days, and with the strength of a half-step almighty, he had set up a backup plan. Although the Violet Emperor was startled, he did not panic. His blood-red hand continued to reach for the 9-colored divine crystal. He had been scheming for so long, all for this divine object. However, just as the Violet King was about to grab the 9-grade divine crystal, a huge dragon had already charged over and swallowed the divine crystal in a single gulp. Damn it! The Emperor Zi Huang was enraged when he saw this. Bam! With a muffled sound, his back was heavily hit. Even his 1,000-foot-tall figure could not withstand the impact. He staggered a few steps forward. His hair stood on end in anger. Without even looking, he stretched out his hand and grabbed behind him. A huge dragon was caught in his hand. Break! The Violet Emperor roared in rage. He exerted force in his hand as boundless blood light gushed out from his hand. He wanted to use his evil energy to disperse the dragon in his hand. Boom! The dragon crystal in the Violet Emperor's hand suddenly shined brightly, and a berserk energy exploded out from the dragon crystal. It was possible to see countless runes on the dragon crystal shattering. Not good. The Z Emperor quickly let go, but it was too late. With an earth-shattering sound, the dragon crystal exploded, and a destructive force spread out in all directions. The blood hand was blasted apart on the spot. A mushroom cloud rose from the ground, and the ground within 100 miles sunk. The dragon crystal had drawn endless essence energy from the veins of the earth, and this explosion had a destructive power. Even the powerful evil ancestor's Dharma idol was sent flying. The Violet Emperor coughed up a mouthful of blood. He had almost fused with the celestial Dharma idol. If it was not for the evil ancestor's celestial Dharma idol, he would have been smashed to pieces. Roar! Who is it? At this time, the Violet Emperor knew that he had been plotted against, and this made him go crazy. He had plotted for 500 years just to obtain this sage technique. However, when everything was ready and he thought that nothing would go wrong, he was plotted against. This made the Violet Emperor both shocked and angry. The person who dared to plot against him was definitely not an ordinary person. One must know that this was the Eastern Land, the territory of the Eastern Emperor Xian of the Primordial Era. Anyone who dared to attack the son of Emperor Xian of the Primordial Era was tantamount to declaring war on the Emperor Xian of the Primordial Era. The Violet Emperor had planned for so long, and he had thought of all kinds of possibilities. He had even transferred the Celestial Emperor's combat weapon from Celestial City. It was indeed foolproof. However, he had never thought that he would encounter Gu Fei's group. Among Gu Fei's group, there was an insatiably greedy He Tian. This guy would even grab the feathers of wild geese flying in the sky. How could he sit still after seeing this sage technique? Roar! The dragon that had swallowed the 9 divine crystals soared into the sky and flew in the direction of He Tian. As for the remaining 80 dragons, they were still rushing towards the Violet Emperor. The majestic dragon chi filled the world, and on every dragon, there were countless runes that appeared. These were the runes that were imprinted on the Fire Phoenix Divine Jade. The Dragon Crystal and Phoenix Divine Jade had attracted an inexhaustible amount of worldly essence. There seemed to be many fire phoenixes circling around the dragons. The dragon chi and the phoenix chi were intertwining. A mighty sage's might was emitted. Aw, 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 aw. The Violet Emperor was almost going crazy. His right arm had been shattered by the explosion of the dragon crystal. His celestial projection was on the verge of collapsing. However, he desperately urged his evil force to reform his celestial projection. The shattered right arm reappeared. The 1,000 Zhonglong blood shadow stood up from the ground, exuding a monstrous evil aura. The blood whirlpool reappeared, engulfing everything in its path. Go! At this time, the dragon rushed over and spat out a 9-colored divine crystal. He Tian hurriedly put it away, then used his god power to wrap up Fatty and Chu Luqing, and rushed off into the distance. His goal was the 9 divine crystal. He didn't have the time to care about the Violet Emperor's life. After He Tian left, the Violet Emperor's angry roars came from the formation. He displayed his unparalleled evil power and used forbidden evil arts to destroy the dragons. Around the blood shadow, there were 9 blood vortexes spinning, absorbing the essence of the world. It was actually able to defend against the dragons that were charging at it from all directions. However, every time the Violet Emperor destroyed a dragon, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. When the dragon was destroyed, the dragon crystal on its head would explode. The power of the dragon crystal was too strong. The Violet Emperor was seriously injured. But it had to be said that the Violet Emperor was indeed powerful. He had slaughtered a city full of people. The spiritual energy of tens of thousands of people made him look like the reincarnation of the evil ancestor. But at this time, He Tian was nowhere to be seen. The Violet Emperor had no idea who was behind this. After the Violet Emperor broke out, his celestial projection collapsed. He was bathed in blood. The 9 divine crystals had been stolen. He didn't even know who it was. He was so angry that he coughed up 3 mouthfuls of blood and almost fainted. Chapter 1070. Violet Emperor Yuanga almost went mad with anger. Moreover, his injuries were not light either. His celestial form had collapsed, and his vitality was greatly damaged. This was the most dangerous battle Violet Emperor Yuanga had faced since his debut. This was a contest of sage techniques. If he wasn't careful, his body and soul would be destroyed. The Violet Emperor stood on top of a small hill next to the ruins. His whole body was covered in blood, and his clothes were tattered. The evil aura gradually disappeared from his body. The evil aura retreated, and the aura of an immortal spirit began to seep out of the Violet Emperor's body. Violet chi appeared faintly on his body, and his long hair turned white. The Violet Emperor's vitality was injured. After a while, he soared into the sky and flew in the direction of Celestial City. This time, not only did he not obtain any benefits, but he was also injured. From the beginning to the end, the Primordial Emperor Xian did not appear. If the Primordial Emperor Xian were to make a move, it would not be easy for He Tian to seize the 9-colored divine crystal. Perhaps even He Tian himself would be in danger. While He Tian and the Violet Emperor were fighting, Gu Fei chased after the 500 Celestial Emperor's combat troops. Gu Fei used the 8 desolate steps to travel 100 kilometers in one step. It was even faster than teleportation, and his shadow could not be seen. Very soon, he had traveled a few thousand kilometers. The Violet Emperor teleported the Celestial Emperor's combat troops and a group of silver-armored immortal soldiers. A mass of bloody light enveloped everyone and swept across the sky. Its speed was even faster than Gu Fei's 8 desolate steps. Boom! In the end, the mass of bloody light fell from the sky and smashed into the mountains. A mountain ridge was instantly flattened, and dust rose high into the sky. Countless birds and beasts were startled and fled in all directions from the mountains. The entire region was in chaos. The dust surged and enveloped the surroundings. Hundreds of figures walked out from the dust. First was 100 combat troops riding green scale beasts. Behind them were 400 combat troops wielding divine spears. Behind them were nearly 100 silver-armored immortal soldiers. The immortal soldiers and immortal generals under Primordial Emperor Xian had a strict hierarchy. The cavalrymen at the front were the most powerful. Some of them even had 1 foot in the celestial realm. In the heaven realm, people like them could be considered experts. Before the 500 fighters could walk out from the smoke, Gu Fei had already made his move. Bam! A battle soldier riding on a green scale beast was suddenly sent flying backward. At the same time, crackling sounds could be heard coming from the battle soldier's body. The battle soldiers behind them didn't have enough time to dodge, and were instantly sent flying. Every battle soldier who was hit would immediately let out a crackling sound and collapse to the ground. Boom! The other battle soldiers immediately dodged in all directions. A few unlucky silver-armored immortal soldiers were even sent flying by the battle soldiers who dodged to the back. In the blink of an eye, 17 battle soldiers had fallen to the ground. This caused everyone to be dumbfounded and shocked to the extreme. Those who were knocked down by the first battle soldier would continue to knock down others. The third battle soldier that was knocked down would also explode, and his body would collapse to the ground like a pile of mud. It was as if this was a contagious poison that could spread from person to person. Anyone who came into contact with it would be infected. Who is it? Come out and fight if you have the guts. Sneak attack. This is what a scoundrel would do. The other battle soldiers roared angrily. These battle soldiers were valiant and full of fighting spirit. Their bodies were full of divine power, and the divine spears in their hands were emitting divine light. They were ready to launch the fiercest attack at any time. Hundreds of battle soldiers swept their sharp eyes in all directions, but they couldn't find any trace of the enemy. Then, they looked at the 17 battle soldiers lying on the ground. This was not a big deal, but it shocked everyone. Everyone felt cold from head to toe. The 17 battle soldiers lying on the ground were bleeding from their 7 orifices. They looked ferocious and terrifying, but they had already stopped breathing. They were as dead as they could be. Dead? No one dared to believe what they saw. It was so unreal. The battle soldiers of the Celestial Arch, who had experienced hundreds of battles, had been killed in an instant. These were the celestial the arch battle soldiers, the strongest sovereign battle soldiers under the command of the primordial Emperor Xian. Each of them had the cultivation of a profound transformation realm monarch. Moreover, these 500 battle soldiers didn't cultivate the immortal Dao technique, but an ancient battle-killing technique. This battle-killing technique was obtained by the primordial Emperor Xian in an ancient ruin. This battle-killing technique was very difficult to cultivate, but once it was successfully cultivated, the body of the person who cultivated it would become incomparably strong. It would be able to withstand the slashes of ordinary immortal weapons and would be stronger than ordinary monarchs. Who dares to kill the people of the primordial Emperor Venerate? Could it be that you dare to make an enemy of the primordial Emperor Venerate? The strongest battle soldiers with the highest cultivation shouted angrily. The green scale beasts they were riding were breathing hot air uneasily, as if they had sensed danger. Humph! Who the hell is the primordial Emperor Xian? A voice suddenly resounded in the dust, followed by miserable screams. A terrifying figure walked out from behind everyone. Wherever he passed, the silver-armored immortal soldiers were sent flying by his fists. How dare you! How dare you look down on the primordial Emperor Venerate? You deserve to die. Kill him. Hundreds of celestial the arch battle soldiers shouted angrily and pointed their spears at the person. However, something terrible happened again. The situation was the same as before. When the silver-armored immortal soldiers hit by the person's fists touched the other immortal soldiers would also fall to the ground with a loud explosion. In just an instant, more than half of the silver-armored immortal soldiers had fallen to the ground. When the other silver-armored immortal soldiers saw this, they were scared out of their wits and scattered. This person was too terrifying. His fists seemed to contain a terrifying demonic nature. As long as one was hit by his fists, there would only be one outcome, death by bleeding from the 7 apertures of the celestial the arch battle soldiers. The remaining 483 celestial the arch battle soldiers quickly gathered together. The person who came out from the dark was Gu Fei. At this moment, his appearance had changed. He had become a skinny middle-aged man with a sallow complexion. He did not appear with his real face. Gu Fei had some misgivings. He did not have the ability to contend against an existence like the primordial Emperor Xian. He was determined to kill the celestial the arch battle soldiers of the primordial Emperor Xian that could fight a half-step sage. He did not care about the silver-armored immortal soldiers that were fleeing in all directions, so he let them escape. Gu Fei was shocked to find that the aura of each celestial the arch battle soldier had merged perfectly to form a monstrous evil qi. The power of each celestial the arch battle soldier was also converging. This was the power of 483 monarchs. Once this power was successfully condensed, even a half-step sage would be shocked. Gu Fei sensed danger. Chapter 1071. 500 celestial emperor soldiers gathered and formed an ancient battle formation. A terrifying power that made even celestial emperors pale was rapidly condensing. Gu Fei was shocked. 500 celestial emperor soldiers could fight against a half-step sage. He couldn't let these soldiers form a battle formation. Otherwise, he would be the one to die. Swoosh! Gu Fei immediately executed the 8 desolate steps and charged forward at the speed of 8 steps. You're courting death. The leading battle soldiers shouted angrily as they thrust their spears forward. The other battle soldiers also thrust their spears towards Gu Fei at the same time. Wherever the spears pointed, the void was pierced. This was not the power of a single person. It was an attack that gathered the power of 483 celestial emperor soldiers. It displayed an indomitable momentum. Flawless 5 elements fist. Gu Fei shouted. His momentum instantly rose to the peak. He was like a reincarnated martial ancestor. He directly punched forward. The power of the 5 elements surged. Gu Fei's fist was like an ancient divine mountain, colliding with the hundreds of Celestial Emperor's soldiers. Boom! The two earth-shattering forces collided. The hundreds of Celestial Emperor's soldiers vomited blood and retreated. Although they suffered a great impact, they did not panic. As for Gu Fei, he was sent flying backwards. Bam! Gu Fei's feet landed on the ground, crushing it. The whole ground shook violently, and the ground undulated like waves. Several nearby mountain peaks collapsed, and the entire region was shaken by the mighty power that surged out. Gu Fei's fighting spirit was like a rainbow. This was the first time he fought after breaking through to the celestial being realm. He wanted to test his current strength. What a powerful battle formation! Gu Fei only felt a slight numbness in his arm after clashing with the hundreds of soldiers. He hadn't felt this for a long time. There was no doubt that the Emperor martial body was powerful. Gu Fei believed that even if he was barehanded, he could still fight against a mighty sacred weapon. Roar! Hundreds of soldiers roared furiously in unison, their battle intent surging to the extreme. Baleful chi soared into the sky, and their voices shook the sky. The heavens and the earth trembled, and even the clouds at the edge of the sky were scattered. All right. Again. Gu Fei was stimulated by his opponent's fighting spirit, and his blood boiled. His eyes shot out two sharp eyes that were as sharp as the edge of a blade, and then directly disappeared. Boom! Hundreds of battle soldiers charged towards Gu Fei in an instant. The power of destruction directly smashed the place where Gu Fei was just a moment ago into nothingness and chaos, piercing through heaven and earth. Take another punch from me. Gu Fei's voice rang out in the sky. Bang! The entire sky seemed to have collapsed all of a sudden, and boundless pressure came crashing down from the sky. 5 fists appeared in the void. Each fist was as large as a mountain, and each fist represented one of the 5 elements. The power of the 5 elements was vast, and the 5 fists crushed the void and collapsed the earth, as if doomsday had arrived. It was extremely terrifying, and it had the power to destroy the world. The hundreds of Celestial Emperor soldiers below could not help but turn pale with fright. Their opponent was too powerful. Kill! Hundreds of soldiers roared furiously, raising the spears in their hands and thrusting them upwards. Every spear emitted a dazzling divine light. 483 beams of divine light gathered together, condensing into a 10,000 zhang long divine spear, piercing upwards. Like a heavenly spear, it seemed as if it was going to pierce through the sky, and a violent and domineering power spread in all directions. Boom! Another earth-shattering noise was heard, and the 5 fists with the power of the 5 elements collided with the 10,000 zhang long spear. The 10,000 zhang long spear was broken, and then dissipated between the heavens and the earth. The terrifying power descended, and the entire ground was sinking. The green scale beasts of the battle soldiers could not withstand such pressure, and were killed on the spot. Hundreds of Celestial Emperor soldiers were smashed into the ground. The 5 elements' godly fists that struck down from the sky dissipated, and a figure surrounded by the 5 elements' godly glow appeared. The figure was none other than Gu Fei. He clenched his right fist tightly, and blood began to ooze out, dripping from the gaps between his fingers. Impressive. If I hadn't killed 17 battle soldiers first and damaged the ancient battle formation, I wouldn't have been able to take them down. Gu Fei descended from the sky. He was secretly shocked. These battle soldiers were too terrifying. 500 of them definitely had the strength to challenge a half-martial saint. It was definitely not a lie. One should know that Gu Fei was a celestial being martial emperor, and his flesh was as strong as a sacred weapon. Ordinary immortal weapons would not be able to harm him. But now, Gu Fei was injured. Even though the ancient battle formation was incomplete, and could not unleash its full power, it was still no small matter. Furthermore, the 500 battle soldiers were already severely injured, and their strength was not as good as before. Swoosh! Without hesitation, Gu Fei dived down from the sky, and killed his way into the ground. The entire ground began to tremble, and cries of pain and anger could be heard from the ground. Deep under the ground, it was as if there was a giant dragon roaring. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, mountains were collapsing, and the ground was collapsing. Dust rose up into the sky. Soon, the commotion under the ground gradually calmed down. Boom! Bang! Bang! More than 10 figures with soaring killing intent broke through the earth and rushed out from underground. Then, they scattered and fled in all directions. Even the Grim Reaper had moments of fear. Swoosh! 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 More than a dozen beams of divine light that were as dazzling as peerless divine weapons broke through the soil and shot out from the ground. They instantly caught up with those figures. Roar! Someone roared angrily and suddenly turned around. He desperately waved his divine spear and smashed it towards the piercing divine light. He wanted to stop this terrifying divine light of absolute death. Chi! With a soft sound, the godly light was cut in half, and the godly light pierced through the battle soldier's forehead, shattering his spiritual soul. The battle soldier's body fell from the sky. The other battle soldiers suffered the same fate. They were caught up by the godly light of absolute death, and either had their heads pierced, or were killed by the godly light. Just as Gu Fei annihilated the 500 battle soldiers of the Heavenly Emperor, an extremely powerful aura appeared in the distance, and was rapidly approaching. Gu Fei did not show himself, and directly retreated from the ground. Swoosh! A figure appeared high in the sky, emitting a powerful aura. Between the heaven and the earth, there was a mighty holy aura. This was the aura of a sage. Roar! Who dares to kill my people? This person roared, and the sky, the mountains, and the rivers trembled under his roar. One roar shook the mountains and the rivers. This person's cultivation was high, and his strength was unimaginable. 500 battle soldiers had fallen. They were completely annihilated in the depths of this mountain. Emperor Xian of the primordial era almost went crazy. This was a loss that was difficult to make up for. He had spent a lot of effort to train 500 battle soldiers that could fight against semi-sages. Such a battle soldier was like a killing knife in his hand. It wouldn't be a problem for him to conquer the entire heavenly realm. But now, he had lost this killing knife. Emperor Xian of the primordial era looked around coldly. The energy fluctuations in the void had yet to disperse. He was originally in seclusion, wanting to advance to the next level, but he had no choice but to come out early, because the soul tablet of the 500 battle soldiers of the Heavenly Emperor had unexpectedly shattered. The soul tablet was a technique used by Emperor Xian of the primordial era to control his subordinates. The soul tablet contained a strand of the divine sense of Emperor Xian of the primordial era's subordinate. Once the soul tablet was shattered, it meant that the subordinate had fallen. In the celestial city, there was a pavilion dedicated to storing the soul tablets. It was guarded day and night, and only the soul tablets of important people could be placed inside. The soul tablets of the 500 battle soldiers of the Heavenly Emperor had unexpectedly shattered. The people guarding the pavilion didn't dare to be negligent, so they alerted Emperor Xian of the primordial era, who was in seclusion. However, when Emperor Xian of the primordial era received the news and rushed over, the 500 battle soldiers of the Heavenly Emperor had already been annihilated. Preposterous! I'd like to see who dares to oppose me. Emperor Xian of the primordial era had an ugly expression on his face. Even though he was a semi-sage, he was completely enraged. The death of the 500 battle soldiers of the Heavenly Emperor had made Emperor Xian of the primordial era furious. This time, the losses were really disastrous. Emperor Xian of the primordial era opened his mouth and spat out an ancient mirror. Then, he spat out a mouthful of Xiantian essence qi at the ancient mirror. Immediately, a thin layer of mist appeared on the surface of the ancient mirror. As though the clouds had parted to reveal the blue sky, the layer of mist on the surface of the ancient mirror gradually dispersed. The surface of the mirror became sparkling and flawless, and the scenery and human figures could be vaguely seen on it. A mass of bloody light appeared on the surface of the mirror. Within the bloody light, there were hundreds of human figures. Then, the bloody light fell into the mountain, and after that, 17 battle soldiers died a violent death. That ancient mirror was so mysterious that it could reproduce what had already happened. The previous scenes were faintly discernible on the surface of the ancient mirror. When a tall and skinny middle-aged man with a sallow complexion appeared on the surface of the ancient mirror, Emperor Xian of the primordial era couldn't help but narrow his eyes. "Who is this guy?" Emperor Xian of the primordial era muttered to himself. He didn't know this guy at all. At this time, the scenery on the ancient mirror changed again. When Emperor Xian of the primordial era saw the middle-aged man use the 5-element divine fist, his face revealed a shocked expression. How is this possible? Isn't this fist technique already lost? Emperor Xian of the primordial era seemed to have thought of something. He couldn't help but be shocked and angry, and his eyes flickered. Even his inheritance has appeared. Is the golden age that happens once every 10,000 years coming again? Emperor Xian of the primordial era murmured to himself. The golden age had arrived, and the 100 races had flourished. Experts had emerged in large numbers, and a trace of opportunity that could prove one's Tao had appeared again. 10,000 years ago, heroes had risen and fought everywhere. It was also at that time that Emperor Xian of the primordial era became an almighty of the immortal Tao and dominated a region. However, no one had managed to capture that trace of opportunity to become a sage. No one had been able to prove their Tao and become a sage. This time, no one knew who would have such luck. Chapter 1072. Although the primordial Emperor Xian had great magical powers, he was still unable to see through Gu Fei. The Gu Fei that appeared in the ancient mirror that could reproduce what had happened was the Gu Fei who had already changed his appearance. On the path of martial arts, the cultivation of the martial body was to dig out the limits of human potential. The corporeal body was the origin of the martial path, just like the primordial spirit was the origin of the immortal path. Gu Fei's control over the corporeal body had already reached the point where he could change his appearance at will. This was not an illusion, but a transformation of his muscles and even his bones. The primordial Emperor Xian's ancient mirror was a supreme treasure that could illuminate all illusions, but Gu Fei's technique was not an illusion. Seeing Gu Fei's supreme martial arts fist technique in the mirror, even the primordial Emperor Xian was moved. This kind of martial arts expert was already extinct in the heavenly realm, so how did he appear again? This person had ascended to immortality through martial arts. His battle prowess was unfathomable, and he could actually suppress hundreds of soldiers. It must be known that when hundreds of soldiers gathered together, even he would have to retreat. The primordial Emperor Xian thought of many things. He was shocked by Gu Fei's battle prowess, but he never imagined that these 500 soldiers were actually seriously injured first, and then Gu Fei suddenly attacked and killed 17 of them. After suffering consecutive setbacks, the battle formation formed by the 500 soldiers was no longer complete, and the strength they could display was greatly reduced. Otherwise, why would Gu Fei attack? In the end, the constantly rotating image of the ancient mirror disappeared, and the divine light emitted by the ancient mirror converged into the ancient mirror. But this was enough. The primordial Emperor Xian knew who had killed his 500 celestial emperor soldiers. No matter who it is, there is only one ending for anyone who dares to oppose me. The primordial Emperor Xian stood high in the sky, and his eyes shot out 2 divine lights as he scanned the surroundings. He wanted to find some clues about that person. He already had the intention to kill. Sure enough, Yuangu Emperor Xian discovered something and flew towards the south, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. At this time, Gu Fei had already used the 5 elements void underground. He wrapped himself in the earth void and quickly escaped into the distance. The earth elemental power fused with the surrounding earth. Gu Fei was like a small fish that could swim freely in the mud. He broke through the layers of earth and rock soundlessly and moved forward. This was a technique that was derived from cultivating martial arts to a profound realm. Gu Fei did not know that danger was rapidly approaching him. The primordial Emperor Xian was indeed exceptional. He had caught a trace of Gu Fei and had actually followed him. Primordial Emperor Xian was a half-saint who had already touched upon the Great Tao. He had a trace of saint's might and was a peerless character in the heaven realm. In this era where saints didn't appear, semi-saints were synonymous with invincibility. They stood at the forefront of all cultivators and were existences at the top of the pyramid. That's far enough. Gu Fei was very careful. He escaped for thousands of miles before rushing out of the ground. However, the moment Gu Fei broke through the ground and rushed out, a huge hand descended from the sky and covered all directions, grabbing towards him. Not good. Gu Fei was shocked. He felt a cold killing intent lock onto him. The sudden arrival of a great danger made all the pores on his body stand on end. Whoosh! Without thinking, Gu Fei directly took a step to the side. He used the 8 desolation steps with all his strength and displayed the extreme speed of 8 steps. With just one step, Gu Fei had moved 300 miles horizontally. Boom! With a loud sound, a mountain in front of Gu Fei was directly smashed into pieces. Gravel filled the sky and dust rushed into the sky. The mountain was in chaos. Humph! Gao Tianji let out a cold laugh. The giant hand continued to press down. Even though Gu Fei had moved 300 miles horizontally, he still couldn't escape from the giant hand. Rumble, the dust caused by the collapse of the mountain was pressed down. All the gravel in the sky was also pressed down. The area within a radius of more than 10 miles was full of holes. Countless birds and beasts in the mountain were smashed to death, and countless trees were destroyed. Roar! Gu Fei let out a furious roar. Vital energy surged from his body. Every pore on his body was emitting vital energy. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a god of war, his body emitting a strong murderous intent. Bang! He threw a palm downward. Since there was no way to avoid it, he would fight. Gu Fei directly threw out the sky-covering palm. Endless vital energy of yin and yang surged out from his palm. A giant black and white hand also covered the sky and greeted the descending giant hand. You're overestimating yourself. The voice sounded again. The giant hand pressed down, causing the whole sky and earth to tremble. Under the pressure of the giant hand, the whole world seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Boom! The sky-covering palm that Gu Fei threw out with all his strength collided with the giant hand falling from the sky. The void instantly collapsed. The sky-covering palm collapsed, and endless power came down from the sky. The power of destruction swept out in all directions. A huge chaotic hole with a radius of thousands of miles appeared in the sky. The sky and earth had been pierced through. Wah! Gu Fei suffered a great impact. The terrible power that came down from the sky almost tore his body apart. He spat out blood and was slammed into the ground by the giant hand. Bang! The giant hand followed Gu Fei like a shadow and slammed down from the sky. It fiercely hit Gu Fei, causing the ground to sink and the ground to undulate violently like waves. A terrible power spread out from the giant hand, destroying everything. The mountains within a radius of a few hundred miles collapsed one after another. Such a scene was simply like the end of the world. Rumble, the earth shook, and the whole area was destroyed. The mountains within a radius of a few hundred miles were flattened. The giant hand that bombarded the earth was like the hand of the end of the world, destroying everything. Nothing within a radius of a few hundred miles could survive. Even a tree or a blade of grass was turned into dust. Humph! You'll be buried with my 500 celestial emperor soldiers. The giant hand on the ground dissipated, and a huge palm print appeared on the ground. The figure of the primordial emperor Xian appeared high in the sky, like a celestial emperor descending, looking down at the ants below. The primordial emperor Xian was very confident that this blow was enough to kill the martial arts expert who destroyed his 500 celestial emperor Xian. Even if the opponent had the cultivation of the celestial being realm, it would be impossible for him to survive. Even an existence at the peak of the ninth heaven would die when a semi-sage attacked. Chapter 1073. No one could save Gu Fei now that a semi-sage had made his move. As the giant hand pressed down, it was as if a part of the world was collapsing. It was unstoppable and unstoppable. Gu Fei was smacked down from the sky by the giant hand formed by the primordial emperor Xian. His body was almost torn apart, and he had suffered an unimaginable impact. If he had been an ordinary celestial being realm martial emperor, his body and soul would have been destroyed long ago. However, Gu Fei was not an ordinary martial emperor. He was a celestial being martial emperor with unparalleled battle prowess. However, even though he was a celestial being realm martial emperor, Gu Fei still found it difficult to contend with a semi-sage. The gap between the two was so huge that it could not be bridged. However, just as the primordial emperor Xian's giant hand slammed down from the sky again towards Gu Fei, who had already been smacked into the ground, Gu Fei opened his inner world and rushed in at the moment of life and death. Even so, half of his body was swept by the mighty destructive power of the giant hand and shattered on the spot. The martial emperor's essence blood splattered everywhere. The inner world shook as the mighty power from the outside world shattered a part of the mountain range. Gu Fei hurriedly cut off the passage between the inner world and the outside world. All living creatures in the inner world sensed the extremely terrifying aura from the outside world. The people of the Undying clan immediately rushed out. The three great martial emperors of the Undying clan rushed towards Gu Fei quickly. When they saw that Gu Fei's martial body had been shattered, they were extremely shocked. Yen He was still in seclusion. She was blocked by the supreme formation that He Tian had carved. That aura did not alarm Yen He, who was in seclusion, to break through to the almighty realm. The magical effects of the heaven-defying divine pill were fully displayed on Yen He. One divine pill was enough to give Yen the capital to break through to the almighty realm. The cultivation method of the alchemy cauldron Dao was really unique. As long as one had a divine pill in hand, one's cultivation could increase infinitely. The speed at which one's cultivation increased was definitely the fastest among all the cultivation systems. Master, when the three without emperors saw how heavily injured Gu Fei was, they turned pale with fright. If Gu Fei were to fall, they would probably be finished as well. Even if they were not finished, being trapped in this small world would definitely lead to death. All of you, back off. Gu Fei's breathing was very weak. If he hadn't escaped into his inner world, his body and soul would have been completely destroyed by the primordial Emperor Xian. Yes. The three supreme emperors hesitated for a moment, but in the end, they retreated. Gu Fei struggled to sit up. The left side of his body was badly mutilated. His shoulder and arm had been obliterated. His head was almost injured. However, Gu Fei had already cultivated fate into every part of his body. Every drop of blood, every strand of hair was fate. As long as a drop of blood was not obliterated by the enemy, he could be reborn. The blood, flesh, tendons, and bones in the injured area surged. Gu Fei used the essence of heaven and earth in the area to heal his injured body. However, he soon realized that there was a force attached to the injured area, making it difficult for his injured body to heal. Primordial Emperor Xian, Gu Fei gritted his teeth. He knew that the person who attacked must be the Primordial Emperor Xian. Only such a person could use the power of the Great Path to kill the enemy. The force attached to the injured area should be a trace of the power of the Great Path. A half-sage was indeed terrifying. Using the power of the Great Path to injure others would be difficult to heal from such an injury. Gu Fei had seen the primordial Emperor Xian fight with the half-sage, so he was very clear about the aura of the primordial Emperor Xian. An existence at the level of a half-sage would not bother to attack a celestial being realm emperor. How did he chase me down? Gu Fei was very puzzled. He had been very careful, but the primordial Emperor Xian still chased him down and attacked him. He had almost died. It was definitely not a good thing to be remembered by a half-sage emperor. Even if he could escape this calamity, he could not casually expose his strength in the future. Martial path battle techniques were different from the masses and could be easily recognized. Fortunately, Gu Fei had cultivated a martial path magical ability, so he could use it to conceal his true strength. In the end, Gu Fei walked into the depths of this small world and entered the divine spring of life in the depths of this world. He wanted to use the boundless life essence of the spring to heal his injured body. The ancestral dragon divine herb that had taken root next to the divine spring was very spiritual. When it sensed Gu Fei's arrival, it immediately turned into a small dragon and hid far away. Gu Fei's whole body was immersed in the divine spring. Then, he attracted the rich life essence in the surroundings to wash his body. Streams of life essence seeped into his body through his pores, then gathered in his meridians and flowed all over his body. Gu Fei's body, which was on the verge of collapse, gradually became stronger. The cracked emperor martial body was healing, and the shocking bloodstains began to disappear. Even the half of his body, which had been destroyed by the power of the Great Path, was slowly recovering. His muscles, bones, and flesh were regenerating. This was definitely the most dangerous situation that Gu Fei had ever been in since he had started cultivating. It had to be said that Gu Fei's luck was really good. He had unexpectedly escaped from the hands of a half-sage. It must be known that the one who had attacked him was a half-sage. If it had been someone else, even an advanced realm almighty, they would have died with a grievance. As time passed, the spiritual energy in the divine spring of life gathered. Even the essence of heaven and earth in the surrounding area was attracted by Gu Fei. Gu Fei was like a bottomless black hole, rapidly devouring all the spiritual energy in the surroundings. Soon, the place where Gu Fei was located was shrouded by all kinds of spiritual energy. The three great emperors of the undead clan were roaming around outside. They did not dare to enter the depths of this world. It was a forbidden area for existences like them. Gu Fei did not prohibit the undead creatures from entering the depths of this world. Even so, the three great emperors did not dare to enter the depths of this world. This was because that was the area where the divine spring of life was located. The life essence was no different from a poison to the undead clan. The life essence and the death essence were two extremes. The life essence would corrode the death essence condensed by the undead creatures. What kind of opponent did the Lord encounter? He was actually injured to this extent. The Corpse Clan's Supreme Emperor said. They were communicating with their divine senses. Yes. I have never seen the Lord suffer such a serious injury. The Undead Skeleton Clan's White Skeleton Skull transmitted a shocking divine sense fluctuation. The Netherworld Clan's Supreme Emperor was shrouded in a layer of Netherworld ghost chi. A ghostly shadow could be vaguely seen, as though it was formed by black smoke. The Supreme Emperor did not speak, but people could feel his nervousness. The Corpse Clan's Supreme Emperor and the Undead Skeleton Clan's Supreme Emperor knew what he was worried about. Chapter 1074. Endless spiritual chi shrouded the depths of this small world. Several divine springs of life were gushing out life essence. All the spiritual chi was continuously gathering towards Gu Fei. It was absolutely impossible for Gu Fei to refine and absorb such a huge amount of spiritual chi. Perhaps even a sage wouldn't be able to digest such a vast amount of spiritual chi. Gu Fei sat cross-legged in the largest divine spring in the depths of this small world, guiding the surrounding spiritual qi to cleanse and refine his body. Waves of spiritual qi flowed through his blood, flesh, tendons, and bones, before exiting his body. His cracked emperor martial physique was rapidly recovering. He was like a god sitting cross-legged in a world of spiritual qi. The power of the great path that was attached to the wound was also gradually being worn down. Flesh, blood, tendons, and bones regrew, but this process was very slow. This was the first time Gu Fei had suffered such a grand Dao injury. He couldn't help but secretly wipe his cold sweat. The consequences of being injured by such a force were very serious. Such an injury was very difficult to heal. A half-step sage was already so frightening. If it was a sage who had comprehended the grand Tao of heaven and earth, wouldn't it be even more frightening? The primordial Emperor Xian had already touched the grand Tao of heaven and earth. He was half a step away from becoming a sage. As long as he took one more step, he would be able to comprehend his own Tao and become a sage. However, this step was unprecedentedly difficult. For thousands of years, it seemed that no one had truly taken this crucial step to become a sage. Some people were trapped in the half-step sage realm for their entire lives, unable to advance even an inch. Some people even took the risk to enter the forbidden areas of the heaven realm that had existed since the primordial era to find a way to break through. Some people entered those forbidden areas and never came out. Although some people came out, they died not long after. Some people said that the secret to becoming a sage was in those forbidden areas. However, no one was willing to enter those forbidden areas. No one knew how many half-step sages there were in the heaven realm. Gu Fei sat in the divine spring of life for 3 months. He didn't move at all. Day and night, he guided the thick spiritual qi around his body to cleanse his body. The power of the great path in his body was gradually worn away, and the injuries of the great path he had suffered were gradually healed. His flesh, blood, tendons, and bones were all regenerated. His entire sovereign martial body was brand new, and he felt as if he had been reborn. Gu Fei could feel that his qi and blood were exuberant to the extreme. His entire body was filled with power, as though he could shatter the world with a single punch. After meditating for 3 months, Gu Fei felt that his cultivation seemed to have improved a little. Although he was still at the first layer of sky being realm, he felt that his life force had become stronger. Gu Fei stopped manipulating the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. The surging spiritual qi in the depths of this world gradually calmed down. When the 3 supreme emperors of the undead clan sensed the changes in the area where Gu Fei was located, they felt complicated and apprehensive. In this world, Gu Fei was the supreme god. Although the 3 great emperors of the undead clan had the strength of a peak emperor, they did not dare to act rashly. Gu Fei could mobilize the power of this world to suppress them at any time. The 3 supreme emperors of the undead clan actually had some expectations. As long as they could get out of this world, they would have the opportunity to get rid of Gu Fei's control. But now, they knew that they no longer had the chance. Gu Fei's cultivation and strength were already comparable to theirs. Even if they had other thoughts, they would not dare to act blindly without thinking. In the depths of this small world, the monstrous spiritual qi that had been surging for 3 months gradually calmed down. The few divine springs of life no longer gushed out life essence. Then, a figure walked out from the depths of this small world. In the celestial city, where the primordial era Emperor Xian was in seclusion, a figure was sitting with his legs crossed. Purple immortal energy was lingering around him, and immortal energy was surging. Whoosh! That person suddenly opened his closed eyes. 2 rays of purple light streaked across the void like 2 lightning bolts. Then, all the purple energy quickly gathered towards that person. In just an instant, there was no longer any immortal energy surging in this huge secret chamber. Phew! That person exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and stood up from the ground. This person's charm was restrained, and all the immortal energy in his body was restrained. He was just like an ordinary person. This was a phenomenon of returning to one's natural state. I've finally recovered my vitality. This person was the Purple Emperor Yuan Gu, the son of the Primordial Era Emperor Xian. Only the Purple Emperor Yuan Gu and the Primordial Era Emperor Xian could enter this secret chamber. This was because this was a precious place where the ancestral qi of the earth was released. The seclusion place of the Primordial Era Emperor Xian was built on top of this precious place. The Primordial Era Emperor Xian used the ancestral qi of the earth to cultivate. It was impossible for his cultivation not to increase. The Primordial Era Emperor Xian taking the crucial step to become a sage was probably related to this precious place. Rumble, the heavy stone door slowly opened. Outside the door, there were two immortal generals standing guard. When they saw the Purple Emperor coming out from the inside, they quickly saluted him. The Purple Emperor didn't pay attention to the two immortal generals. He directly soared into the sky and flew towards the Celestial City Lord's mansion. On the day when the Primordial Era Emperor Xian made his move, it was earth-shattering. In the end, many people were alarmed. Soon after, the news that the Celestial Emperor Xian's combat weapon was slaughtered spread throughout the Eastern Earth. The entire Eastern Earth was shaken. Then, the entire heavenly realm was shaken. Everyone was shocked and moved. The Primordial Era Emperor Xian was a semi-sage, but someone actually dared to make a move against him. Many of the major powers in the heavenly realm were very clear about the strength of the Celestial Emperor Xian's combat weapon. 500 combat weapons could fight against a semi-sage. However, such a powerful combat weapon was slaughtered. Not a single one of them survived. Could it be that the attacker was even stronger than a semi-sage? Above the semi-sage was a sage. Could it be that a sage had made a move against the Primordial Era Emperor Xian? There were all kinds of theories in the heavenly realm. However, everyone had a feeling that a storm was brewing. Was the era of prosperity about to begin? Some ancient silhouettes appeared in various big domains. Traces of those who were said to have fallen also appeared. The era of prosperity and the era of chaos were only a difference of a single word. Very soon, the forces of the Primordial Era Emperor Xian spread the word that those who dared to oppose the Primordial Era Emperor Xian would only have one ending, and that was death. The Primordial Era Emperor Xian was very domineering. He personally annihilated several forces that were hostile to him, setting off a bloody storm in the Eastern Earth. He was establishing his might, killing one to warn the others, as well as venting the anger in his heart. 500 soldiers were actually slaughtered. This caused the hearts of all the immortal emperors to bleed. 500 combat weapons were equivalent to a semi-sage. The annihilation of 500 combat weapons was equivalent to weakening the strength of the Primordial Era Emperor Xian by half. It was no different from wishful thinking to train another combat weapon that could fight against a semi-sage. When Gu Fei came out of his inner world, battles were still breaking out in the Eastern Earth from time to time. The forces of the Primordial Era Emperor Xian were wiping out all the hostile forces in the Eastern Earth. Floating Cloud City no longer existed. The 9 grades of divine crystals had been obtained by He Tian. Gu Fei once again came to the vicinity of Floating Cloud City. He stood on top of a mountain peak. He wanted to find traces of He Tian and the others. However, he was disappointed. He Tian was extremely cunning. He was also greedy for life and afraid of death. How could he leave any traces for others to follow? Gu Fei was separated from Shaoqing and Balan. Shaoqing and Balan had originally chased after Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei's extreme 8-step speed was unparalleled. Shaoqing and Balan simply couldn't catch up to Gu Fei. Where are they? Chapter 1075. Mysterious Tianxian City was a city less than 1,000 miles away from Celestial City. It was located on a plain and was a towering ancient city. Although this city did not have as long a history as Floating Cloud City, it was still very old. This city had appeared 10,000 years ago and was still standing after the war that happened 10,000 years ago. Gu Fei entered the city. As soon as he entered mysterious Tianxian City, he saw many cultivators who looked as though they were facing a great enemy. From time to time, he could even see silver-armored immortal soldiers flying over the city. In the past few months, the primordial Emperor Xian had been constantly using his troops against his enemies. Even the second strongest force in the Eastern Territory, the mysterious Dark Sect, was personally killed by the primordial Emperor Xian. After eliminating the mysterious Dark Sect, only the Golden Spirit Ape clan in the Eastern Territory could contend against the primordial Emperor Xian. Gu Fei walked into a restaurant. Of course, the restaurants in mysterious Tianxian City did not only serve mortals. They also served cultivators. Gu Fei directly went up to the 9th floor. That was the place to serve cultivators. Currently, Gu Fei had concealed his aura. Those who did not know his background would definitely not be able to see through Gu Fei. In the eyes of others, Gu Fei was a void-controlling realm cultivator. In the Tinglong continent, such a cultivation base would be considered a powerhouse in the human world. However, in the heavenly realm, such a cultivation base was simply not enough. The heavenly realm was a world of powerhouses. Any disciple from a small sect would most likely have a cultivation base of the void-controlling realm. The current Gu Fei did not attract the attention of the crowd, as cultivators like him were too common in Tianxian City, and could be found everywhere. Even the immortals and monarchs would frequently appear in mysterious Tianxian City. After sitting down, Gu Fei ordered a pot of immortal wine and drank by himself in a corner. He noticed that there were many cultivators in the surroundings talking. He paid close attention to the conversations of these cultivators. Did you hear? The primordial Emperor Xian is going to make a move against the Golden Spirit Ape clan. What? The primordial Emperor Xian wants to attack the Golden Spirit Ape clan. Did I hear that right? That's a race that once produced a supreme being. Could it be that the primordial Emperor Xian really thinks he's invincible? Many people were shocked. Of the three great powers in the Eastern Land, the mysterious Dark Sect had been destroyed by Emperor Xian of the Primordial Era, leaving only two great powers, the power of Emperor Xian of the Primordial Era and the Golden Spirit Ape clan. In the Eastern Lands, the Golden Spirit Ape tribe was a very special existence. They didn't have many members, but all of them were incredibly powerful, and no one dared to provoke them. That was especially true considering that in the ancient times, a supreme saint ape had appeared in the Eastern Lands. His influence was far-reaching, and even though there was news of the saint ape, no one dared to look down on them. Furthermore, they occupied all of the ancestral veins in the Eastern Lands. Their ancestral Emperor Mountain was located directly above the ancestral veins. The entire Eastern Lands, and even the entire Heavenly Realm, were envious of them. Some people had long wanted to take action and seize the ancestral veins from the Golden Spirit Ape tribe. Gu Fei listened quietly and learned a lot about the Eastern Lands. Of course, this information was common knowledge in the continent, and everyone knew about it. However, it was enough for Gu Fei to judge the current situation. The primordial Emperor Xian wants to attack the Golden Spirit Ape tribe. This news shocked Gu Fei. The primordial Emperor Xian's appetite was really big. The mysterious Dark Sect was a great sect in the Eastern Lands. The mysterious Dark Sect master himself had a peak almighty cultivation base. The battle between the mysterious Dark Sect master and the primordial Emperor Xian could be said to be earth-shattering. The two of them were like ancient deities. They destroyed an entire region. The Xianming sect, such a huge sect, did not leave anything behind. This battle had changed the entire situation in the Eastern Lands. The primordial Emperor Xian had basically controlled the entire Eastern Lands because the Golden Spirit Ape tribe didn't care about worldly affairs. Gu Fei wasn't worried about the Golden Spirit Ape tribe because he had once entered the ancestral Emperor realm where the Golden Spirit Ape tribe resided. Although he didn't know what the elder sacred ape had set up, Gu Fei knew that if the primordial Emperor Xian really dared to attack the ancestral Emperor realm, he would definitely fail. The elder sacred ape had set up a great array in the ancestral Emperor realm. Even if a sage entered the ancestral Emperor realm, he wouldn't be able to come out. However, Gu Fei and Yuan Hong were friends after all, so Gu Fei decided to go to the ancestral Emperor realm to take a look. Gu Fei immediately threw a small piece of immortal crystal on the table and went downstairs. He didn't realize that when he threw the immortal crystal on the table, a pair of eyes had started to peep at him. A black-clothed figure whose face was covered followed Gu Fei downstairs. Gu Fei didn't seem to notice that he was being followed. He directly left Tianxian City and soared into the sky, flying in the direction of the ancestral Emperor realm. A ghost-like figure silently followed behind Gu Fei. The person was very careful and didn't follow too closely. Instead, he hung far behind Gu Fei. Obviously, this person was proficient in the art of tracking and knew how to conceal himself. The ancestral Emperor realm was located in the east of the Eastern Lands. It was the land of the ancestral veins of the entire Eastern Lands. All the dragon veins and earth veins in the entire Eastern Lands had the ancestral Emperor Mountain as their source. This land of the ancestral Emperor realm was simply a true divine land. The ancestral Emperor Qi of the Earth rose. If one could draw the power of the ancestral Emperor realm day and night to cultivate, over time, it would trigger an opportunity to comprehend the Tao. This was because the ancestral Emperor realm contained fragments of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Who in the world didn't want to reach the Tao? This was the ultimate goal of all cultivators. However, the path to reaching the Tao was just too difficult. Over the past millions of years, countless outstanding cultivators had died on this path. Even so, countless cultivators had still embarked on this seemingly impossible path. There were many people who were eyeing the ancestral Emperor realm of the Golden Spirit Ape clan. The primordial Emperor Xian was definitely not the first, nor was he the only one. Some people said that the primordial Emperor Xian had long wanted to make a move. However, he had some misgivings because the Golden Spirit Ape clan still had one or two terrifying existences. Before the old sacred ape had disappeared, he had also sealed his two younger brothers. No one in the heaven realm wouldn't be moved by the origin of the old sacred ape clan's younger brothers. The old sacred ape's younger brothers had awakened tens of thousands of years before Yuan Hong, the son of the old sacred ape clan. Those two sacred apes had made a move during the battle 10,000 years ago and killed everyone who had dared to covet the ancestral Emperor realm. At that time, the primordial Emperor Xian hadn't become an almighty yet. Soon, Gu Fei arrived at a desolate mountain. There were withered vines, old trees, steep mountains, and wild beasts. It was a completely wild scene. The eastern lands were too vast, and there were many such places. In a valley, Gu Fei suddenly stopped. "I've been following you for so long. It's time to show yourself." Chapter 1076. The valley was completely silent. No one spoke, and no one walked out. Gu Fei smiled and suddenly disappeared on the spot. At the same time, a figure soared into the sky from behind a boulder not far away. Boom! With a loud sound, the boulder instantly shattered, sending debris flying everywhere. Gu Fei's figure appeared in the air, then he stretched out his hand and grabbed at the figure that had shot up into the sky. Roar! With a roar, the figure took a step forward in the air. With one step, he actually rushed forward a few hundred meters, escaping from Gu Fei's hand. Oh! Gu Fei couldn't help feeling surprised when he saw this. It turned out that this mysterious person behind him had some ability. He was no weakling to be able to dodge his heaven-concealing hand. The heaven-covering hand covered the sky. Gu Fei's hand covered the sky. Even a mysterious transformation realm king would find it difficult to dodge. "You're a celestial being realm king," the person exclaimed. Her voice was soft and delicate, and it seemed to be a woman. She was even more surprised and shocked than Gu Fei. She had never thought that the person she was following was a celestial being realm king. A woman. Gu Fei was even more surprised. There was actually a female cultivator following him. Who was she? Who are you? Gu Fei stood on the ground and looked up. He didn't attack again. His eyes flickered as he stared at the slender figure in the sky. This woman had obviously changed her appearance and was dressed in black. Her entire body was shrouded in a black cloak, giving off an eerie feeling. "And who are you?" the woman asked. She was very cautious, as if she was going to escape if something was wrong. "Humph. The power of the moon, you cultivate the mysterious Yin Sutra of the mysterious dark sect. You're from the mysterious dark sect," Gu Fei said indifferently when he sensed the aura coming from the woman. The mysterious dark sect was not an evil sect, but a great sect of the eastern lands. They cultivated the power of the moon, and their disciples all had Yin Qi on them, so they were easy to recognize. The woman was shocked when her identity was seen through, and a wave of netherworld divine light instantly rushed out from her body to envelop her. She wanted to soar into the sky and flee into the distance. "Humph! Heaven-covering palm!" Gu Fei shouted in a deep voice. Then, his right hand pressed towards the woman in the sky. Bam! There was a sudden tremor in the sky as a dazzling golden hand appeared from the void and slammed down on the woman's head. The power of the metal element was vast and mighty. The gigantic hand sealed off all directions. A single hand was enough to cover the entire world. The woman only felt that endless power was surging down from the sky, as if 100,000 ancient divine mountains were pressing down on her at the same time. She could not help but be suppressed by this power from the sky. "You want to leave? You haven't asked me yet." Gu Fei's hand didn't really land. Even so, the vast power that came from the hand almost made the woman unable to straighten her back. "It's not a divine ability or dermic power. What is this?" The woman was shocked, but she did not sense any fluctuations of divine power or celestial power. This made her heave a sigh of relief. This person was not a cultivator of the immortal Tao, which meant that this person was not a subordinate of the primordial era Emperor Xian. Boom! A beam of black light shot out from the top of the woman's head. A black, disc-shaped ritual implement rose from the top of her head. It emitted a vast and boundless power of Yin. It was as if a black moon had appeared in the sky above the valley. The entire valley shook. Gu Fei's hand, which was floating above the woman's head, was immediately dispersed by the powerful power of Yin that rushed out from the disc-shaped instrument. Gu Fei was taken aback. He saw that the disc-shaped instrument was emitting a vast and mighty sage might, which made him feel a strong sense of oppression. The black-cloaked woman said coldly, "Although you are an emperor, there is only one outcome for you in front of my 9 netherworld exterminating wheel." 9 netherworld exterminating wheel? Gu Fei was startled. He had heard a lot about the Xianming sect and the restaurant in Tianqian City. The Xianming sect had been destroyed by the primordial era Emperor Xian. All the cultivators in the eastern land and even the entire immortal world were talking about this matter. The destruction of a great sect would definitely have a great impact. The 9 netherworld exterminating wheel was a sect-guarding treasure of the Xianming sect. Legend had it that this treasure was a sacred instrument refined by the founder of the Xianming sect. Wasn't this sacred instrument destroyed in the battle between the Xianming sect master and the primordial era Emperor Xian? Gu Fei asked. He had heard a lot of things in Tianqian City. Some people said that the battle had broken through the sky and the earth. The weapons of the 2 great powerhouses had been destroyed. Although the primordial era Emperor Xian was a semi-sage, he had only won a Pyrrhic victory. Humph! How can others know about the foundation of the Xianming sect? One day, the Xianming sect will once again rule the eastern land. The black-clothed woman said coldly. A centipede dies, but it doesn't fall down. Gu Fei's expression did not change. Although the Xianming sect had been destroyed and the ancestral court had been razed to the ground by the primordial era Emperor Xian, the Xianming sect was still one of the three great powers in the Eastern land. Even the primordial era Emperor Xian couldn't annihilate all the members of the Xianming sect in a short period of time. What centipede? How dare you look down on the Xianming sect? The woman seemed to be angry. The black, divine moon floating above her head was vibrating. The power of the moon was mighty, but the woman seemed to have some misgivings. She did not activate the sacred instrument. Otherwise, the sacred power would have been felt within a radius of 10,000 miles. This was the territory of the primordial era Emperor Xian, and this woman was a remnant of the Xianming sect. Forget it. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. I see that your strength is not bad. Why don't you join me? Gu Fei deliberately teased the remnant of the Xianming sect. The woman in the sky suddenly shot out two cold rays of light from her eyes when she heard this. Her voice became cold as she said, "You are courting death. I originally wanted to let you live, but now I've changed my mind." Ouch! Don't change your mind. I don't want to die. Gu Fei pretended to be afraid as he said this. TSK. I thought that you were a hero. Now that death is at hand, you reveal your true colors. It turns out that you are also a coward who is afraid of death. The woman said disdainfully. Yes. Yes. How do you know that I am a coward who is afraid of death? Gu Fei said in a panic. However, he was laughing in his heart. This woman doesn't seem to have any experience in the outside world. Could she be a flower in a greenhouse? Gu Fei's mind raced. He really didn't care about the 9 Serenities world exterminating wheel. This woman's cultivation was only at the celestial realm. It would definitely be difficult for her to fully awaken the power of this sacred item. Humph. Then you can go to hell. As she spoke, the woman in black was about to move the black, mystic moon, floating above her head. A terrifying aura immediately came down from the sky. Ouch, don't. I'd better follow you. How about it? Let's find a place to sit down, eat, drink some tea, and talk slowly. How about that? Gu Fei was a little unsatisfied. The woman wasn't stupid. At this time, she seemed to have noticed that something was wrong. She couldn't help but be shocked. Was this guy pretending to be weak to eat the tiger? Rumble, the black, mystic moon floating above the woman in black moved. Like an ancient sacred mountain, it pressed down from the sky. Ouch, it's over. Gu Fei shrugged and then took a step forward. Before the 9 Serenities world exterminating wheel in the sky pressed down, he disappeared on the spot. In the next moment, he suddenly appeared in front of the woman in black in the sky. The tip of his nose almost touched the tip of the woman in black's nose. The two of them were almost stuck together. Ah! The woman in black screamed and hurriedly retreated. But how could Gu Fei let her escape so easily? Gu Fei extended his hand and wrapped it around the woman's slender waist. The woman in black was really shocked. She completely lost her composure. She pushed her hands forward with all her might. The power of Yin in her hands was vast and mighty, and a ball of black light rushed out from the center of her palms. Bam! The woman in black's hand slapped fiercely on Gu Fei's chest. However, Gu Fei was like a big mountain. It was difficult to move. His body didn't even sway. On the other hand, the black-clothed woman's hands felt as if she had slapped an indestructible piece of godly metal. The powerful rebounding force almost broke the bones in her arms. Her hands felt as if they were being pricked by needles. How is this possible? Could you be? This time, the woman in black was even more shocked. It should be known that even if it was really a piece of divine iron, it would most likely shatter under her attack. However, the young emperor in front of her seemed to be fine. Her attack didn't seem to affect this person at all. Why? Can we find a place to eat and drink some tea now? Gu Fei said with an evil smile. He hugged the woman tightly, so that she didn't dare to act rashly. A trace of fragrance from the woman in black entered Gu Fei's nose, causing Gu Fei's mind to be shaken. Rumble, the black, mystic moon, flew back and floated above the two of them. It seemed as if it could suppress them at any time and obliterate the two of them together. Let go of me. Otherwise, you will regret it. A cold murderous aura surged from the woman in black. Hee hee. Is that so? However, you haven't taken your revenge yet. Are you willing to die with me? Gu Fei laughed. He was certain that this mysterious woman was going to die with him. Did she want to die with him? How could this woman in black be willing? You. The woman in black was furious. What do you mean by you? I want to see what the Holy Virgin of the Xianming sect looks like. As he spoke, Gu Fei used one hand to pull down the black veil that was covering the woman's face. A peerless face that was whiter than snow suddenly appeared in front of Gu Fei. Gu Fei's eyes lit up, and for a moment, he was a little dazed. N. Chapter 1077. Slap. The Xianming Holy Maiden was both embarrassed and furious. She raised her hand and gave Gu Fei a slap. Her peerless face revealed a panicked expression. She struggled with all her might to break free from Gu Fei's embrace and rushed into the distance. Gu Fei touched the side of his face that had been slapped and smiled bitterly. Go to hell. The Xianming Holy Maiden was furious. After she rushed into the distance, she immediately activated the 9 Underworld World Exterminating Wheel and rushed towards Gu Fei. The destructive power caused heaven and earth to tremble. Boundless power of the moon poured down from the 9 Underworld World Exterminating Wheel. The valley below Gu Fei immediately collapsed, and the entire land undulated like waves. Ha ha. So, it's just a little pepper. Gu Fei laughed. The Xianming Holy Maiden seemed to have a bad temper. She actually didn't care about anything when she attacked in anger. She had never expected that the nearby cultivators would sense the fluctuation of the 9 Underworld World Exterminating Wheel when she used all her strength to activate it. This was a critical period. The people of the Primordial Era Emperor Xian were doing their best to exterminate the remnants of the Xianming sect. In the past few months, there had been countless battles. The Xianming sect had been established in the Eastern Earth for tens of thousands of years. It was a big tree with deep roots. After experiencing several turbulent eras, it had always stood tall in the Eastern Earth. No one had ever destroyed it. The foundation that it had accumulated over tens of thousands of years was absolutely unimaginable to outsiders. Even the Primordial Era Emperor Xian had been badly battered by it. He had almost been unable to suppress the turmoil in the Eastern Earth. The few generals under the command of the Primordial Era Emperor Xian had been ambushed by the surviving experts of the Xianming sect. Some of the generals had been killed, while others had been lucky enough to escape. However, they were also on the verge of death. The people of the Xianming sect hid in the dark and attacked from time to time. The people of the Primordial Era Emperor Xian kept falling, and the entire Eastern Earth was still in a state of bloodshed. No one knew when the mysterious Underworld Church would launch their next attack on the people of the Primordial Era Emperor Xian. The remnants of the mysterious Underworld Church were already unscrupulous, hoping to weaken the strength of the Primordial Era Emperor Xian. Gu Fei had heard the cultivators talking about the mysterious Underworld Saintess in the mysterious Sky City. On the day that the Primordial Era Emperor Xian had killed the mysterious Dark Sect, the mysterious Dark Saintess had been out and had managed to escape. The mysterious Dark Saintess had become the hope of the mysterious Dark Sect. She was a goddess, an empress of the Deva realm. Moreover, this woman had the Xianming sect's most valuable treasure, the 9 Netherworld exterminating wheel. Her identity was already obvious. Gu Fei did not think too much about it. Although the location of the mysterious dark sect had been flattened by the primordial Emperor Xian and the mysterious dark sect master had died in battle, the mysterious dark sect hadn't been truly destroyed. A centipede died, but it didn't fall down. The mysterious dark sect was still the biggest threat to the primordial Emperor Xian. Hee hee. You can't kill me. Gu Fei chuckled. At the same time, Gu Fei took a step forward and dashed out of the 9 Netherworld exterminating wheel. The power of the 9 Netherworld exterminating wheel couldn't suppress him. The mysterious underworld saintess turned pale when she saw this. She recalled some of the events of the primordial era that were recorded in the most ancient books of the sect. Could he be, as the mysterious dark saintess thought of this, her anger dissipated significantly. She soared into the sky and landed on the 9 Netherworld exterminating wheel, which had shrunk to the size of a small mountain. At the same time, Gu Fei had already appeared thousands of feet away. He was smiling as he looked at the mysterious dark saintess, who was standing on the 9 Netherworld exterminating wheel. It was true that one was marked by the company one kept. Gu Fei had been with Chu Luqing for a long time, so he had unknowingly been influenced by Chu Luqing. Thus, he had become somewhat elegant and carefree. Gu Fei's appearance wasn't particularly handsome, but he had a manly aura about him. Who the hell are you? The mysterious dark saintess felt that something was wrong. The other party's strength had already exceeded her expectations. She had never imagined that she would encounter such a person. Hee hee. Who I am isn't important. What's most important is that we have a common enemy. Gu Fei chuckled. The mysterious dark sect was a great enemy of the ancient Emperor Xian. An enemy of an enemy was a friend. A pretty good idea suddenly popped into Gu Fei's mind. A common enemy. How do I know that you aren't a lackey of the ancient Emperor Xian? The mysterious dark saintess said coldly. She had already covered her face. Gu Fei pondered this for a bit before saying, I believe that you have already heard about the destruction of Floating Cloud City. Floating Cloud City. The mysterious dark saintess was startled when she heard this. Could it be that you destroyed Floating Cloud City and severely injured the son of the ancient Emperor Xian, the Purple Emperor? The destruction of Floating Cloud City was the fuse that ignited the unrest in the Eastern Territory. The ancient Emperor Xian had risen to power 10,000 years ago. At that time, the Eastern Territory had still been the domain of the mysterious Dark Sect and the Golden Spirit Ape clan. The Golden Spirit Ape clan didn't care about worldly affairs, but the mysterious Dark Sect was different. The people of the mysterious Dark Sect definitely didn't want to see a new power appear in the Eastern Territory. If this new power was allowed to grow, it would definitely have a huge impact on the mysterious Dark Sect. Therefore, the experts of the mysterious Dark Sect couldn't sit still. They wouldn't allow the ancient Emperor Xian to grow. Some people from the mysterious Dark Sect wanted to kill the ancient Emperor Xian, but the rise of the ancient Emperor Xian couldn't be stopped. The young Emperor Xian already had the demeanor of an emperor. He killed the experts of the mysterious Dark Sect who had come to kill him. In the end, even the mysterious Dark Sect master was alarmed. However, even the mysterious Dark Sect master couldn't kill the young Emperor Xian. Instead, the young Emperor Xian made continuous breakthroughs in his cultivation under desperate circumstances. He even obtained the inheritance of a great figure from the Desolate Age by chance. After that, the Yuangu Celestial Emperor went into hiding. After 1,000 years, he appeared once again and attacked continuously. He killed the elders of the Mystic Dark Sect. He even killed his way to the vicinity of the Mystic Dark Sect's important places more than once. The ancient Emperor Xian started to wage war in the Eastern Territory and compete with the mysterious Dark Sect. The vast Eastern Territory gradually formed a tripartite balance. Now that the ancient Emperor Xian had taken the step to become a saint, he had enough strength to start a war with the mysterious dark sect. This was because the mysterious dark sect didn't have any half-saints. The tripartite balance had been broken by the ancient Emperor Xian. Even someone as strong as the ancient Emperor Xian had a hard time dealing with the chaotic situation in the Eastern Territory. Furthermore, there were still remnants of the mysterious dark sect secretly opposing him. "I'm not a subordinate of the ancient Emperor Xian. You can rest assured," Gu Fei said sincerely. However, the Xianming Holy Maiden turned a blind eye to his sincerity. She definitely had an impressive innate talent to be able to become the Holy Maiden of a sect. "How can you prove it?" The Xianming Holy Maiden was still very wary of Gu Fei. What had just happened had made her want to tear Gu Fei apart. It should be known that in the sect, she was usually above everyone else. Ordinary members of the sect didn't even have the right to see her, let alone be embraced by a man. However, the Xianming Holy Maiden couldn't do anything to Gu Fei. It was difficult for her to fully unleash the sacred might of the sacred weapon in her hand. Gu Fei was too strong, so it would be difficult for her to kill him with such power. "This is simple. Wait for me for a while." After saying that, Gu Fei used his extreme speed 8 steps and rushed in the direction of the mysterious Sky City. Before the Xianming Holy Maiden could react, Gu Fei had already disappeared from her line of sight. This person, the Xianming Holy Maiden, couldn't help but be shocked when she saw this. The cultivation technique that Gu Fei had used wasn't an immortal path technique or a divine path technique. Is he really a martialist that has disappeared from the heaven realm for countless years? The Xianming Holy Maiden muttered to herself. This was a kind of ancient fighter that could only be found in the most ancient records of the heaven realm. It was a great path that had been comprehended by a supreme existence in ancient times. It was a great path that could allow one's physical body to become a sage. Becoming a sage through the martial path was much more difficult than becoming a sage through the immortal path, divine path, demon path, or demon path. It was the most difficult path among all the paths of Tao proving. However, once such a person became a sage, he would definitely become a sage. Even now, this celestial being realm fellow was definitely an emperor among emperors. The Xianming Holy Maiden knew that she wouldn't be a match for Gu Fei if she didn't have the 9 Serenities World Exterminating Wheel. She secretly rejoiced that she had brought the 9 Serenities World Exterminating Wheel with her when she had come out. The Xianming Holy Maiden didn't leave, but she put away the 9 Serenities World Exterminating Wheel. The mighty aura of this sacred weapon was too strong, so it would attract the attention of passing cultivators. Fortunately, this was a nameless mountain range surrounded by barren hills and unruly rivers. There weren't even many ferocious beasts, let alone cultivators. The land of immortal spirits was a cultivator's favorite. The higher the cultivation level of a cultivator, the better the place they would occupy. For example, the place that primordial Emperor Xian had occupied could not be found in the entire Eastern Territory. The land occupied by the Golden Spirit Ape clan was even harder to find in the entire boundless heaven realm. Soon, Gu Fei returned. He didn't return empty-handed. He was holding a bloody severed head. It was the head of a middle-aged man. When the Xianming Holy Maiden saw the severed head in Gu Fei's hand, her eyes popped out in disbelief. She recognized this person. "What? What do you think of this proof?" Gu Fei asked. "You actually killed the city lord of the mysterious Sky City." The Xianming Holy Maiden's voice was trembling. The city lord of the mysterious Sky City was a half-step almighty who had surpassed the celestial being realm. A person who was only half a step away from becoming an almighty was someone that all the forces in the heaven realm wanted to rope in. However, this person killed a half-step almighty in just a short while and took the head off the half-step almighty. The Xianming Holy Maiden couldn't help but be shocked. This kind of combat prowess was really shocking. Chapter 1078. The death of a half-step almighty caused quite a stir in the Eastern Earth. The Lord of Tianxian City was one of the 3 half-step almighty subordinates of the primordial Emperor Xian and was regarded as a half-step emperor. A half-martial emperor had fallen, and it was unknown who killed him. For a moment, the Eastern Earth was in chaos. Everyone seemed to have smelled the scent of blood. The primordial Emperor Xian was an incomparably powerful existence in the Eastern Earth. One of his half-step emperor subordinates had been killed in the Lord's mansion. This had infuriated the primordial Emperor Xian. That day, the primordial Emperor Xian announced that whoever could kill the murderer could take the head of the murderer to Celestial City and receive an almighty sacred weapon. All the cultivators in the Eastern Earth were talking about this matter. An almighty sacred weapon was enough to make many cultivators jealous. Even the celestial realm experts were tempted. Many people immediately took action in secret. However, most people were just observing. Some people had already guessed that this was the work of the remnants of the mysterious dark sect. After the primordial Emperor Xian had destroyed the mysterious dark sect, no one in the Eastern Earth dared to provoke the primordial Emperor Xian. The primordial Emperor Xian's influence was like the sun in the sky. Only the remnants of the mysterious dark sect would dare to oppose the primordial Emperor Xian. Moreover, in the past few months, the subordinates of the primordial Emperor Xian kept falling. Some people said that this was all part of the Xian Ming Saintess's revenge plan. Not only had the primordial Emperor Xian issued a bounty, but the experts of Celestial City had also been dispatched. It seemed like the entire Eastern Earth would be overturned. Some people even saw the Purple Emperor, the son of the primordial Emperor Xian, leave Celestial City. While the people of the primordial Emperor Xian were dispatched, Gu Fei and the Xian Ming Saintess had arrived at the important place of the Golden Spirit Ape clan, outside the Ancestor Realm. I didn't expect you to know the sacred ape of the Golden Spirit Ape clan. I'm even more curious about your identity, the Xian Ming Saintess said. I advise you not to be curious about me, Gu Fei told the mysterious underworld holy maiden with a faint smile. The mysterious underworld holy maiden had already wrapped herself tightly in her black cloak, revealing only a pair of quick-witted eyes. Why? The mysterious underworld saintess asked in surprise. Hee. I'm afraid that the more you understand me, the more you won't be able to leave me. Gu Fei said as he stared deeply at the mysterious underworld saintess. Gu Fei's voice was very magnetic. In addition, he was looking at the Xianming Saintess with a burning gaze. This made the Xianming Saintess's face feel hot, and her heart palpitated. It had to be said that although Gu Fei was not a super handsome man who could charm girls to death, his masculinity was still very attractive. He had bronze skin, a resolute face, and a pair of weathered eyes. Gu Fei's unique temperament made the mysterious underworld holy maiden feel a little moved. TSK. Stop showing off. The mysterious underworld saintess turned around, as though she was afraid of Gu Fei's gaze. It could be said that Gu Fei and the mysterious underworld saintess had become friends after a fight. When Gu Fei had brought over the head of the mysterious Sky City Lord, the mysterious underworld saintess had believed that they had a common enemy. The mysterious Sky City Lord was one of the 3 great half-emperors under the command of the primordial Emperor Xian. The primordial Emperor Xian would never kill the mysterious Sky City Lord in exchange for her trust. The mysterious Sky City Lord believed that Gu Fei wasn't a subordinate of the primordial Emperor Xian. It was rumored that after the primordial Emperor Xian had destroyed the mysterious underworld sect, he would make a move on the Golden Spirit Ape clan. He wanted to unify the Eastern Territory and conquer the East. However, when Gu Fei and the mysterious underworld saintess arrived outside the ancestral sovereign realm, they didn't see anything strange. The subordinates of the primordial Emperor Xian weren't in the vicinity. Without hesitation, Gu Fei used a technique that Yuan Hong had taught him to transmit the news to the ancestral sovereign realm. However, after Gu Fei transmitted the news, the gates of the ancestral sovereign realm didn't open. There was no response. There was no movement within the ancestral sovereign realm. Gu Fei had expected that Yuan Hong wouldn't come out. Although Yuan Hong hadn't consumed any heaven-defying divine elixir while he had been in Gu Fei's inner world, he had cultivated beside the divine spring of life for 10 years and obtained great benefits. His cultivation had already reached a bottleneck. The reason Yuan Hong wanted to return to the ancestral sovereign realm was to enter seclusion and attempt to break through his current cultivation bottleneck. Yuan Hong had already told Gu Fei that he wanted to enter seclusion within the ancestral sovereign realm. Let's go. Gu Fei waited outside the ancestral sovereign realm for about an hour. When he saw that Yuan Hong hadn't come out, he turned around and left the area with the mysterious underworld saintess. The entire ancestral sovereign realm had been refined by the supreme divine ape into a realm that outsiders couldn't enter. Even a sage wouldn't be able to do anything. The authenticity of the news that the primordial Emperor Xian wanted to attack the ancestral sovereign realm was questionable. Gu Fei didn't have a destination. He wanted to meet up with Shaoqing, He Tian, and the others. However, the Eastern Territory was too vast. Finding out the whereabouts of Shaoqing and the others by himself would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Right now, he wanted to borrow the power of the mysterious underworld sect. Under the guidance of the mysterious underworld saintess, Gu Fei arrived at a small village thousands of miles away. This was a place inhabited by the human tribe in the mountains. There were only about 100 families who lived a simple life of hunting and farming. Outside the village, there was a stone wall that was several meters tall. The stone wall surrounded the entire village to prevent wild beasts from barging in and harming the villagers. No one knew that this nameless small village was the entrance to one of the 13 mysterious underworld realms of the mysterious underworld sect. The 13 mysterious underworld realms were 13 small realms. The villagers in this small village weren't ordinary villagers either. There were more than 100 families, and every one of them was a member of the mysterious underworld sect. There was no lack of experts among them. When Gu Fei entered the small village, he saw an old man sitting on a rattan chair under a big tree at the entrance of the village, enjoying the cool air. The old man was senile, but his cloudy eyes lit up when he saw Gu Fei. This was an expert whose strength was unfathomable. This was Gu Fei's evaluation of the old man. This old man made him feel a strong sense of pressure. This old man was at least a great accomplishment Emperor realm expert. The mysterious underworld sect's foundation was really frightening. They actually had such a person. As Gu Fei walked past the old man only glanced at Gu Fei before closing his eyes. With such a person guarding this small village, even the Purple Emperor would have to retreat if he came. As they walked into the village, the villagers didn't seem surprised when they saw the mysterious underworld holy lady in Gu Fei. They didn't even have any expression on their faces. Although the villagers were all members of the mysterious underworld sect, they didn't step forward to greet the mysterious underworld holy lady. This made Gu Fei wonder if this woman was really the mysterious underworld holy lady. The mysterious underworld holy lady led Gu Fei to an unremarkable stone room in the village. Then, she opened the stone door and walked in. When the stone door opened, Gu Fei sensed a weak wave of the power of heaven and earth. When Gu Fei walked into the stone room, he couldn't help but be startled. The space inside the stone room was at least 3 times larger than it looked from the outside. Inside the stone chamber was a space that could accommodate 100 people. In the center of this space was an ancient stone door. The stone door was engraved with ancient runes. When Gu Fei saw this stone door, he couldn't help but be startled. This wasn't the first time he had seen such a stone door. It was too similar. The stone door in front of him was very similar to the sky gate in the ancient desolate world and the stone door in the depths of the sky market. Behind this stone door was probably a small world. Gu Fei's guess wasn't wrong. The mysterious underworld holy lady took out something that looked like a token from her body. This item was completely black and a wave of mysterious energy circulated around it. The mysterious underworld saintess shook the mysterious token in her hand and 9 ancient runes appeared on the token. The 9 runes rushed out of the token and imprinted themselves on the stone door in front of them. Rumble, the ancient stone door started to move and slowly open. A wave of heaven and earth power immediately rushed out from the crack that had just opened. The aura of heaven and earth. Gu Fei was very familiar with this aura. This was an aura that was different from the outside world. Every small world had its own heaven and earth pulse. The 13 mysterious underworld realms were 13 small worlds. According to the mysterious underworld Holy Lady, this was a small world created by the ancestral master of the mysterious underworld sect using the supreme abilities of a sage. Each of the 13 small worlds had a boundary lord. The fact that the primordial Emperor Xian had dared to attack the mysterious underworld sect meant that the Emperor Xian had a thorough understanding of the mysterious underworld sect. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made a move. In the 13 mysterious underworld realms, 9 small worlds had already been breached by the primordial Emperor Xian's men. The 9 boundary lords had all been killed by the primordial Emperor Xian's men. Countless members of the mysterious underworld sect and the 9 small worlds had been slaughtered. Blood flowed like a river and the 9 small worlds had become a blood-colored region. In the 13 mysterious underworld realms, only the 4 most secretive small worlds had escaped the detection of the primordial Emperor Xian's men during that great battle. Although the mysterious underworld sect master had fallen, as long as the 4 small worlds had not been breached, the mysterious underworld sect would not be considered to have been truly destroyed. The mysterious underworld sect still had hope of making a comeback. The stone door opened slowly. Behind it was a path formed by the condensation of 7-colored divine light. At the end of the path was an exit. The 7-colored divine path wasn't long. Gu Fei could see the scenery outside the exit from outside the stone door. A wave of spirit chi rushed over, causing Gu Fei's spirit to jolt. The mysterious underworld Holy Lady took the lead and walked in. Gu Fei followed closely behind her. He didn't dare stray too far from the mysterious underworld Holy Lady in such a place. He had to be cautious, as this was the most secretive place of the mysterious underworld sect. After passing through the divine path, Gu Fei was shocked by what he saw when he leaped out of the exit. What appeared in front of him was actually a land of immortal spirit. Spiritual peaks floated in the sky and emitted rays of immortal light. There were red-crowned cranes flying between the spiritual peaks and immortal birds frolicking on the ground. Chapter 1079. Every realm in the 13 mysterious underworld realms was a small realm. The small realm that Gu Fei had entered was one of the 4 most secretive realms of the mysterious underworld sect. It was also the realm with the most potential among the 13 realms. After tens of thousands of years of growth, this small realm was already thousands of miles wide. It was filled with spiritual energy and there were 13 spiritual peaks floating high in the sky. Pavilions and pagodas decorated the spiritual peaks. These were the residences of the important members of the mysterious underworld sect in this realm. The largest spiritual peak had a realm lord overseeing it. Not a bad place. Gu Fei couldn't help but nod his head when he saw this scene. Although this realm couldn't be compared to the divine land that he had refined into his dantian, it was still impressive. After all, this was a realm created by an ancient sage. The ancient sage had used his power to create such a small realm, which was really incredible. Humph. The mysterious underworld sect will rise again. When that time comes, the Eastern land will have a new master. The mysterious underworld holy maiden was very confident. Even though the 9 small realms had been conquered by the primordial Emperor Xian, the mysterious underworld sect wouldn't really be destroyed if the last 4 small realms hadn't been conquered. The foundation of a great sect that has stood tall in the Eastern land for tens of thousands of years is really terrifying. Gu Fei was shocked. There were actually 3 such small realms. It was obvious that the strength of the mysterious underworld sect was still there. This was even better. The stronger the mysterious underworld sect was, the more restless the primordial Emperor Xian would be. Follow me. The mysterious underworld holy maiden glanced at Gu Fei before shooting up into the sky and flying towards the 13 spiritual peaks. Their destination was the largest and most majestic spiritual peak in the middle of the 13 spiritual peaks. There were a few palaces at the top of this spiritual peak. These were the residences of the realm lord of the 10th mysterious underworld realm. When Gu Fei took a closer look at the 13 spiritual mountains, he couldn't help but be startled. The 13 spiritual mountains weren't randomly floating in the sky. Every single spiritual mountain's position was very particular. The 13 spiritual mountains formed an ancient formation. Streams of spiritual qi circled around the 13 spiritual mountains, causing Guam Fei to feel an immense pressure. Even an almighty emperor would find it difficult to set up a formation that could move mountains and drain seas. This ancient formation should have been created by the sacred ancestor of the Xianming sect. Gu Fei followed closely behind the Xianming holy daughter. Since they had come to such a place, they had to be careful. If they took a wrong step, they might die here. Gu Fei had already seen the ancient formation laid down by the sages. In the Battle of Floating Cloud City, the entire ancient city had been destroyed, and an entire region had been destroyed. This kind of earth-shattering power was definitely not something the current Gu Fei could contend against. Very quickly, Gu Fei and the Xianming holy daughter flew to the main peak in the middle of the 13 spiritual mountains and landed in a pavilion halfway up the mountain. Then, the Xianming holy daughter led Gu Fei to a nearby pavilion. After settling him down temporarily, the Xianming holy daughter left. Gu Fei stood in front of the pavilion and looked around. This was a place on the mountainside of the main peak where purple bamboos grew. It was filled with wood elemental power. There were a few spiritual springs in the middle of the purple bamboo forest. The gurgling water and the indistinct mist filled the air. From time to time, the crisp chirping of birds could be heard in the forest. Being in such a place made Gu Fei's soul feel ethereal. This place was filled with the aura of nature. This is a pretty good place to cultivate. Gu Fei exclaimed. In this place, one could get close to nature. Moreover, the spiritual qi was abundant. Cultivating in such a place would definitely yield twice the results with half the effort. The Xianming sect actually had 13 such places. One could imagine how many experts the Xianming sect could nurture. The Xianming sect did not lack experts. However, while it was easy to nurture experts, it was very difficult to nurture true experts. Even the Xianming sect master only had the cultivation and strength of an almighty, let alone others. The primordial Emperor Xian had 3 half-step Emperor Xian subordinates. After Gu Fei had killed the Xian Tianxian city lord, there were only 2 half-step Emperor Xian left. It could be said that the primordial Emperor Xian had suffered a heavy loss. The Xianming sect only had 2 half-step emperors. Moreover, these 2 half-step emperors had been killed by the Emperor Xian when the Emperor Xian had personally attacked the Xianming sect's headquarters. Even the Xianming sect master had not been spared. This was the strength on the surface. However, no one knew the true strength of a great sect, especially one that had stood tall in the eastern land for tens of thousands of years. The 13 boundary lords of the 13 mysterious underworld realms were 13 experts who did not show themselves. However, no matter how strong an expert was, he or she would have to bear a grudge in front of a half-step sage. Unless another half-step sage took action, no one could stop the primordial Emperor Xian from unifying the eastern land. The Xianming sect had 9 small realms that had been breached. Blood had flowed like a river, and the 9 boundary lords had all fallen. If such a paradise had fallen into the hands of the primordial Emperor Xian, the Emperor Xian would be able to nurture a heavenly emperor's combat army that could fight against a half-step sage. When Gu Fei returned to the pavilion, he carefully analyzed the motives of the primordial Emperor Xian. The more he thought about it, the more his heart palpitated. Is he preparing to conquer the entire heaven realm? When Gu Fei thought about this, he was shocked. If this was really the case, then the primordial Emperor Xian's appetite was really big. However, the most important thing now was to find Xiaoqing, He Tian, and the others. Xiaoqing, He Tian, and the others were all half-step almighties. In the heaven realm, such existences were already considered experts. Therefore, Gu Fei was not worried. What he was worried about was the little fatty, Gu Xiaofeng. This fellow had actually been brought to the heaven realm by chance. His disciple, Gu Zhong, was probably looking for his precious son all over the world. It was not that Gu Fei had not thought about returning to the Tinglong continent, but it was too difficult. He did not have the supreme sky platform, so it would be difficult for him to open the heavenly mortal path. This matter was not urgent, and it could not be rushed. The heaven and earth of the mortal realm had already changed. Gu Fei believed that the heaven realm would also change sooner or later. The great era had arrived, and perhaps the heavenly mortal path could be opened. The Xianming sect's ability to handle matters really could not be underestimated. At night, the Xianming saintess appeared. She brought the news that Gu Fei urgently wanted to know. The people you asked me to find were seen heading south. They must be leaving the eastern territory. The Xianming saintess sat down and said to Gu Fei. Heading south and leaving the eastern territory. Gu Fei was startled when he heard this. Could it be that they wanted to go to the southern mountains? The demon race's main camp was in the southern mountains. Were Xiaoqing and the others going to find Old Tortoise? Your friends seem to have been targeted by the primordial Emperor Xian's people. Someone saw purple qi coming from the east. The son of the primordial Emperor Xian, the Purple Emperor, is chasing after the people you mentioned. What? After hearing the Xianming saintess words, Gu Fei suddenly stood up from his seat. A cold murderous aura rushed out of his body. Could it be that the Purple Emperor already knew? Chapter 1080. Gu Fei felt a little uneasy. The news brought by the Xianming Holy Maiden made him unable to sit still. He had witnessed the power of the Purple Emperor. Although he had never fought with him, the Purple Emperor cultivated both righteous and demonic paths, and the power he displayed was definitely more terrifying than a half-almighty. Even if He Tian and Xiaoqing had almighty sacred weapons, they would still not be a match for the Purple Emperor. Moreover, the Purple Emperor might also have an almighty sacred weapon. It should be known that the Purple Emperor was the son of primordial Emperor Xian. He might even have a half-sacred weapon, let alone an almighty sacred weapon. Very well, I want to meet this Purple Emperor. Gu Fei said coldly. Since he had become an enemy, he would kill him. There was no need to hold back. Gu Fei did not hide his desire to kill the Purple Emperor. The Xianming Holy Maiden thought that this was for the best. If they could kill the Purple Emperor, it would be a huge blow to primordial Emperor Xian. Emperor Xian would lose his only son. All right. I'm going to make some preparations. The Xianming Holy Maiden got up and left. Killing the Purple Emperor was not a trivial matter. The Xianming Holy Maiden had to use some of the power of the sect to ensure that she could kill this mortal enemy. The Xianming Holy Maiden had met the Purple Emperor before, but the Purple Emperor was worthy of being the emperor of the younger generation in the Eastern Land. The Xianming Holy Maiden had been defeated by him and had almost been captured by him. This was an absolute humiliation for the Xianming Holy Maiden. She had been looking for opportunities to teach the Purple Emperor a lesson, and it just so happened that Gu Fei wanted to kill the Purple Emperor. The Xianming Holy Maiden had been able to silently kill the mysterious Sky City Lord, which shocked the entire Eastern Land. The Xianming sect's intelligence network had not been completely destroyed by primordial Emperor Xian. The news of the mysterious Sky City Lord's death had shocked the entire Eastern Land. Apart from a few important figures in the Xianming sect, no one knew that the City Lord of Tianxian City was killed by Gu Fei. At this moment, the Emperor Xian of the primordial era was enraged. He sent out all the experts under him in an attempt to uncover the murderer and put a bounty on his head. Whoever could bring the head of the person who killed the city lord of Profound Sky City to Celestial City would be able to obtain a powerful sacred weapon. There weren't many people in the Eastern lands who wouldn't be tempted by such a bounty. The holy weapons of almighty experts were also imperial weapons. They were weapons of emperor-level existences. In the entire heaven realm, there weren't many people who could become emperors. Naturally, there weren't many imperial weapons in the heaven realm. Complete imperial weapons were all in the hands of emperors. Even people from other regions of the heaven realm couldn't sit still when they heard about the bounty offered by the primordial Emperor Xian. Someone saw an immortal emperor from the Leaf family of the Middle Earth riding a green bull. Someone saw the Arhat of the Northern Desert appearing in the vicinity of Celestial City. A huge storm was brewing in the entire Eastern lands. Some experts who weren't from the Eastern lands also appeared. Some even saw a demonic figure loitering around the former site of the Xianming sect. However, Gu Fei wasn't interested in these matters. He wanted to find Xiaoqing, He Tian and the others. Then, he would leave the Eastern lands and head for the southern mountains to look for the old turtle. In the heaven realm, Gu Fei only had the old turtle as his backup. The return of the dragon son was a major event in the dragon race. Even people in the Eastern lands were discussing it. After countless years, the return of the dragon son had greatly increased the strength of the dragon race in the heaven realm. The dragon domain of the heavenly realm had attracted the attention of everyone in the heaven realm for more than 10 years. However, the emperor-level existences of the heavenly realm had also returned. Compared to the return of the divine dragon son, the return of the emperor-level experts wasn't as shocking. It should be known that the old turtle was a character from the Great Desolate Era. The old turtle's father was even more invincible in the Great Desolate Era. The old turtle's identity was too illustrious. His background was too great. In the entire heaven realm, who didn't know of the Tai Huang? The name of the Tai Huang could still intimidate all the major powers in the heaven realm. As the son of the Tai Huang, the old turtle himself was a miracle. Among the extreme saints of the Great Desolate Era, no one's bloodline could last until now. The bloodline of the extreme Dao Huang possessed unparalleled bloodline power. This kind of bloodline was hard to imagine. Gu Fei didn't hesitate. After the sky turned dark, he and the Xianming Saintess left the 10th mysterious underworld realm. The Xianming Saintess brought out 12 black-clothed men from the 10th mysterious underworld realm. They were 12 terrifying assassins. Each of them had a celestial realm cultivation. They were 12 Emperor Realm assassins, the Emperor of Assassins. The appearance of the 12 Emperor Realm assassins shocked Gu Fei. The strength of the mysterious underworld sect couldn't be underestimated. It seemed like they wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to get rid of the Purple Emperor. After leaving the 10th mysterious underworld realm, Gu Fei and the others used the transportation array platform to travel through the void in the Eastern Territory. Before long, they arrived at the border between the Eastern Territory and the Central Territory. The Xianming Saintess and the people of the mysterious underworld sect met up in a mountain range. Then, they received news that He Tian, Xiaoqing, and the others had just repaired an abandoned transportation array nearby and left this region. However, the Purple Emperor didn't know that Xiaoqing and the others had already left. He was still on his way and would arrive very soon. That teleportation formation was located in an ancient site in the nearby mountains. It had been abandoned for who knew how many years. However, Xiaoqing and the others had managed to restore it. Needless to say, this ancient transportation array had definitely been repaired by He Tian. Only an array formation grandmaster like him would have the ability to repair such a transportation array. When Gu Fei and the others arrived at the ancient ruin, they could still sense a trace of energy fluctuations in the void. The ancient transportation array was located in a collapsed hall in the ancient ruin. When Gu Fei and the others arrived at the side of the transportation array, they saw that the transportation array was really incomplete. 50 to 60% of the transportation array's runes had already been destroyed. The damaged transportation array had been filled with formation runes imprinted on spirit jades. The damaged parts of the transportation array were filled with spirit jades that had shattered into powder. Although He Tian had repaired the ancient transportation array, it could only be used once. Just like that guy's style. Gu Fei muttered to himself. It seemed like He Tian and the others already knew that someone was following them. He Tian had been very careful, so he had used this method to shake off his pursuers. In this way, even a formation grandmaster would not be able to deduce where Erebus and the others had been teleported to from the ancient transportation formation. Gu Fei was a little disappointed that he hadn't been able to see He Tian and Xiao Qing. Suddenly, the Purple Emperor was about to arrive. The 12 assassin emperors that the mysterious underworld holy lady had brought with her dispersed silently and disappeared into the darkness. Gu Fei and the mysterious underworld holy lady also retreated. Gu Fei used the power of the sky and earth to seal his body and isolate his aura, so no one could sense his presence. The mysterious underworld holy lady also cultivated a secret technique. She was dressed in black and her battle prowess was hidden in the darkness. She was one with the darkness, so even Gu Fei couldn't sense her presence. As soon as they concealed themselves, a powerful aura appeared in the distant sky. A wave of purple chi appeared on the horizon and surged over quickly. The power of the immortal path was vast and mighty. Chapter 1081. Purple chi came from the east. A figure surrounded by 81 rays of purple light came from the distance. He looked like a celestial emperor patrolling the sky. The person who came was the emperor. He didn't try to hide himself. He walked step by step in the void, crossing hundreds of miles with each step. In just a few steps, the emperor arrived in the void of the ancient ruins. The purple chi was vast and mighty. The entire area was illuminated in purple. The emperor was too ostentatious. It was hard not to be discovered. After the Xianming sect, one of the three great powers of the Eastern Land, was destroyed, the Golden Spirit Ape clan didn't care about the affairs of the world. The primordial Emperor Xian had become the sole ruler of the Eastern Land. The power of the primordial Emperor Xian was like the sun in the sky. In the Eastern Land, the Violet Emperor indeed had the ability to run amok because his father was a semi-saint. The emperor stood high in the sky and looked down at the ancient ruins. His eyes flickered with purple light. He saw the ancient teleportation array. Very quickly, he retracted his gaze and scanned his surroundings. A cruel and cold smile suddenly appeared on his face. Humph. Although I didn't catch up with those people, this trip was not in vain. The emperor sneered and disappeared. Pfft. Suddenly, a cloud of blood mist burst out from the void. A silhouette suddenly fell out of the void and fell from the sky. Zi Huang immediately appeared in the void. An emperor assassin was killed by the emperor in an instant. Oh no! Gu Fei was shocked when he saw this scene from afar. He knew that the emperor had cultivated one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the anti-void secret technique. This technique was mysterious. When cultivated to a high level, one could fuse with the void around them and become one with the world. Not only could they hide, but they could also use the power of heaven and earth for their own use. This secret technique detailed the mysteries of the void. It seemed that the emperor had already discovered the whereabouts of the assassins of the Xianming sect. Clang! With a sword cry, a cold light suddenly appeared above the emperor's head. It pierced the top of the emperor's head, trying to kill the emperor with one strike. Cold sword chi and killing intent filled the air. Zi Huang calmly extended his right hand and used his index and middle fingers to clamp onto the killing sword. He then exerted force. Bang! With a snap, the killer's sword was broken. The hand holding the broken sword quickly slashed through the void, and a streak of blood immediately appeared. A head flew up, and a headless corpse fell from the sky. Another assassin emperor had fallen. Emperor Z had displayed terrifying battle prowess, and had easily killed 2 assassin emperors of the Celestial Being Realm. It should be known that the Celestial Being Realm Imperial Killers of the Xianming sect had all become Imperial Killers by killing. Every Imperial Killer was a terrifying Imperial Killer. The Amethyst Sovereign was able to kill 2 Imperial Killers so easily. Could it be that his cultivation had already broken through to the Almighty Emperor realm? The mysterious underworld Holy Lady's trap had been seen through by the Violet Sovereign. Of the 12 exterminating monarchs, 2 fell instantly. The remaining 10 exterminating monarchs did not retreat. They were dressed in black, and they moved quickly through the void like ghosts. They were terrifying killing gods, and each of them had the strength of a Celestial Being Realm expert. Normally, any one of these 10 exterminating monarchs could easily take the head of a sect leader. However, right now, they felt great pressure and danger. Are you assassins of the Xianming sect? The Amethyst Sovereign's body was surrounded by 81 purple rainbows as he coldly scanned the 10 assassins who were approaching him. No one said anything, as the 10 assassins silently approached the Amethyst Sovereign at high speed. Whoosh! A black light suddenly pierced through the void, heading straight for the Amethyst Sovereign's head. One of the assassins had made a move. He wanted to pierce through the Amethyst Sovereign's head and destroy his primordial spirit, causing his soul to scatter. The Z Emperor didn't dodge. Instead, 2 beams of purple divine light shot out from his eyes. 2 purple divine swords appeared in the void and slashed at the black light that was piercing towards him. Clang! The 2 purple swords from the Amethyst Sovereign's eyes slashed at the black light. Unexpectedly, there was the sound of metal colliding. The 2 divine swords had great power. They directly destroyed the black light, and in an instant, the assassin's body was cut into 4 pieces. Bang! The head of the decapitated assassin suddenly exploded. A divine light wrapped around a small figure that shot into the sky. It was the assassin's primordial spirit. Celestial Being Realm experts were very difficult to kill. As long as their primordial spirits were not destroyed, they would not truly die. Even if they lost their physical body, they could condense a new one. For the cultivators of the Celestial Way, the physical body was a boat that could allow cultivators to reach the other shore. The boat would be destroyed by the waves, but the people on the boat would not necessarily be buried in the sea. The physical body is a boat, carrying the primordial spirit to cross the sea of bitterness and reach the other shore. This was the goal of the cultivators of the Celestial Way. Even the exterminating monarch of the Xianming sect was no exception. You still want to escape in front of me? The Z Emperor sneered. He opened his mouth and a heaven-devouring force came out from his mouth. It actually sucked the primordial spirit back and swallowed it. Ha! What pure extreme soul force! After the Amethyst Sovereign swallowed the primordial spirit, he seemed to be enjoying it. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. This guy dared to swallow the primordial spirit of a cultivator? Apart from Gu Fei, everyone else was sweating. Another exterminating monarch had fallen. Even his primordial spirit had not been able to escape. The Amethyst Sovereign had swallowed it, and his soul had been destroyed. Next, the Amethyst Sovereign displayed his undefeatable strength. Although the remaining 9 exterminating monarchs used all their killing techniques, they were still killed by the Amethyst Sovereign one by one. The Amethyst Sovereign had cultivated one of the 9 secrets of the Celestial Way, the anti-emptiness secret technique. It was the bane of the assassins of the Xianming sect. None of the exterminating monarchs could harm the Amethyst Sovereign. The 9 exterminating monarchs' killing techniques had all failed. When facing the Amethyst Sovereign, these exterminating monarchs were no longer the hunters, but the hunted. However, no one retreated, and no one tried to escape. Without any suspense, the 12 exterminating monarchs were all killed by the Amethyst Sovereign. At the moment when the Amethyst Sovereign killed the last exterminating monarch, the entire sky suddenly fell into darkness. A huge wall descended from the sky, emitting an endless amount of moon power. In an instant, it sealed the sky and the Amethyst Sovereign, trapping him inside. The Amethyst Sovereign's body trembled. He could not resist the powerful force descending from the sky. He was suppressed from the sky. At this moment, the Xianming Saintess finally made her move. Rumble, the heavens and the earth trembled. The gigantic pitch black will enveloped the entire area. The power of Yin that poured down from the wheel formed a terrifying destructive force that destroyed everything in the surroundings. 9 Underworld's World Destruction Wheel. The Amethyst Sovereign screamed. This was a divine tool, a flawless divine tool. There was a saint-level seal on it. If he could completely awaken the power of this divine tool, it would be able to display the terrifying power of a saint-level attack. Primordial Soul Transformation of the Way Sword. The Amethyst Sovereign shouted. His eyes immediately shot out resplendent purple divine light. In his eyes, there seemed to be divine markings of the great Tao interweaving, and a wave of Tao rhymes flowed. Clang! The crisp sound of swords rang out in the void. 2 purple Tao swords emitted a wave of soul energy. They seemed to be alive as they rushed out of the Amethyst Sovereign's eyes. This was a manifestation of Tao power. The 2 Tao swords had Tao markings interweaving, emitting a trace of the aura of the great Tao. When Gu Fei saw this scene, he could not help but be shocked. The immortal Tao divine technique that the Amethyst Sovereign used shocked him. This was one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the primordial soul transformation of the Way Sword. This secret technique could cut through the void and destroy everything. Once the Tao swords were unleashed, they would be invincible. This was the supreme killing technique of the immortal Tao, but now it was being used by the Amethyst Sovereign. Could it be that the Amethyst Sovereign had obtained the complete 9 secrets of the immortal Tao? How was that possible? Even the divine race of the Hell Path did not have the complete 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. Even Gu Fei had only grasped 3 of the secret techniques of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. I definitely can't let this fellow go. Gu Fei had already made up his mind. As long as he could capture the Amethyst Sovereign and use the divine seizing secret technique to read the Amethyst Sovereign's memories, he would be able to obtain the Amethyst Sovereign's 3 secret techniques. The 9 secrets of the immortal Tao were indeed heaven-defying secret techniques. 2 purple Tao swords shot out of the Amethyst Sovereign's eyes and slashed at the 9 Hell exterminating wheel. The Tao swords attracted the power of the great Tao and displayed a terrifying divine might. They actually caused the 9 Hell exterminating wheel to tremble, making it difficult for it to descend. The moment the Tao sword slashed at the 9 Hell exterminating wheel, the Xianming Saintess, who was hidden in the darkness, swayed and almost fell to the ground. A trace of blood seeped out of the space between her eyebrows. Her primordial spirit had suffered an attack, and the strand of divine scent she had attached to the 9 Hell exterminating wheel was almost destroyed by the Tao swords. The Tao swords formed by the Amethyst Sovereign's primordial spirit specialized in attacking primordial spirits. The Xianming Saintess was heavily injured, and the power of the 9 Hell exterminating wheel was greatly reduced. Ha ha! The 9 Hell exterminating wheel is mine. The Amethyst Sovereign laughed loudly. He realized that the power of the primordial spirit of the person controlling the 9 Hell exterminating wheel was not as strong as his own. Furthermore, he had a heaven-defying secret technique like the primordial spirit sword of the way, which could sever the connection between the person controlling the 9 Hell exterminating wheel and the 9 Hell exterminating wheel. The 9 Hell exterminating wheel was a sacred weapon refined by an ancient saint. Furthermore, it was a flawless sacred weapon. Even the primordial Emperor Xian would be envious of it, let alone the Amethyst Sovereign. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 Tao swords soared into the sky, slicing through the void and slashing at the pitch-black wall floating in the sky. The power of the primordial spirit caused the mountain-like will to tremble continuously. In the darkness, scarlet blood flowed from the Xianming saintess' forehead. The strand of divine scent she had attached to the 9 hell exterminating wheel was about to be completely destroyed by the Dao swords. Just as the Xianming saintess was about to collapse, a figure appeared silently behind the amethyst sovereign and threw a punch. Bam! That person's punch landed on the amethyst sovereign's back. The ferocious power caused the void to shatter. The amethyst sovereign's body was smashed into pieces by that person's punch. Chapter 1082. The Violet Emperor was using all his strength to resist the 9 underworld extermination wheel. He wanted to take this flawless ancient sacred weapon. However, just as he was about to succeed, something unexpected happened. A person silently appeared behind the Violet Emperor. With a single punch, the Violet Emperor's body was smashed into pieces. Roar! The Violet Emperor's head let out a furious roar as it soared into the sky. Purple divine light wrapped around the head as it stopped in the sky. He had no intention of retreating. It's you. When the Violet Emperor saw the face of the person who suddenly attacked him, he couldn't help but be enraged. He almost went crazy because he recognized that person. This person was Gu Fei. Only Gu Fei could sneak up behind the Violet Emperor without anyone noticing. Only Gu Fei could destroy the Violet Emperor's celestial body with a single punch. You can die now. Gu Fei's words were extremely cold. He didn't hide his killing intent towards the Violet Emperor. There was no way he could be friendly with the Violet Emperor. Bam! Gu Fei took a step forward and threw a punch at a head that was wrapped in a boundless purple aura in the sky. The terrifying fist force shook the entire world. This wasn't a divine technique of the immortal path, nor was it a divine technique. This was the purest manifestation of power. Damn it! The Violet Emperor roared. Purple divine light shot out of his eyes, and a trace of the Grand Dao's aura was emitted from his eyes. Clang! The sound of swords resonated as Grand Dao lines intertwined in the Violet Emperor's eyes. The Dao swords that had disappeared rushed out of the Violet Emperor's eyes once again. The Wei swords formed from the power of the primordial spirit were like a second Purple Emperor. The power of the primordial spirit was vast and mighty. The 2 Wei swords cut through the void, pierced through the void, and shot towards Gu Fei in an instant. Swish! The 2 Dao swords pierced through Gu Fei's body. A scream came from the nearby darkness. The Xianming Holy Maiden couldn't help but be shocked when she saw this. As the Dao swords pierced through, Gu Fei's figure instantly became blurry and dimmed. Then, he disappeared into the void. Gu Fei has been killed. The shock of the mysterious underworld saintess was no small matter. The 2 swords that had materialized from the eyes of the Z Emperor were too frightening. This was a kind of Dao power. Swish! The pitch-black disk in the sky rapidly shrank and flew back to the Xianming Holy Maiden. Gu Fei had been killed. If she didn't escape now, she wouldn't have the chance to do so. The terrifying aura from the 9 underworld extermination will quickly dissipated. The Holy Maiden recalled the 9 underworld wheel. She knew that she wasn't the Violet Emperor's match. However, just as the Xianming Holy Maiden was about to retreat, the Violet Emperor's angry and panicked roar came from the distant sky. The Xianming Holy Maiden couldn't help but stop. She looked up and saw a figure fighting with the Violet Emperor. That person was Gu Fei, who had just been killed by the primordial spirit Dao swords. How? The Xianming Holy Maiden was completely stunned. She found this unbelievable. Gu Fei didn't seem to be injured at all. He was still fighting with the Violet Emperor. Boom! There was a pitch-black iron sword in Gu Fei's hand. He waved the iron sword in his hand and swept away the 2 primordial spirit Dao swords. Then, he headed straight for the Violet Emperor. How could you? The Violet Emperor was shocked and angry. His opponent had been killed by his own primordial spirit Tao swords. His body and soul should have been destroyed on the spot. How could he still be alive? Void reversal. At this moment, there was no time for the Z Emperor to think any further. With a low roar, his remaining head immediately became blurry before soundlessly disappearing from Gu Fei's sight. At the same time, the purple mist that filled the sky also disappeared completely. Humph! Becoming one with the heavenly Tao. Gu Fei sneered. Although the Violet Emperor had cultivated the void reversal technique, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, his cultivation had not reached the level of becoming one with the heavenly Tao. Swoosh! A purple light rushed out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows. He opened his martial path heavenly eye and scanned the surroundings. Using the martial path heavenly eye, he found traces of the Violet Emperor. The Violet Emperor had become one with the void. He was drawing upon the power of heaven and earth to reconstruct his physical body. A faint and ethereal figure that was almost invisible to the naked eye was moving rapidly in the void. Given the Violet Emperor's current cultivation and strength, it was still difficult for him to become completely invisible. He could not completely merge with the surroundings and leave no traces behind. Bam! Gu Fei blasted out with his palm. The void trembled. Under the ferocious palm force, the void cracked like a spider's web. A figure fell out of the void. The Violet Emperor had been knocked out by Gu Fei's palm strike. During the time that he had become one with the surrounding void, the Violet Emperor had already recovered from Gu Fei's punch. This was the advantage of being able to draw upon the power of heaven and earth. In the state of using a secret technique, he could draw upon the power of heaven and earth for his own use. The Violet Emperor opened his mouth and spat out a divine sword. The sword light was like a dragon and a trace of Emperor's might emanated from the divine sword. This was a divine weapon of a mighty cultivator. This divine weapon of a mighty cultivator was like a huge dragon. The dazzling sword light shattered the void and split the heavens and earth, forcing Gu Fei, who was attacking the Violet Emperor, to retreat. However, just as the Violet Emperor forced Gu Fei to retreat with his divine weapon, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. Without a sound, this person directly punched out. Bam! Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The Violet Emperor's newly reconstructed physical body was once again smashed into pieces by a punch. The air exploded into a bloody mist. A head shrouded in purple chi rushed out again. Roar! The Violet Emperor was enraged. His long hair stood on end as purple divine light shot out of his eyes, piercing through the void and shooting out for several miles. In the distance, the mysterious underworld saintess, who was hiding at the side, was extremely shocked when she saw this scene. She had seen 2 Gu Feis. One Gu Fei was fighting the Violet Emperor head-on, while the other Gu Fei had silently appeared behind the Violet Emperor and severely injured him. How was this possible? The mysterious underworld saintess discovered that these 2 Gu Feis didn't seem to be clones. They seemed to be the real body. This was really unbelievable. What kind of secret technique was this? Gu Fei, who was fighting with the Z Emperor, quickly disappeared into the void after the Z Emperor's body was blasted apart once again. It was as if he had never appeared before. The Violet Emperor, who only had a head left, seemed to think of something. He was shocked as he muttered to himself, the 3 pure ones. Is there really such a heaven-defying secret technique in this world? The Violet Emperor already knew that his opponent didn't want to kill him. Otherwise, Gu Fei would have blasted apart his head instead of his physical body. The Violet Emperor was secretly shocked when he thought of this. He couldn't help but want to retreat. His opponent was really too powerful and seemed to have cultivated the 9 secrets of the immortal path. Chapter 1083. Gu Fei suppressed the Violet Emperor with his own strength and destroyed his physical body twice, causing the Violet Emperor to tremble with fear. Roar! The Violet Emperor was both shocked and enraged. Even though he only had a head left, he was still incomparably powerful. Boundless violet chi surged out from his forehead, and the flesh and bones below his neck began to reform. The purple divine light flashed 9 times in a row. Each time, it was as if a bolt of purple lightning had suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. The power of the immortal Tao surged violently, and the Violet Emperor's physical body was once again reconstructed. Violet chi spread out for 3,000 miles. The reformed Violet Emperor was surrounded by 81 beams of divine light. His eyes seemed to be able to pierce through the void. You also obtained the 9 mysteries of the immortal Tao. The Violet Emperor stared at Gu Fei, his gaze as sharp as a divine weapon, as though he wanted to see through Gu Fei inside out. His voice was calm, but also contained a trace of cold killing intent. Humph. Gu Fei snorted, then took a step forward, crossing thousands of meters in the air. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the Violet Emperor. He broke through the layers of violet chi and punched at the Violet Emperor. Bang! The entire world trembled under the force of Gu Fei's fist. The space in front of Gu Fei's fist seemed to collapse. Gu Fei's first attack was the most direct. Just who are you? Facing Gu Fei's fist, even the Violet Emperor couldn't help but be moved. Gu Fei's fist looked ordinary, but the Violet Emperor felt as though he couldn't dodge it. The Violet Emperor didn't dare to face Gu Fei head-on. He retreated, his body turning translucent. Like a gentle breeze, he retreated thousands of meters in the blink of an eye. But Gu Fei's fist followed him like a shadow. He used the 8 desolation steps, and his aura seemed to fuse with the pulse of heaven and earth. Bang! Gu Fei's fist still arrived in front of the Violet Emperor. The ferocious power caused the Violet Emperor's chest muscles to cave in, making it hard for him to breathe. What kind of divine ability is this? The Violet Emperor's expression changed. This was the first time he had encountered such an attack. Gu Fei was like an ancient god of war who had been resurrected, incomparably powerful. His battle intent was like a rainbow, causing the Violet Emperor to feel an unprecedented pressure. Chaotic rebellion. The Violet Emperor roared. He used one of the 9 esoterics of the immortal Tao, chaos reversal. An unfathomable power surged from his body, and the space around him seemed to distort. Gu Fei felt as if his fist had lost its target in that instant. Without a point of strength, he almost lost control and fell forward. Flawless 5 elements fist. Gu Fei didn't hesitate and punched out with his right fist. His fist shook and a monstrous scarlet fire force surged out. The entire void was enveloped by this terrifying fire force in an instant. Flawless fire element, break. Gu Fei let out a furious roar as his fire elemental fist force erupted like a volcano, shaking the entire heavens and earth. A Tao aura could be seen circulating on his fist, which was the undefeatable fist art created by the undefeatable martial progenitor. The flawless 5 elements fist only had 5 moves. Each move could draw upon the power of one of the 5 elements of heaven and earth. This was the manifestation of a fist technique that had evolved to the extreme Tao realm. This was a supreme martial path battle technique. Boom! The distorted void around the Violet Emperor was blasted apart by Gu Fei's fist. The Violet Emperor was sent flying 100 miles away by Gu Fei's fist. His body cracked, and he vomited blood. This was a battle between 2 supreme techniques. The martial ancestor's invincible divine fist and the Tao ancestor's 9 esoterics of the immortal Tao. In this clash, it seemed like the martial ancestor's invincible divine fist had defeated the Tao ancestor's chaotic rebellion. A martial path battle technique that has been lost for countless years. The Xianming Saintess, who was watching from afar, was stunned. The Violet Emperor, who was almost invincible among his peers, had actually been suppressed by Gu Fei. The battle strength displayed by Gu Fei was too shocking. It seemed to be a cultivation technique of a supreme figure from the ancient times, a cultivation technique that had been lost for countless years. In the heaven realm, where experts were as numerous as trees in a forest, martialists of the great accomplishment realm had long been extinct. The inheritance of the martial ancestor had been lost in the heaven realm for a long time. In the mortal world, one or two martialists would occasionally appear. However, in the heaven realm, martialists of the great accomplishment realm had been extinct since the late period of the untainted land. Could it be that the legendary great era is about to arrive? Are all kinds of lost inheritances going to appear again? The Xian Ming Saintess muttered to herself. At that moment, after Gu Fei's flawless fire fist broke the Violet Emperor's chaotic rebellion, it didn't continue its pursuit. It was stopped. Is this the inheritance of the martial ancestor? As the son of the primordial era Emperor Xian, the Violet Emperor's knowledge was extraordinary. At that moment, he could already confirm that Gu Fei was a descendant of the martial ancestor's bloodline, which had disappeared since ancient times. The killing technique that Gu Fei had displayed was neither an immortal path killing technique nor a divine path killing technique. It was a martial path killing technique. Gu Fei didn't make a sound as he pressed forward. His powerful aura caused the entire world to tremble. This was a martial path emperor at the celestial being realm. He walked in the void, and with every step he took, Taoist rhymes flowed under his feet. It was as if he was stepping on the great path of heaven and earth. The pulse of heaven and earth rose and fell along with Gu Fei's footsteps. The Violet Emperor's intuition told him that he wasn't facing a single person, but the entire world. Humph! The Violet Emperor suddenly sneered. His aura suddenly changed, and rays of blood-red light rushed out of his body. An evil power appeared on the Violet Emperor's body. Is he going to use the power of the evil ancestor? Gu Fei didn't dare to be careless when he saw this. He already knew that the Violet Emperor had another person's inheritance. The Violet Emperor cultivated both the righteous and evil paths. On the surface, he cultivated supreme immortal path techniques, but in secret, he had obtained the evil ancestor's inheritance. He had one righteous and one evil inheritance. If this news were to spread, the entire heaven realm would be shaken. This kind of person who was both righteous and evil was the most terrifying. He couldn't be tolerated by the righteous path or the demonic path. The evil power and the immortal power surged on the Violet Emperor's body, and the two powers intertwined. The Violet Emperor's right eye was clear and penetrating, shooting out rays of purple divine light. As for his left eye, the divinity retreated, and the evilness emerged, turning into an evil bloody eye. This is, the Xian Ming Saintess, who was watching the battle from afar, was shocked by the changes on the Violet Emperor's body. It was as if she had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. The son of the primordial era Emperor Xian actually cultivated supreme evil arts. It was simply unbelievable. Gu Fei didn't make a move immediately. He wanted to fight the Violet Emperor in his strongest state. During the battle in Floating Cloud City, he had already seen the Violet Emperor's supreme evil arts. However, this wasn't Floating Cloud City, and there weren't countless commoners being slaughtered by the Violet Emperor. He didn't use their soul power to lay down a terrifying evil art that could display a trace of the might of a sage. Swish! The Violet Emperor's aura rose to its peak, and the righteous and evil powers erupted like a mountain flood. His right eye shot out purple divine light, and his left eye emitted blood-red evil light. You shouldn't have given me a chance to breathe. The Violet Emperor said coldly. This was his true strength. Chapter 1084. Not only did he cultivate the Supreme Tao Ancestor's 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, but he also obtained the inheritance of the ancient evil ancestor. The power of the immortal Tao and the power of the evil Tao surged within the Emperor's body. These two forces intertwined and collided, but they were in a subtle balance. This way, the Emperor's strength would increase greatly. No matter who you are, you will die today. The Emperor's aura rose to its peak. His right eye flickered with a purple divine light, and his left eye shot out an evil blood-red light. Evil and immortal energy swirled around. At this time, the Emperor was a terrifying evil god. Is that so? Gu Fei smiled. Although the Violet Emperor was powerful, in his eyes, he was just like Dongfang Chen in the past. He could see Dongfang Chen's shadow in the Violet Emperor. Die! The Emperor didn't hesitate and directly attacked. He stretched out his hand, and a blood-red hand appeared in the sky, covering the entire sky. Rumble, frightening evil energy surged down from the blood-red hand, forming rays of blood-red light that shot towards Gu Fei. The evil energy soared into the sky. Flawless fist of 5 elements, heaven-shattering metal element. Gu Fei bellowed and punched upwards with his right fist. The moment his fist punched out, a brilliant golden light burst out, and a vast power of metal surged out from his fist. The golden light illuminated the entire world, as if a golden sun had suddenly appeared in the dark night, illuminating the world. Gu Fei's fist moved the essence of heaven and earth in the entire area. The powerful fist energy directly shattered the void, forming a destructive force that met the giant hand in the sky. Gu Fei's black hair danced wildly, and his eyes flashed. The strength of the first layer of the sky being realm was fully displayed, and the void collapsed under his fist. Boom! Gu Fei's fist collided with the huge blood-colored hand, producing an earth-shattering bang. The entire world shook violently. Ripples visible to the naked eye appeared in the void. The blood-colored hand was smashed apart by Gu Fei's punch, and the brilliant golden light on Gu Fei's fist also dimmed. Gu Fei's metal element fist force and the Purple Emperor's evil force cancelled each other out. All right. Gu Fei took large strides forward, and like an ancient divine mountain, he moved towards the Violet Emperor. He punched out again, and a dark blue aura rushed out from his fist. It was as if a vast ocean had suddenly appeared in the sky. The power of the water element was vast and mighty. It was as if it could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. It swept towards the Emperor. The monstrous waves shattered the void between heaven and earth. Gu Fei displayed the flawless 5 elements fist to the fullest. It was an ordinary fish technique, but it had the aura of the great Tao lingering around it. This was a supreme fish technique that could turn something rotten into something magical. Devour heaven and earth. The Violet Emperor roared. Above his head, a blood-colored light rushed out. Boom! The blood-colored light exploded, and a blood-colored vortex appeared above his head. Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled when he saw the rapidly expanding blood-colored vortex above the Violet Emperor's head. He was no stranger to this move of the Violet Emperor. During the battle in Floating Cloud City, Gu Fei had seen very clearly that when the Violet Emperor condensed the evil ancestor's Dharma idol and used this move, it had nearly swallowed the entire Floating Cloud City into the blood-colored vortex. But today was different. The Violet Emperor hadn't condensed the evil ancestor's Dharma idol, so it was difficult for him to truly display the devouring heaven evil art. However, the terrifying fluctuations coming from the blood-colored vortex had already moved Gu Fei. The blood-colored vortex expanded infinitely, descending from the sky and colliding with Gu Fei's water element fist force. The blue aura was continuously swallowed by the blood-colored vortex. The blood-colored vortex could swallow all the energy in the world and then transform it to strengthen one's body. This was a terrifying evil art. When using this evil art in battle, the opponent's essence energy would be gradually devoured, and then used to strengthen one's body. The more one fought, the stronger one became, and the weaker the opponent became. If it was an ordinary celestial being sovereign expert, the Violet Emperor's evil art would already be undefeatable. But Gu Fei wasn't an ordinary sovereign expert. His energy wouldn't be so easily devoured. He soared into the sky, directly charging into the blood-colored vortex. He was automatically devoured by the vortex. If you want to die, I'll help you. When the Violet Emperor saw that Gu Fei had actually charged into his blood-colored whirlpool, he couldn't help being pleasantly surprised. It couldn't be any better for Gu Fei to walk right into his trap. The Violet Emperor activated his evil art with all his might. Streaks of blood-colored light rushed into the blood-colored whirlpool. They were like blood-colored divine chains, wanting to trap Gu Fei within and then completely obliterate him. Although Gu Fei had charged into the vortex, he hadn't been obliterated. He used the flawless 5 elements fist, causing the entire vortex to tremble and almost collapse. As expected of the successor of the primeval era's strongest martial ancestor, the Violet Emperor was secretly alarmed. He formed seals with both hands and shot out evil blood-colored Tao patterns, branding them into the vortex in the sky. The evil energy of the evil path lingered between heaven and earth. The inside of the vortex had already turned into a blood-colored furnace that could destroy everything. The Tao patterns of the evil ancestor's bloodline could vaguely appear around Gu Fei. It was just a few evil patterns, but they made Gu Fei feel a sense of danger. Each of the blood-colored evil light was a Tao law that trapped Gu Fei. Under the bombardment of the flawless 5 elements fist, these evil lights were destroyed and then reborn. It was as if the Violet Emperor really wanted to obliterate Gu Fei here. Gu Fei was in the middle of the blood-colored vortex. Everything around him was blood red. "You have some skill, but unfortunately, you met me." Seeing the power of this evil art, Gu Fei couldn't help but feel apprehensive. But today, the Violet Emperor was destined to be out of luck. 5 elements as one, destroy the world. Following Gu Fei's shout, the power of the 5 elements converged on Gu Fei's fists. Gu Fei's fists surged with 5-colored light, and a terrifying power surged. Boom! Gu Fei's fists directly punched out. Endless power of the 5 elements surged out from Gu Fei's fists, shattering the void and destroying the world. The aura of destruction made everyone's hearts palpitate. Without any suspense, Gu Fei's fists drew the essence of the entire world. Gu Fei's fists were simply fists that could destroy the world. The vortex collapsed, and even the evil ancestor's Tao pattern was destroyed. Gu Fei's fists shattered everything and rushed in front of the Violet Emperor. A terrifying fist force surged towards the Violet Emperor. Bang! Under Gu Fei's fists, the Violet Emperor's body was like a thin piece of paper, instantly torn to pieces. This time, even the Violet Emperor's head couldn't escape and was crushed on the spot. The power of the 5 elements as one pierced through heaven and earth. The void where the Violet Emperor was collapsed and collapsed, forming a void black hole with a diameter of 3,000 meters. Chapter 1085. When Gu Fei punched out, it seemed to manifest the great Tao of the 5 elements, shattering the void and destroying the heaven and earth, displaying a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth. Without any suspense, although the Violet Sovereign executed the chaotic reversal and void reversal with all his might, he still couldn't dispel the power of Gu Fei's fist. His body was blasted apart by Gu Fei's punch. This was the 3rd time Gu Fei had blasted apart the Violet Sovereign's body. This almost drove the Violet Sovereign crazy. His opponent had definitely obtained the legendary inheritance of the martial ancestor. In the Great Desolate Era, the martial ancestor was publicly recognized as the strongest person in the Great Desolate Era. No one was willing to provoke this supreme martial saint. There were countless legends about this supreme martial saint. He had once fought with demons born from the primal chaos and killed several supreme demon ancestors. It was said that even the strongest demon in the world had to retreat. The martial ancestor's battle achievements were unparalleled. However, he didn't spread his knowledge like the ancient Buddhist lord and the Tao ancestor, establishing his own orthodoxy. The Buddhist Tao and the immortal Tao had developed until now. Whether it was in the heavenly realm or the mortal world, they had become mainstream cultivation methods. There were countless people who cultivated them. However, the martial ancestor's inheritance was almost severed. It had disappeared for countless years. In this era, it was only obtained by Gu Fei. In the heavenly realm and the mortal world, perhaps only Gu Fei was the true successor of the martial ancestor. The great Tao of the martial ancestor was imprinted in his heart. This was the most direct method of inheritance. As Gu Fei's cultivation increased, he would comprehend all kinds of martial arts from the great Tao imprinted in his heart. The great Tao imprint was a divine treasury, a heaven-shaking divine treasury, containing the martial ancestor's lifetime comprehension of martial arts. The flawless 5 elements fist was a kind of flawless killing art that Gu Fei had obtained after opening this heaven-shaking divine treasury. When the 5 elements were combined, it could destroy heaven and earth. With a single punch, he broke through all mystic arts. Even the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao were broken. Gu Fei displayed an indomitable aura and directly destroyed the body of the Emperor Zi Huang. This time, even the Violet Emperor's head was destroyed. In the instant that the Violet Emperor's head was destroyed, a beam of violet light and a beam of blood-red light shot out. How is that possible? 2 primordial spirits. Gu Fei was taken aback. He saw the Violet Emperor's head shatter, and a purple divine light and a blood-red evil light rushed out. The purple divine light wrapped around a finger-sized little person, and the blood-red evil light also wrapped around a blood-red little person. Gemini Essence Soul. In the distance, the mysterious underworld saintess was stunned when she saw this. She had never imagined that the Zi Huang would have a primordial spirit of Gemini. Moreover, there were 2 primordial spirits, one righteous and one evil. Could it be that this Zi Huang actually had 2 personalities? Of these 2 primordial spirits, one righteous and one evil, who was the dominant one? No one knew. Perhaps only the Zi Huang himself knew. The Gemini Essence Soul was an ancient legend. Tens of thousands of years ago, such an existence had appeared. It was a terrifying god-fiend with a primordial spirit of both divinity and demonic nature. The primordial spirit with divinity and demonic nature could be separated and combined. When the 2 primordial spirits fused together, the power of the primordial spirit would increase to an unbelievable level. This was not a simple matter of 1 + 1. That year, when the god-fiend was born, it caused a reign of terror in the heavenly realms. In the end, the god-fiend was slain, but it caused the great sects to lose a large number of experts, which eventually led to the decline of those great sections. Be careful, don't let his Gemini Essence Soul fuse. The mysterious underworld saintess hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Gu Fei when she recalled this incident recorded in the oldest records of the mysterious underworld sect. Once the Gemini Essence Soul fused, it would be troublesome. Essence Soul Fusion. When Gu Fei heard this, he could not help but be secretly shocked. The purple divine light and the crimson divine light soared into the sky, and a powerful wave of energy spread out. The power of divinity and demonic nature was vast and mighty between heaven and earth. Essence Soul Daoization Sword. The extremely powerful fluctuation of the primordial spirit came down from the sky, and the clanging sound did not stop. The purple primordial spirit turned into a purple sword, and an endless amount of sword light poured down from the sky, cutting through the void and penetrating through every opening. The crimson primordial spirit also turned into a 1,000 feet long crimson evil sword. Its blood energy was monstrous, and it also came down from the sky, slashing towards Gu Fei. This was an immortal secret technique that used the power of one's own primordial spirit. It attracted a trace of the power of the Great Path, which shattered the void, and had a godly power that could destroy everything. The divine primordial spirit of the Zi Huang did not fuse with the demonic primordial spirit. Instead, he used the Essence Soul Daoization Sword, wanting to kill the great enemy in front of him. Flawless 5 elements, invincible in the world. Gu Fei roared, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. His fists bloomed with 5-colored divine light, and his 2 fists seemed to turn into 2 5-colored divine suns, soaring into the sky. The invincible fist technique was earth-shattering, and it could be said to be flawless. Gu Fei's fists directly met the two primordial spirit swords that fell from the sky. Gu Fei's fist technique was big and wide, and it constantly collided with the two shocking swords. He actually used a pair of fists to resist the terrible power of the Essence Soul Daoization sword. Rumble, the power of the five elements was surging, and every time Gu Fei blasted out a punch, the entire world trembled, and the sky seemed to collapse. It was extremely terrifying. The two swords also shot out tens of thousands of sword lights, surrounding Gu Fei, and constantly strangling the void. However, they were all blocked by Gu Fei's fists. The Zi Huang was going all out. His divine primordial spirit bloomed with endless divine light, and a purple aura spread for thousands of miles. This scene was so terrifying that some cultivators passing by nearby were alarmed. The evil energy of the blood-colored sword soared into the sky, and the stars in the sky trembled. The endless evil energy formed a blood-colored sword light that constantly swept in all directions. Everywhere it passed, mountains were turned into dust. The mysterious underworld saintess used the 9 underworld world exterminating wheel to protect herself and hide in the distance. This battle was too intense, and the fluctuations were everywhere. It was impossible not to attract attention. Some cultivators began to appear in this nameless mountain. Who is fighting? Someone asked in a low voice, but everyone shook their heads. No one said anything. They had already guessed the identity of the person in the battle. The Zi Huang, the son of the primordial emperor Xian, was fighting with someone. Moreover, the technique that the Zi Huang displayed shocked everyone. The Zi Huang was actually a dual cultivator of righteousness and evil. However, no one said anything. No one dared to say anything, because this was the Eastern Territory, and the ruler of this vast land was the primordial emperor Xian. In the heaven realm, which was a world full of experts, strength was everything. Everything else was illusory, and only having great strength was the most practical. You can go and die now. At this point in the battle, Gu Fei already knew that this was the Zi Huang's strongest strength. The sword formed by the primordial spirit brought him great danger. He was almost killed by the sword several times. Gu Fei's cold words echoed between heaven and earth. He no longer held back, and an extremely powerful force erupted from his body. In an instant, his aura increased more than 10 times. Boom! The entire world seemed to be on the verge of shattering. Gu Fei's strength soared in an instant, and the two swords were suddenly blown away by the mighty force that came from Gu Fei's body. Bang! Gu Fei punched out, and there was a mighty holy might on his fist. The blood-colored sword was directly smashed by Gu Fei's fist. He used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the Ascension secret technique, and his strength increased tenfold. No one in the same realm could compete with the current Gu Fei, not even the Zi Huang. The sword formed by the Zi Huang's evil primordial spirit collapsed, and the evil primordial spirit also dissipated in the void. It was directly dispersed by Gu Fei's invincible fist. Chapter 1086. Roar! The Violet Emperor's primordial spirit vibrated violently. This was the vibration of divine will, and it rang out directly in Gu Fei's mind. The Violet Emperor was roaring. The evil primordial spirit was destroyed by Gu Fei's punch. It was as if his primordial spirit had been destroyed, and he almost lost control and went crazy. Clang! The Tao sword formed from the primordial divinity vibrated repeatedly, shooting out tens of thousands of sword beams that pierced through the void. The Violet Emperor wanted to escape, but he didn't attack Gu Fei. Instead, he wanted to break through the void and escape into the void. Gu Fei's battle prowess had increased by 10 times. At this moment, even if a supreme expert were here, his expression would change. Gu Fei seemed to have transformed into an ancient martial saint. His fists pierced through the heavens and earth, his battle prowess was shocking. Heaven covering hand. Gu Fei saw that the Violet Emperor wanted to escape. How could he let him escape so easily? Rumble. A gigantic golden hand appeared high up in the sky. Boundless metal elemental energy came crashing down, crushing everything and suppressing the 10,000 jongs of sword light. Bang! The space that the sword light pierced through was flattened by the golden hand. The void trembled, and the primordial spirit sword was slapped down from the sky. Clang! The purple sword vibrated, and countless runes were destroyed in the void. Cracks appeared on the primordial spirit sword, and it almost collapsed. This was the primordial spirit that had transformed into the Violet Emperor's primordial spirit. It should have had an unstoppable power, and could cut through all tangible and intangible things. However, the Violet Emperor hadn't cultivated this immortal secret art to great completion, so he couldn't use this secret art to its fullest. Although his primordial spirit had turned into a sword of the way, it had only attracted a sliver of Tao power. If it had been an ordinary celestial emperor, even this sliver of Tao power would have been enough to kill them countless times over. Unfortunately, the Purple Emperor's opponent was Gu Fei. The flawless 5 elemental fist and the heaven-shrouding hand were supreme killing techniques that the supreme martial progenitor had invented. These killing arts were no weaker than the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao created by the martial ancestor. Ah! The Violet Emperor had gone completely crazy. He wanted to self-detonate his primordial spirit, and the primordial spirit Tao sword was about to collapse. But at this moment, a sky-covering hand descended. Rays of golden light descended like countless dragons, sealing the surroundings and suppressing the primordial spirit Tao sword. The boundless power of metal completely suppressed his primordial spirit. "You want to die? Did you ask me?" Gu Fei said coldly. He used one of the 9 secret arts of the immortal Tao, the Heaven Ascension secret art. His strength increased by 10 times, and when his hand pressed down, it actually contained a great power that could shake the entire world. The entire world trembled under Gu Fei's sky-covering hand as terrifying energy ripples spread out in all directions. Everyone who saw this scene from afar was stunned by the scene before them. This Gu Fei, the Xianming Holy Maiden, had never imagined that Gu Fei's battle prowess would reach such a terrifying level. The Violet Emperor, who was known to be invincible among his peers in the Eastern lands, had been defeated. It wasn't just the Xianming Holy Maiden. Everyone else couldn't believe what they were seeing. However, this was happening. The Violet Emperor had no chance. The golden hand retracted and directly grasped the Tao sword formed by the Violet Emperor's primordial spirit. Golden light flashed, and the primordial spirit Tao sword turned into a small purple person the size of a finger. This small purple person was no different from the Violet Emperor. Its entire body was surrounded by purple gas. This was the Violet Emperor's divine primordial spirit. The Violet Emperor's primordial spirit had been imprisoned. At this time, it would be difficult for him to die even if he wanted to. The evil primordial spirit represented the inheritance of the evil ancestor, while the purple divine primordial spirit represented the inheritance of the immortal Tao. The Violet Emperor was indeed a rare genius that only appeared once every 10 million years. He had actually cultivated a Gemini primordial spirit. Gu Fei had already destroyed the Violet Emperor's evil primordial spirit. He wanted to obtain the 3 secret techniques of the immortal Tao that the Violet Emperor had mastered, so he couldn't just destroy the Violet Emperor's divine primordial spirit. He placed the Violet Emperor's divine primordial spirit in the mountain and river cauldron, which was in Gu Fei's internal world. No one knew that Gu Fei had another world in his body, so they all thought that he had placed the Violet Emperor in an artifact that he carried with him. Gu Fei didn't dare stay for long, as he knew that he had defeated and killed the Violet Emperor. This would definitely alarm the Primordial Emperor Xian, and the Primordial Emperor Xian would definitely take action personally. It was important to note that the Primordial Emperor Xian was a half-sage, an invincible existence below the sage level. Gu Fei didn't think that he could contend against a half-sage. He left the nameless mountain range and disappeared into the night. It was unknown when the mysterious underworld saintess had silently left. The Violet Emperor was defeated. How is that possible? Who is that person? He actually defeated the Violet Emperor and sealed his primordial spirit. I don't know. I don't think there's such a person in the heavenly realm. Could it be some super antique that popped out of nowhere? Many people had witnessed the soul-stirring battle. Whether it was the Violet Emperor or Gu Fei, both of them had put a lot of pressure on them. Gu Fei and the Violet Emperor were far stronger than ordinary Deva sovereigns. They were both emperors among emperors. The news of the Violet Emperor's defeat quickly spread, and the entire Eastern Earth was in an uproar. Everyone was talking about it, and some people guessed that it was revenge from the Xianming Church. Some people saw the Xianming Holy Maiden in the vicinity of the battle between Gu Fei and the Violet Emperor. Others said that the antiques of the heavenly realm didn't like the primordial Emperor Xian, so they captured the Violet Emperor to teach the primordial Emperor Xian a lesson. There were all sorts of theories regarding this matter in the Eastern Earth, but none of them had any basis. They were all just guesses. While the primordial Emperor Xian was furious and had personally left Celestial City, Gu Fei and the Xianming Holy Maiden had already returned to the 10th of the 13 mysterious underworld realms. Gu Fei didn't hesitate. He immediately asked the Xianming Holy Maiden to find a place for him to cultivate in seclusion. After capturing the Violet Emperor's primordial spirit, the first thing he had to do was find a way to retrieve the 9 secrets of the immortal path from the Violet Emperor's body. The 9 secrets of the immortal path were supreme techniques created by the Supreme Tao Ancestor. Every secret had unfathomable power, and they were supreme techniques that all cultivators dreamed of obtaining. The Xianming Holy Maiden seemed to have thought of something, but she didn't say it out loud. Gu Fei arrived at one of the 13 spirit peaks floating in the sky. This peak was very special. There wasn't a single blade of grass growing on it, and there were a few stone houses at the peak of the mountain. Even so, spiritual energy still lingered on this spirit peak. There weren't any signs of spiritual energy drying up. There weren't any pavilions on the entire spirit peak, nor were there any natural treasures. There were only a few lonely stone houses at the peak of the mountain. The stone houses were made of ordinary rocks. There wasn't anything eye-catching on the outside, but Gu Fei could determine that these stone houses had been standing on this barren peak for tens of thousands of years. At the moment, Gu Fei was sitting in a lotus position in a stone room. He was very careful. He used the power of heaven and earth to isolate all auras before taking out the mountain and river cauldron. Chapter 1087. The eastern part of the heaven realm was destined to be restless. The destruction of the mysterious dark sect by the primordial Emperor Xian was a major event that could shake the entire heaven realm. The mysterious dark sect had been established in the eastern land for tens of thousands of years. It had experienced several great eras and produced many talented people. There was a time when this great sect ruled the entire eastern land. The heritage of such a great sect was unimaginable. Although the mysterious dark sect master had been killed by the primordial Emperor Xian, the mysterious dark sect was like a centipede that had died but never stopped. The aftermath of the destruction of the mysterious dark sect was destined to last for a long time. This time, the Amethyst Emperor's physical body was destroyed and even his primordial spirit couldn't escape. Some people thought that the mysterious dark sect had taken action again. This was because many of the great figures under the primordial Emperor Xian had already been killed by the mysterious dark sect. The defeat of the Amethyst Emperor attracted the attention of all the forces in the heaven realm to the eastern land once again. Experts from other regions of the heaven realm began to appear in the eastern land. The primordial Emperor Xian was really angry this time. His only son had actually been destroyed and his primordial spirit captured. This was equivalent to killing the Amethyst Emperor. The Amethyst Emperor's life was already in the hands of the other party. The primordial Emperor Xian had left an imprint on the Amethyst Emperor's primordial spirit. No matter where the Amethyst Emperor went, as long as he was in the heaven realm, the primordial Emperor Xian would be able to sense his existence. Swish! The primordial Emperor Xian suddenly appeared in the sky above a large mountain. The terrifying roars of wild beasts resounded in the sky. He stood on a black war chariot and his entire body exuded an indescribable aura. There was a vast and mighty sacred aura that made everything in the world want to bow down and worship him. What's going on? Why did it completely disappear here? The primordial Emperor Xian couldn't help but frown. He had left an imprint on the Amethyst Emperor's primordial spirit. He had followed the imprint on the Amethyst Emperor's primordial spirit to find this place. However, when the primordial Emperor Xian arrived, he discovered that the connection between him and the imprint on the Amethyst Emperor's primordial spirit had disappeared. Could it be that there's a half-step saint going against me? Yuan-gu Emperor Xian was secretly startled. It would be troublesome if there was really an old monster at the half-sage realm opposing him. There shouldn't be a half-sage in the Xianming sect. He knew very well that when he charged into the mysterious dark sect, killed the mysterious dark sect master, and razed the mysterious dark sect's territory to the ground, no half-saints had appeared at that time. If a large sect had a half-saint holding down the fort during a critical moment of life and death, then that half-saint would absolutely not stand idly by and allow the enemy to annihilate the sect. Who is it? Primordial Emperor Xian thought of one or two formidable enemies, but none of them would attack his own son, the Purple Emperor, in order to deal with him. Someone who could be regarded as a great enemy by Primordial Emperor Xian was definitely a half-step saint. Such a person would not make a move against the Purple Emperor, who was only at the celestial being realm. The Xianming sect didn't have a half-saint, so those two old fellows wouldn't make a move. Who exactly was the person who destroyed the Purple Emperor's physical body and sealed the Purple Emperor's vital spirit? Roar! Primordial Emperor Xian roared angrily at the sky, causing the entire sky and earth to shake. The 9 terrifying beasts pulling the carriage also roared. Each of the 9 beasts pulling the carriage was filled with killing intent. Each of them was a wild beast king, so the roars of the 9 wild beast kings were also earth-shattering. Only an existence at the level of immortal Emperor Yuan-gu could be so extravagant. He actually had the 9-headed savage beast king pull his carriage. He compared himself to the legendary celestial emperor. Wild beast kings weren't ordinary wild beasts that could be casually caught. They were the kings of the wild beasts and had strength comparable to a celestial being. While Primordial Emperor Xian was fuming, Gu Fei was on a spiritual peak in the sky of the 10th mysterious underworld realm. He was carrying out the legendary sacred sacrifice on the Purple Emperor's vital spirit. He was going to refine the Purple Emperor's vital spirit. The fist-sized mountain and river cauldron was floating in front of Gu Fei. Inside the cauldron, a small purple person was pierced by a few streaks of primordial chaotic chi and nailed inside. Roar! If you kill me, you will become my father's target. You will never have a day of peace. The Purple Emperor's vital spirit emitted intense spiritual fluctuations. The Purple Emperor's voice rang out in Gu Fei's mind. Is that so? Gu Fei stared expressionlessly at the Purple Emperor in the cauldron. Even at this point in time, the Purple Emperor was still trying to threaten him with his father. He. If you let me go, all the grudges between us will be written off. The Purple Emperor didn't want to die. No one wanted to die. The Purple Emperor still wanted to use words to suppress the situation before him. As long as he didn't die, everything would be fine. If he died, then there would be nothing left. Give it up. You are destined to die today, and no one can save you. Gu Fei said calmly. The power of the inner world that spread from his body had already enveloped the entire stone chamber. No one could find out what was going on in the stone chamber. Not even the mysterious underworld saintess or the 10th mysterious underworld realm lord could. Damn it. This time, the Purple Emperor was in complete despair. His vital spirit had been nailed to the mountain and river cauldron by the divine light formed by the primordial chaotic chi. His vital spirit had been sealed, so he couldn't use any techniques. Trying to escape. That was simply impossible. I didn't expect you to actually possess an extreme sacred weapon. I underestimated you. The Purple Emperor knew that he couldn't escape, so he calmed down. Humph. There are still many things that you can't imagine. As soon as Gu Fei said that, he shut his eyes. Then, a vertical purple mark appeared on his forehead and a trace of Tao power seeped out of it. The Purple Emperor's vital spirit trembled when he saw this. He knew why Gu Fei hadn't killed him on the spot. It seemed like Gu Fei wanted to seize his Tao fruit. What is this place? Why isn't the Emperor Father here yet? The Purple Emperor was scared out of his wits. He knew that his vital spirit had been imprinted by the primordial Emperor Xian. This was his only hope of survival. However, the primordial Emperor Xian still hadn't appeared at this critical juncture of life and death. Whoosh! At this moment, the purple mark between Gu Fei's eyebrows suddenly emitted a dazzling divine light. A trace of Tao runes circulated around it. It was as if he had opened a heavenly eye, and there seemed to be primordial spirit Tao laws circling around his eyebrows. It's the divine snatch, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. You actually managed to cultivate such a secret technique. The Purple Emperor was horrified. He knew that he was done for. Whoosh! The purple divine light converged between Gu Fei's eyebrows and a small figure walked out of Gu Fei's forehead. It was a figure surrounded by the aura of the Great Path. Gu Fei was using the secret technique of the extreme Tao Sage to draw in a trace of the Great Path power.